special for.
Wait, what? Richfield, Iowa?
No, Brian Johnson's he's selling like a supplement. Any of you buy it?
Yeah, I buy his stuff.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, he says he spent, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the R&D on it, but I was just curious if anybody's taking it. So you are taking it better than, because he's got like that longevity supplement you take in the morning, right?
I have that one to mix. I do use it. The reason why I buy his stuff versus other labs is because this guy is crazy about testing everything, the quality. So I take his creatine because it's super clean. I don't have to worry about some state shit or some production in China or whatever the hell it is, letting me with some nonsense. Everything that he brings in, everything is tested. So that's what I like. I don't take like everything. I don't bother with his cocktails or foods or
This grok is so slow. It's unusable. I don't know if it's just because everyone's using it right now, but man, this shit is unusable.
That means the NVIDIA stuff will pump more. They need more GPUs.
Yeah, they do.
Speaking of that, you guys see XAI? There was a documentary I just saw about how XAI is like their slumlord in Memphis or something. They're running like the dirtiest operation possible with all these like temporary generators.
Sounds about right. Well, Elon did it. Elon threw that thing up really quickly. So there had to have been some corners cut.
This is why I'm a little bit bullish on nuclear right now.
Yeah, nuclear and AI makes like so much. Dude, the AI guys owe us such a fucking debt of gratitude for all the fucking time we spent combating energy FUD over the last 10 years.
And the infrastructure, dude. Like,
we built the infrastructure
that they took over from us.
I know. We combated the energy FUD. We built the infrastructure. It's interesting. It's like shitcoiners didn't know what they were doing when they were building out these proof of work mines for GPU clusters, but like turns out it wasn't to mine shitcoins. It was to the market is always smarter than you, man. The market will know shit that you don't know. Yeah.
It's a great conspiracy to get us there. To get us shitcoins.
I'm more saying it's the invisible hand, It's just like the invisible hand is moving you towards this outcome, but you don't know why you're being moved towards this outcome.
I was just reading about Pennsylvania's resurgence with power grid. They're doubling up everything, the AI data centers, to the point where Pennsylvania now is thinking about disconnecting from the central national grid, becoming their own, similar to Texas.
Interesting.
They probably need nuclear power though to do that. They're very pretty there though. Libtard.
There are a lot of libtards in Pennsylvania.
I was driving through it a year or two ago. It was just gorgeous.
But no, seriously, they owe us a debt of gratitude. We fought fucking this bullshit energy FUD nonsense, climate change, hysteria shit. Yeah. Like that digi-economist guy. All the fucking European homosexuals. Like we were fighting everybody, bro. They need to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle.
Genuflect a little bit.
Thank you, Mr.
Huddle.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
I'm so glad that you guys did what you did and was still sitting at 111K.
You're welcome.
British, what would you sound like if you pretended to be thankful and positive for half a day?
I am actually thankful and positive for more than half the day.
You can always tell when British is cutting calories. Because he's like, fuck everybody.
Oh, you're right. See, you're right.
It's always a simple biological process.
So okay, I know what.
I understand it because I'm the same way. I'm like, fuck everyone.
No, British. Send me your address right now, and I'm gonna send you a bottle of wine and a giant cake, so you can consume both and be super happy for half a day.
See how my friends want me to fail.
They're preying on your downfall.
Listen, those two items will fit into your daily calories, but right after you consume them, they'll be good for a few hours afterwards. You on your own.
All you just have a bottle of wine. That'll be good. You know, tell my nutritionist, guess what I had today? I had a bottle of wine and a fucking cake.
British, I'm telling you, use ChatGPT. Like really put in everything you eat and ask it how you can optimize to feel the best, like while you're cutting or whatever.
I actually do half of that, but I'm gonna do the optimization thing.
It will do a better job than your nutritionist, I swear to God, because it gives you all the fine-grained details of what you need to know right now, right when you need to know it. You know, and then you'd be like, you can get really granular with it, and be like, I'll be talking to it, and I'll be like, bro, I did all this, I did all that, I worked out, I ate my protein, I'm fucking doing this, but I'm just feeling like I want to eat a fuck ton for dinner. How do I curb my appetite or whatever? And it'll be like, oh, all right, here's what you should do right now. You should have fucking 20 grams of protein worth of yogurt and a handful of carrots, and then you won't feel hungry anymore. And then I do it, and then I don't feel hungry anymore. And I'm like, fuck, ChatGPT for the win.
Bro, you don't need brother ChatGPT. You need brother British with that nicotine for that shit.
Nicotine's good for appetite suppression for sure.
Yeah, I got a form of nicotine now that you'll love. It's fucking in toothpicks. You can roll around with your gun.
Yeah.
Toothpick in mouth.
like a Western.
Like a fucking Wild Western.
When I was smoking cigs in high school, I was my same height now, but I was 158 pounds. I was so thin because I was never hungry. I was also smoking a lot. I was smoking like pack and a half a day. At least 20 or 30 cigs every day. It was great. I miss it, honestly.
You should get a nicotine. I don't know what the fuck you don't do the research.
No, I believe I've done the research. I know it's good for you. I just don't want to be addicted to anything.
You can't be addicted to nicotine. It's impossible.
I could be. When you have a brain like mine, like an ADHD brain,
smoking for sure.
No, nicotine is super addictive to me. I've done it all. I mean, I've done the gums and the mints, and Rob Hamilton loves the what are they called, knickknacks. So he gave me some of those before. Sailor's Party, and I do like them, obviously, but I have to keep myself away from that shit, dude, because I will become a pack-a-day smoker again, easily. I know that about myself. Because I love... Dude, all right, be honest with yourself. There is no better nicotine delivery system than smoking. It's the best. Everything about smoking is amazing.
I'll be honest with you, my cigar smoking, since I found the nicotine pouches, has gone down from 2 a day to 5 a week.
Right. But still, it hasn't gone down to zero because smoking.
No, it has, but I like cigars. I also have business stuff over cigars.
You know what it is? Cigars are even more so this way. But what I really loved about cigarettes, I realized after the fact, even more so than the nicotine itself, I loved the ritual of it, number one.
Oh, yeah.
And then I loved the meditation of it because, when you're not... Yeah, deep breathing. When you're not smoking, you never go out and deep breathe. But when you are smoking, you will go outside and breathe deeply. Now, you're inhaling poison into your lungs, but you're still getting the meditative act of breathing deeply.
But you stink afterwards.
No, I agree.
That's what the bitches are worried about, Isa. I don't care. cigarettes all the time. So
Really?
yeah. This was also back in the day. I'm pretty
That's
sorry.
because you find yourself outside smoking, and so it's like a good conversation opener, I guess, with all the other people that are smoking.
No, it's because it's probably just the time of his life that it was.
It was time of life, but also if a girl is in the smoke, girls that smoke are just bigger sluts than girls that don't. Like that's just a fact. So if a girl is hanging out in the smoking circle at 2 a.m., she's pretty much down to go home with you. You know. Like if you meet a girl that doesn't drink or smoke, that's a good girl. She's not gonna sleep with you on the first date. If you meet a girl who loves to drink and smoke, you're probably getting laid tonight.
Oh, one of the things that really helped me that ChatGPT recommended was like mineral drops in addition to electrolytes.
Trace minerals, you taking that?
Yeah.
Trace minerals are great, man. I've been doing those for a while now.
Yeah, which ones do I have here?
The blue bottle.
Concentrates.
Yeah, that's the one I take.
Yeah, I do like 5-10 drops in the morning and then 5-10 drops in the afternoon.
Yep. Yeah, trace minerals are great.
Oh, and perfect aminos. That's been a game changer.
Trace mineral. What do I do? I usually I don't take multivitamins anymore. What I take instead is like liver pills, beef organ pills, and those have been really good. I feel great when I take those.
What are liver pills?
It's just like desiccated liver, like dried liver in a pill form. Because I don't want to eat liver. It's gross.
Okay. Like, yeah. Taking iron.
Wait, what type of cock are you not wanting to eat liver?
It's yucky. But organ meats have a shitload of naturally occurring vitamins in them, so you get all your multivitamins through organ meats.
Okay, buddy.
Liver and squeezed lemon on top is really nice.
Did I call you Batman or Spider-Man now? Or something else?
Yeah, man. It's just the optimization you go ChatGPT. It's like you can talk to it more than you would a normal person. Because you would feel like a weirdo if you talk to a normal person 12 times a day. But if you talk to ChatGPT 12 times a day, it's like, yeah, it's normal. ChatGPT doesn't give a fuck.
You want to bring it to the next level, which is like make ChatGPT actually push reminders to you and speak to you without you having to ask it, and let it organize your life. Like,
Yeah, no, I'm not at that point. I'm not at that point left yet. I only want to go to it when I want to go to it. It's on my time. I'm not on its time.
Do you imagine ChatGPT DMs you and says, like, bitch, it's not time for a fucking therapy session, cunt.
Yeah, it's like, suck my dick. I'm doing stuff.
I think you could get us to do that.
Sometimes I gotta choke it every once in a while and be like, I'm a human, you're a robot, shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah, you can create tasks if you want.
Like I'll be having a conversation with it, I'll be like, yo, which one of these is tastier? And it'll be like, oh, yo, the vanilla ice cream is tastier because it has more. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, you're a fucking robot, you don't know what taste is? Fuck you. Just gotta let it know who's boss, you know? It's my slave, basically.
You're going to be the first one who feels when it becomes sentient.
That's okay with me. You're going to be living here in Cuckland with the robos. I'll be up in heaven with God. Have fun. Have fun with hell on earth. Have fun with the Antichrist, Sam Altman. He's got plans for your life.
You like to read your robots. Yeah, that stuff's all like that. I don't know why it bothers me. It creeps me out.
What do you mean, like just robots in general?
facial expressions and shit.
Oh yeah. They should be more like dogs, you know. That's how we should.
China's like war dog.
Yeah, I have.
That's just wild.
They should be more like dogs and less like humans, you know. Because it's like with humans, it's very hard to get past that uncanny valley, like you were talking about. That uncanny valley is very real. Although people are going to obviously build human ones for sex, so it's inevitable. What's going to happen when robot brothels become a thing? And then married dudes start visiting them 5 times a week? And then, like, their wife is like, you're cheating on me. He's like, with a robot? I'm not cheating on you, bitch. I can come in this robot all I want.
So when you're cheating on me with a dildo.
I thought about this too. It's going to be robot brothels and not at-home sex robots for a multitude of reasons. One of the reasons is because it'll be expensive, right? The average person won't have $10,000 to pay for a good sex robot. And then number 2 is you're going to want variety. You're not going to want to fuck the same sex robot over and over again. And then number 3 is you can't keep a sex robot in your house. That shit is creepy and weird.
Imagine I can see this where it's like the ultra deep throat is like 2.5 times the rate of the regular blowjob robot.
Yeah, Brian Johnson is when he's gonna program it to detect when the boner is on at night, and the robot, will be ready. Like you don't have to wake anybody up.
Does the robot give you oxytocin as well?
That's more of a girl thing. We don't care about that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It doesn't harm
Well, you see,
this
isn't
as
that
well. It makes you happy.
Listen, we get happy when we come, okay? We'll be happy after we've come in the robot.
Yeah, we just need no.
You think we want to be happy? Where is the Bitcoin? What are you talking about?
I think actually this is a profound misunderstanding between men and women. Women think we are seeking to be happy also, when we're not, you know? Men are just looking for ways to suffer less, but not to be happy. Women are looking to be happy. It's all about like, yeah, I have everything, but like, is it enough? Isn't there more out there?
No, that's men.
No, that's
You're
women.
supposed
That's
to be
women.
ambitious ones.
No. If men want more, it's because they want more pussy. It's not because they want more things. It's because they want more pussy. When women want more, it's because they want more things. Like, that there's a woman out there, probably the Lauren Sanchez chick. Let's use her as an example. She's probably so tired of fucking Jeff Bezos. She's probably like, ugh, this fucking guy with his weird bald head. He's like a real life Lex Luthor. Yeah, he buys me everything, and I fucking have the best lifestyle on earth. But like,
Yeah, but that's a woman's
is it enough?
lifestyle.
Is it enough?
Reformation.
See, but she's like, what if I was with Ronaldo? The lifestyle would be diminished, but he's Ronaldo, you know? Like, that's what she's thinking in her head.
You know how you can prove that this is true, how it was right? It's if guys, if there's a woman, we'll go tent in the middle of a forest and have a great time.
Exactly.
We don't want things.
Every young man, dude, when I first started dating my wife, I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor. I had one set of sheets. I didn't have a nightstand. I didn't have a bed frame. There was nothing else in the room. It was like my laptop, my camera, and my bed on the middle of the floor. And that was it. That was all I had.
Wow, you peasants, you don't raise your bed 3 feet off the ground. Listen, I get it's bad luck, but I like my matches on the floor. I don't currently have it on the floor, but...
Well, and then the women come in and they go, yeah, I slept with you this time. But next time, you really should have a bed frame if you want me to suck your dick correctly. And then you go, that's a small price. Yeah, okay, I'll get a bed frame. Then you go, I'll get a bed frame. And then the next
It's
time
not bad luck to have the bed on the floor. It's just some woman made that up to trick dumb men into getting a bed frame.
And then she goes, the next time she comes over, she goes, oh baby, that was so good. I love you so much. It would be so nice if you had a nightstand and an extra pair of sheets. You know? And then you're like, okay, fucking nightstand, extra pair of sheets, that's no big deal. And then she comes over, get another blowjob. It's even better than the last one. And she's like, it'd be really nice if you had different kinds of soap in your bathroom. And you're like, I have soap. It's just all the same soap. She's like, there are different kinds. You can't use the same soap on your hair that you use on your butthole. And you're like, what do you mean? It's just soap. And she's like, no, it's all different. You can't, you have to get different soaps. This 5-in-1 that you have, you're trying to fucking wash your butthole and your face and your hair and condition your hair and shave with it all at once. Like, you can't have that. And then you're like, okay, I'll buy different soaps, you know? And that's how it goes. That's how men end up with things. Okay. Like,
Dude, if a girl said, I'll suck your dick correctly next time, I'd be done. That's a manipulative bitch. It's like, what? You're incorrectly sucked? That's fucking manipulative as fuck.
I'd be done as in I'd be married to her.
And this is why a lot of men end up building a shop, because they just want a place where there's no rules. It doesn't have to be a certain way. They can just go hang out and smoke a cigar, spit on the floor. That's how they want to live.
So men that end up with things without the manipulation of a woman, they're just gay.
Yeah, they're gay. Like Andrew Tate is a little bit gay because he loves things, very into things.
Oh,
Doesn't seem that interested. Yeah, he doesn't seem that interested in sex with women. He's like, women are for business, not pleasure. It's like, what? This is gay. What are you talking about?
This loves Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes. You get so triggered by it. Just like, oh my god.
Andrew Tate is not gay. He's a fat.
Would you feel different about Nick Fuentes if he was 6'4"?
No.
That's the problem with Nick Fuentes. He's too small for that big energy he's carrying.
Have you seen his hands? His hands are like, he's got like extremely long fingers and big hands. No, he's horrible as a person. I don't like it.
If you were checking out his fingers, both of them, she would probably blow.
Actually, the hands are not bad. His hands are nice.
Hey, you have a hand fetish, Lisa.
We now know something. We now know something about Issa.
Yeah.
She likes to get finger banged.
I love hands.
Women do like hands. That's the thing.
I like strong, manly hands with nice fingers.
No, but back to the point. Men don't do the reason we put a man on the moon was to get pussy. The reason we build bridges is to get pussy. The reason we have electricity is to get pussy. The reason Bitcoin exists is for pussy. The reason we made antibiotics, pussy. You know what I mean? That's the only reason we do anything.
I was gonna say STD, but pretty much not.
Penicillin, pussy. The radio, pussy. Silicon graphics cards, pussy. It's all pussy. AI, pussy. Some guy made that to get pussy.
So that gives women a lot of power.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of power, but you wield it like retards. That's the problem.
Yeah. We're after the wrong kind of power.
Can you imagine how powerful it would be as a woman if you were 10 out of 10 gorgeous and you were like, 23 years old and you were like, I'm a virgin? You would be fucking, billionaire men would be falling at their feet to marry you. Yeah.
I don't understand the virgin fetish.
Well, it's a fetish for a lot of guys, which is why I'm saying it would have a lot of value in the marketplace.
It's a fetish only to
No, it's a fetish. It's a fetish because of men.
things that are stars.
Other men.
true that it's about insecurity, but it doesn't mean that insecurity is going to go away. That's ancient.
But it's also about scarcity and having something that not everyone can have.
Well, that's the reason it would be valuable in the marketplace, is because there are basically no virgin women.
My teeth are scarce. Does that make it not?
Would it be the same value model if all 23-year-olds were virgins?
No, then it wouldn't be the same value. See? It's only valuable because it would be rare. There was this girl, I can't remember her name, but she was a Victoria's Secret model, but like a baby, like a junior Victoria's Secret model, whatever they call it, And she did like 1 or 2 runway shows, and this girl was beautiful. This girl was 10 out of 10 beautiful, and she decided that she no longer wanted to do these Victoria's Secret shows because she was a Christian, and it was, sinful to be showing her body this way, and blah blah blah. And like the amount of like men back then, this was like 2012 or 13, that wanted this girl because of that was like an insane number. Like way more men than wanted like the top Victoria's Secret model, like Giselle Bundchen or Adriana Lima or whoever it was back then. And it was because she was, rare in the marketplace. That's the reason why.
I don't think it's an insecurity, Zach. I really don't. I think it's a pride thing more than an insecurity thing.
But why do you have pride in that?
Well, isn't pride and insecurity?
It's yours, and it's not used. It's not something else that somebody else has.
It's not used. Like, listen, I have been with attractive women.
When people buy a new car,
have this religious hang up, and I was, one of the first, or not first. I was one of the first, 3 people they slept with because they have like a.
Well, if you're not first, you're last.
Maybe, but like that wasn't a positive experience. The like religious hang-ups around sex and like treating as this like taboo thing do not make you better at it.
There is a number.
People do not want a virgin because they think they're going to be better at sex, Zach. It's not about that. Like, it has nothing to do with the quality of sex.
Yeah, nobody. It's not related. It's inversely related.
Yeah, and you know what? Most men don't really care if she's not super experienced. They want to do it with her.
It's not just
together.
It's not just about experience. It's about like, do you have hang-ups that make you bad at sex? Which these people do.
Hang-ups? Like what?
Let me ask you.
Like you think it's sinful.
There's still like a very
Okay.
No, I don't know a single person that thinks sex is sinful.
This is a great honestly, right? Because if you were with a girl, let's say you got with a girl who told you she had been with 2,000 men before you.
There is an upper bound, yes.
You'd probably feel pretty grossed out about that, right?
I would feel weird about it, but yes, there is an upper bound.
If you're not first, you're still last. It doesn't matter if it's 2,000 or 10.
No, of course it does. There's a huge difference between 10 guys and 2,000 guys.
At that point, you don't even remember enough to compare you to anyone.
Well, it says a lot about the psychology of the woman who would sleep with 10,000 men or whatever it is, Yeah. So that's the reason why it's no good. Whereas I don't know that the gradient goes the opposite direction, meaning if you met a girl who just had, very religious beliefs and she didn't want to have sex before marriage because she felt it was a sin, you wouldn't be like grossed out by it. It would probably be neutral to you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, if she's not sleeping with you, that's no good. And second of all, if she is sleeping with you, and again, I've been here, like the sex is bad because she feels wrong about it.
That's supposed to make the sex hotter. I think you were doing it wrong, dude. By the way, every girl I've ever known like this will definitely let you fuck her in the ass.
Something about Otto.
I'm just saying, every Catholic girl will let you fuck her in the ass. Okay, so You got that going.
That's not a good one for me either. I'm honestly not a fan.
Not a fan.
There's a better ball.
Not every once in a while. No, I know, but like I don't say as the primary, but not every once in a while. Just switch it up.
Not even recess. I mean, I've done it, but it's not. It's really
primary and secondary.
I think it's like one out of every like 25, 30 times. That's like a good, you know. Good
how did you not just repeat yourself? Zach, sounds like you were doing it right.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the better callback there.
Were you using lube? Like, come on, Zach.
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you,
Was she inserting it in your butthole, or were you inserting it in hers?
Who was on the receiving end? Because I can understand if you weren't a fan.
No comment.
No, that is like I have a hard psychological line about anything going on.
It would be funny if that was Zach. He'd be too hung up about it.
Zach's a butt virgin. Yeah, that's the problem. He's got too many weird hang-ups about it, you know? Some would argue it diminishes his value in the sexual marketplace. being a butt virgin.
Does that mean his butthole is very valuable because it's scars?
You know what? Yeah. I think it is.
Brittany, how would you value it?
These are the conversations we have when Bitcoin doesn't pump. Gotta keep ourselves entertained somehow.
Brittany, is it something that attracts you?
What? About
Like,
What about the quality of the guys that a girl has been with before? How much does that matter to your perception?
That matters for sure. Like, if a girl is with a guy or like a slew of guys or even one guy who's like a piece of shit who like beats her and stuff like that, like that's gonna leave lasting psychological damage that you then have to deal with.
I don't mean no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about stuff that leaves a scar. I'm talking about the hierarchy in society of the men she's been with before.
Are you asking if it matters if she's been with black guys? Because that's what it sounds like.
Not specifically black guys. I'm talking about like
if it's like or your neighbor.
Like,
I'm talking about like losers versus that.
Okay.
Well, I think what you're
versus your neighbor.
I get what Zach is getting at. What Zach is getting at is that good-looking rich people fuck each other a lot more. And it's kind of common in elite circles that there's a lot more hooking up between good-looking rich people. And so you're basically saying, like, if they were all good-looking rich partners in the past, it doesn't matter if it was a little bit.
Okay, wait, Zach. So she says to you,
the dude she dated before you is like a loser and not attractive.
so if she says to you, Zach, I'm not a virgin. However, the only two people that have used are Elon and Bezos.
I think for a lot of
I want that.
I think for a lot of guys, it cuts the opposite way, where like they would prefer that she have a history of losers, because then it's the same thing as the virgin thing, where it's like, well, you're the best. Well, you're the best.
They think they're also
right.
a loser, yeah.
Right. Whereas if her ex is like a pro athlete with a thick cock, you're like, yeah, like Rob Gronkowski. Like her ex is Rob Gronkowski. You're like, I don't know if I'm hitting it as good as Rob Gronkowski.
I think there's like a gradient there. You want her to have been with appropriate guys. I think both ends of the spectrum are bad.
Yeah, both ends are kind of. That's more of a socio-economic thing, though, than it is like a. But you're right. I mean,
Socioeconomic.
Well, here's what I'm saying is that people used to date outside of their class much more than they do today. And over time, we've seen people date more within their class. But there used to be more pairing between high and low than like back in like the 50s, 60s, 70s.
Because class is more pronounced, and because honestly, dating apps for so fun.
Yeah, class is also kind of a way to filter by race too. which is the quiet part.
And we have to mention the fact that the higher class used to own the lower class.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
I think that it would do much more for a man's ego to be the last rather than to be the first.
But what if you're just going to turn them lesbian one by one?
No, I mean, but wouldn't you
I don't
want
even
to know?
understand the
Like,
concept.
they said like,
Expectation.
very good looking guys, and then she meets you and she makes you her last. I mean, because she wants to stay with you.
Right, because you're married.
Or because she just gives up sex after that.
That's how you know you're in a bad marriage.
She joins the nunnery. Yeah, that's it. He said I was her last.
A lot of guys are her last inside of a marriage because she just decides she doesn't want to have sex with that guy anymore. The amount of dudes out here in a sexless marriage, bro, that's a low-key crisis that nobody talks about.
It's interesting to hear, like, because that's not something I think I've ever considered.
That is how I would actually go as far to say that that's how the majority of men live.
Yeah, like, also, I don't want to know, like, I'm not going to ask you for the fucking number.
Bro, it's bad because guys will just confide it to you. After it gets to a certain point, they'll reach a breaking point where they don't even care about the shame or the embarrassment. They just like have to tell somebody. And I've had a lot of dudes tell me that. A lot.
Tell you what? That
they're basically in a sexless marriage, yeah. And my response to them is always quit acting like a fucking pussy. You know? Like, of course nobody wants to fuck you. You're like crying at the bar.
Oh my god. A sexless marriage would be the end of life.
But it's a sexless marriage against their will. It's just like their wife is decided unilaterally stuff.
Yes, yeah. Not two people who are asexual. No, just like a wife who's not putting out anymore. And I would say that probably that is greater than 50% of men, married men.
Yeah, but I mean, it's their fault too.
Well, for sure.
If you're laying it down right, she's going to lay it
I
down.
suspect a lot of it is men's fault / guilt.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, men, what?
Either like the men have made themselves not attractive, or they're bad at sex, or like a decent percentage of those cases, like the man has lost his libido.
And listen, let me be very straightforward for the men here that don't know this. If you only last 35 seconds, it's not worth the time. It's not worth the time to get ready. It's not worth the time to get ready. I understand that, Zach, but even foreplay, I mean, if the foreplay lasts longer than the actual night, just get the fuck out of the bed. Fix something.
Yeah.
And also like foreplay.
Maybe this is connected to everybody being so. Maybe this is connected to everybody being so fucking fat. Because when you're like morbidly obese, obviously you don't have a very high libido.
I mean, when you're morbidly obese, can you even find it?
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is.
For a dick.
Well, the foreplay has to do also more with the connection and the vibe and the energy rather than because it's not like a jerk off, you know. It's more like about the integration. That's the reason why the foreplay is important.
But be honest, a 35-second nut is disappointing, and it doesn't make you want to do it again.
It's always 37 seconds.
So what?
As I agree, you need to last at least minute 45, minute 50. Yeah.
Well, that's minimal. That's work for some people.
Over here. If you're a grown man and you're still lasting 35 seconds, like, I think maybe there's something going on with you too.
Be careful, you're going to offend people in here because it's a much larger percentage than you expect.
Well, no, there's something, I feel like there's something something wrong with your parasympathetic nervous system or something. Like, why are you
for some people it is a real problem.
Right.
Like, a medical treatment is needed.
Listen, when I was a young man, like 18, 19.
You're still a young one.
I was very excited to do sex with a lady, and if I knew I was going to be doing sex with a lady later, I would jerk off beforehand because I was like, I don't want to be fucking, so amped up, ready to go that I'm like 20 seconds. That's what I was saying. Yeah, there are things you can do to mitigate this.
About Miriam, tell us all about this.
Exactly.
All you have to do is slow down your breathing.
Is that all?
Bro, I've jerked off 2 or 3 times before going out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it still wasn't enough. No, that's enough when you do it 3 times. That's enough.
Solid minute and a half of that.
That's a little too much, actually. You're like, you show up to the day, you're like, I'm a little tired.
I'm just thinking you can say it about them.
Lou, your mic is horrible.
And when your voice is horrible,
What? Why are you hating on me?
you know I love Lisa.
Do gay guys also have foreplay? Oh, Brittany's gone.
The bike play. Oh, Issa, you know, the gay guy from Australia came back on me up. The guy that you liked, I think that was him.
I don't know which one.
About you, so now I'm thinking maybe I'm confusing people. The guy that got like 12 booster shots, he's in Australia.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember his name. Well, I didn't like him. I mean, I kind of bullied him, I think.
Yeah, that's how you,
That's my love language.
Yeah. GNS is up another 17% today.
Are you talking about
Another one.
Just good. Are you talking about Gabe?
Yeah, Gabe.
Ah, yeah. Okay. He's a Jew.
Who was the guy that, do you remember there was a dude on here that was like, he was trying to train himself to become gay so he could be more sexually satisfied? Do you remember who that was?
Lou, are you talking about yourself?
Probably.
No, do you remember who that was? What's it, whoever said that?
He's just a faggot, right, Lou?
That's right. I'm an N-word, F-word.
A figure nugget?
That's right. You don't remember that? There was some dude, he's like super, I don't know if he's autistic, but he was like a programmer, he's like very, just different and awkward and weird. And he would like always talk about how like he's just not compatible with women, but he's not attracted to men, so he's trying to train himself to be gay. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's also Australian. I think Australians are weird. Sorry, Margie.
Bro, this GNS shit coin, I'm so glad I never sold this dumb shit. Because it just keeps bumping now. I'm up like what? It's at 1, dude, it's up 25%. Yeah, I went from being down 70% on this to now being up 120% on it.
Yeah, I've been down on it for so long. I expected to still be down on it when you said that, and then I looked at it, and I was like, oh, nice.
What are you up? When did you buy it? I doubled down on it near bottom, like a retard. This is a Teddy thing. I swear, whenever Teddy gets you into something, it's either a big loser or a big winner. There's no in between.
Why would buying more at the bottom? Why would that be bad?
Oh, because it's a piece of shit penny stock.
Oh yeah.
So it's a very
bottom, but I got you.
It's a stupid thing to do. You're throwing good money after bad. That's fine. But sometimes you gotta do it.
Everybody, please join me in welcoming Silva to the room.
Sylvie!
What's up? Good morning.
Hey man, did you hear the news about Jeffrey Epstein?
What, new news?
He never existed. It's a Mandela effect. He was just a figment of our collective imagination.
I heard
There never was a man named Jeffrey Epstein.
It was a conspiracy.
It's a Mandela, dude. We all got psyoped by ourselves, dude. Mandela, dude.
I heard that Trump decided to make use of the blackmailing so that he could get big, beautiful bill passed.
It was actually Jeffrey Epstein.
That's right. Bro, I read that book to my children the other day, and I was like, the name of these bears isn't fucking Berenstain. It's Berenstein, goddammit. Bernstein.
The one that tripped me out the most is the ET thing. ET go home, and now they're saying it's ET home go or something. Oh no, phone. ET phone home, and now they're saying it's ET home phone.
No, that's bullshit. It's ET phone home.
Home, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now they're saying it's the other way around. Home.
Well, they're lying. They're lying. It's ET phone home.
Bro, the one that says me out, there's a turkey leg painting where him eating a turkey leg. There's this painting. Well, there's not this painting, but I've seen the painting. I remember the painting. Apparently it doesn't exist.
What
You
picture?
know that in ET, when they dress ET up for Halloween as a ghost and walk around the neighborhood, he meets a Yoda, a little kid dressed as a Yoda, and he like tries to go be friends with him. And then in Phantom Menace, George Lucas added ET to Star Wars, so the ETs they're on the intergalactic Senate, and so that's like that's a crossover universe where like ET actually knew Yoda from the fucking intergalactic Senate.
Did you ever see that like meme that ET is a Jedi or some shit? It was like they put it all together using all that.
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, there's like a video that someone put together, like all the clues from ET and Star Wars that mean that ET was really a Jedi in that universe.
Bro,
It's pretty funny.
I will not accept any slander of Star Wars prequels because they're so good compared to the Disney bullshit that came after.
Yeah, you know, I never hated on them as much as people hated on them. And in retrospect, you're right. They are better than the new ones.
It was just boomers hating on it, you know.
Yeah, I think so.
Younger people like the new ones because I was a kid when I saw it, so it's like for me, I'm like 10 years old watching Phantom Menace. I'm like, this rules.
You know, like 17, 18, when me and my brother went to go see it, we both liked it. My brother still likes the prequel.
It was pretty bad.
It's the guy that plays Darth Vader is a little cringe occasionally.
Yeah,
Right, and what?
The
yeah.
grown-up.
Oh, Hayden
kid.
Christensen.
Yeah.
Hayden Christensen.
He's a little shady.
Are those the new ones?
Nah, he rules. You guys are wrong.
That was like,
Oh, stop it.
No, it's just George Lucas's dialogue that's bad. I mean, who's supposed
Okay,
to
the
make
dialogue. Okay. I don't know. His delivery is kind of bad.
No, dude, he's great. Dude, in the third one when he becomes Darth Vader, that's the shit. That's the shit, bro. Go back and rewatch it.
Okay, maybe I need to go back and watch it because I never hated those movies. I really like the first one with
Star Wars
the race.
Star Wars is the story of Anakin Skywalker. It's not the story of Luke Skywalker. It's Anakin Skywalker's story. The whole thing is about like the Return of the Jedi. That's Anakin. Anakin is the Jedi who returns, not Luke.
yeah, that's true.
No, think about it, because at the end he becomes a Jedi again after being a Sith when he kills the Emperor. And then Disney ruins it by being like, the Emperor came back to life. Like, shut the fuck up. No, he didn't. Stop ruining Anakin's story, bitch.
That was lame.
And Anakin is the one who restores balance to the Force. So, like, the prophecy is fulfilled at the end. He just takes this turn through the dark side in order to do it. Star Wars rules. Trey, you suck. Fuck you. You wouldn't know good acting if it hit you in the dick. That's right. Stay silent. Stay silent.
Yeah,
Stay silent.
especially if you watch them all in a row. I did that once, and we were like, "Holy shit!" The originals, the acting is just the shit, like so bad.
Yeah.
The acting is so bad.
It's like campy on purpose, you know.
This fourth, fifth, and sixth one. It's not
By the
on
way,
purpose. Fifth and sixth one, like they really are bad actors. Like not all of them.
Dude, because they're movies for children. They're not movies for adults. Adults turn them into this whole thing, but like they're for children. They're for 11-year-old boys.
Yeah.
That's who the movies are for.
Never thought of it like that.
That's like the adults going to Disney World. It's not for them.
Yeah, adult showing up at Disney World in the back. This ride is sexist and racist, and it's like, bro, little kids don't see it that way. Okay, stop being weird. Little kids aren't looking at the pirates and being like, Pirates of the Caribbean, like, it's so sexist, they're hitting wenches. It's like, these are wenches, they deserve to be hit. You know? they're basically just lady pirates. I saw this video the other day. I don't know if it was real or not. But
is that really happening at the rides? They're hitting
yeah, Disney. Yeah, back in the day at Pirates of the Caribbean, the Jungle Cruise and the Pirates of the Caribbean were actually both pretty racist and sexist. But we should keep them the same for posterity, you know?
Things were better when they were more sexist and more racist.
I saw this thing of a woman. It was a liberal woman trying to prevent a duck from, quote, raping another duck, and she was screaming, "Get off of her! Get off of her!" And I'm pretty sure it was not a parody. I'm pretty sure it was real.
Well, the duck rape is fucking wild.
Story. I have a friend who every year gets ducklings and goes and puts them on a pond. And one year, something ate all of them, and there was only one male duck. All right, he survived. And then the next crop comes in, and we have a big release party. And this lone duck is in the lake, and here comes more ducks. Dude, he was like a rocket ship right towards them, and you know what the first thing he did? He mounted duck, and he just went for it. And the whole crowd, he had a big party, was witnessing duck rape.
Wow.
No, listen, I know the duck's rape.
Whole year, and as soon as he saw a female duck, he just went for it. He didn't give a shit.
I know the duck's rape. The part that's crazy about the story is that the liberal woman is trying to prevent a duck rape by scolding.
Hilarious.
By scolding the duck.
The lady duck didn't consent.
And shaming the other humans into not saving this.
Right. And it's like, dude, do you know that nobody in the animal kingdom consents? And that the only reason we do is because we've evolved beyond that?
I don't know if that's true. What do you mean by consent? Like, what do you mean by that?
Shut up, faggot. Don't question me.
It means that from my story.
I'm pretty sure if I'm listen to shit, like, it's not like
That was the best.
Sorry, that was just the funniest thing I could say at the moment. No, listen, there's some. First of all, how are you supposed to know if an animal is consenting? Number one.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
What I'm saying is that rape has always been a mating strategy in every animal species on the planet. You know, consensually, because we've evolved beyond rape.
That was a joke. Rape jokes are bad.
There's no such thing as a duck raping another duck. It's just duck sex. And duck sex as rape is part of it. They haven't evolved out of rape.
Is it ducks the ones that have like a screw penis?
Yes. It's very gross the way they have sex. Everything about it is disgusting and horrible. Trust me, you don't want to know any more about ducks.
Have you ever seen turtles having sex?
I got plenty of Affleck now, and now I'm thinking Affleck's raping people.
Only with shoes, he said.
Well, I saw this gigantic turtles having sex, and they make a very strange noise.
Oh, that shit's funny. They're like tortoises.
tortoises.
Yeah,
That sounds weird.
it's very weird.
It was very weird. Actually, I have it on video. I videoed them.
They sound like people. It's weird.
Let me find the video. I'm gonna play it for you.
That's some weird shit right there, Issa.
Well, I don't know. Like I was in Tanzania and I was going to visit this place with these gigantic tortoises that are like 80 years old. And as I was entering the place, I could hear this noise, and I'm like, "What's that?" And the guys were like, "Oh, those are the tortoises bleating." I was like, "Oh my god!" And I was recording. Yeah, it sounds like that. No, but it's stronger than that. Let me look for mine. And she was hungry. Like I started feeding her while she was having sex.
So you were on set of this turtle porn,
Yes.
directing it. You were directing it and filming it.
I was there, yeah, and after they were finished, I took a photo with them. This was the first time.
Good morning.
Hello.
How's it going?
Is that Chris?
Christopher.
Chris.
How are you guys?
What's up, dude?
Nice.
Welcome back.
I knew that was you. Jesus.
It was Pepe Pig before. But, anyways,
Where are you today?
I'm gay for Taylor.
I know you're gay.
Are you, is Dave there?
The other Canadian?
You think you're gonna come for dinner on Wednesday, Dave, or do you know yet?
Oh.
Think so. Do you want to play pickleball after?
No.
Okay.
Better pickable before dinner.
If you'd said yes, you'd have to change your name to Gay Dave. Actually, the dinner alone might require it. I don't know.
John and Chris, the two
Is it
gays
just
guys.
date or is it just Chris and Dave date?
John's in town as well.
But with wives or just you guys?
Just guys.
Just a boy.
I'm the only one with a wife.
I mean, with it's just I don't like the word partners, but like with your.
I don't think the divorce is finalized, Dave.
I think it is. Maybe not.
I have no idea. I think it might have been finalized. The joke was that Issa was implying John was going to bring his ex-wife.
Oh, I didn't hear the. Well, it's John Farouki then.
Farouki?
Yo, did Chris just get booted?
This thing?
Versus. I think Jimmy came in, booted him.
On left.
Oh, no. But Jimmy left too. Jimmy didn't get booted, did he?
I didn't even see Jimmy in there.
Yeah, he popped in for like 2 seconds.
Oh, he probably booted Chris. So lame.
No, I didn't see.
And they can also just watch their beef. So someone called Jimmy in here to boot Chris. What a fag. Can they just squash it?
It would be nice.
They need to hug.
It's like Jimmy and Teddy. Jimmy and Teddy got into it, and then they became friends again. Like, we just gotta make them friends again.
Who broke the deal between the other two? Maybe they can do something with Chris and Jimmy.
Chris needs to find a scam for Jimmy to get involved. They can become partners.
That's how we get over this. They have to scam together. That's one. But it has to be a really low-level shitty scam. Where they make like hardly any money. Brad, you're the perfect man for this job.
Just a small treasury company, Brad. Come on, make it happen.
This is a little one. It's a little one.
For you guys.
6.15 Bitcoin treasury company.
I really want to do the 6.15 treasury company. Brad, have I told you this idea?
No.
Okay, so here's the idea. We do a treasury company that's called 6.15 Capital, right? And we only buy 6.15 Bitcoin. That's it.
At a time?
No, just once. And then we continue to go on CNBC and tell them that they're idiots and everybody else is an idiot for having more than 6.15 Bitcoin. And this is all you need. It's just 6.15 Bitcoin. And then we buy Hooters.
Oh.
And then when they ask us why we bought Hooters, we're like, there's a prophecy that we're working on. That's what we do at 6.15 Capital. And they just call me on CNBC every time, and I just show up in like Pit Vipers, and I just be like, Michael Saylor's a retard, Jack Barnes is a retard, David Bailey's a retard. You know why? Because they all have more than 6.15. And then basically what we're doing is we're creating the first treasury company meme stock, right? So all of the value is derived from the memetics, and none of the value is derived from the capital.
That's a sign.
And then out of nowhere, when everybody thinks we won't, ever have more than 6.15, we fucking do a massive raise, and we end up with 6,150. And then we only do a raise every time we can get to a 10x multiple of 6.15.
Well, how great would it be if Ethereum
sounds like
Bitcoin and
a good AI movie for your next AI movie, huh?
Well, people are gearing up to do Ethereum treasury companies. Did you hear Tom Lee is doing one?
They're already done. There's two of them already.
No, I know. No, but I mean they're gearing up to do more of them, yeah. That's their way to save a
treasury company that was announced today.
The really interesting thing
is involved with that one.
The really interesting thing about Ethereum treasury companies is that you have staking, right? So you can stake to earn yield. And the government said that ETFs cannot stake to earn yield. So now only treasury companies can stake to earn yield. And the staking is the consensus. So what's going to end up happening is these treasury companies are going to have more than the ETFs because they can stake and the other ones can't. And then Ethereum's consensus will literally turn into a couple of public companies that own the majority of ETH that's staking as a service. Because what's going to end up happening is their access to capital is going to be way better than any other staking service. So they can give you higher returns on their staking than like all of the decentralized airplane stakers.
That's the inevitable conclusion for Ethereum is that it ends up super duper centralized.
The performance
so there's actually
SBET was not very good. It was up like 30x or something 3 weeks ago or whatever when the private deal was done. Then it de-SPAC'd and now it's only up like 80%.
I mean, it's a SPAC. The fact that it's up makes it a big org. Like most IPOs and SPACs are down 90% within a year.
You're sounding a little ethy to me this morning, Mohan. A little ethy shit going on.
By saying don't buy SPACs or IPOs.
Yeah. You seem a little bit.
Scam or Bitcoin.
You seem a little bit like a Vitalik simp. Just gonna say.
Yeah, he's an apologist, Otto.
You apologizing?
I am apologizing right now.
All right, good.
That was the apology.
Apologize.
I didn't get curious to tell me about that.
Listen, can Eve have another pump? Sure. Yeah. But I think the game is kind of up on ETH.
It's not really likely. Like, the Ethereum Foundation is just selling into everything. Like,
Right.
Every time there's some movement, they just unlock another 10, 20, 100 million of ETH and sell it. So until Vitalik and the Ethereum Foundation are out of ETH to sell, it's just going to keep doing nothing.
Yep. And how much ETH do they have?
What could they possibly need?
I can't remember.
Like, what does the
They're buying Bitcoin with the money they must pay.
What do you mean? What do you mean doing that?
What do you mean? It's up. Today, more than Bitcoin. Bitcoin's down, Ethereum's up.
Oh my God! Zoom out.
Fucking zoom out in this room.
British bottle. It's coiling.
By the way, if you go into Belgravia here.
No, I don't really like the long term.
You don't like the winners?
British. ETH isn't even past its 2021 all-time high. It's not even close to its 2021 all-time high.
Yeah, but it's gonna accelerate way faster than Bitcoin. Even Trump's
Maybe. Well, Trump has a long history of his poor financial investment.
Hey, Brad, what don't you like about their long-term plan?
They want to do yield games with the treasury. They want to put it in these DeFi protocols and earn yield on the Bitcoin. It's like not interesting to me.
You know that to be true?
Well, I spoke to the round 13 guys, and that's what they want Belgravia to do.
Yeah.
I didn't finish my
Joey's been pretty consistent in saying they're Bitcoin only.
Yeah, but I still have another call with Joey to kind of get a full pitch on the yield product they built. Before I make my decision.
You can be my extra liquidity at $4.
Okay, well, I don't think ETH is
Do you like Matador's long-term plan?
I'm talking about Belgravia.
I think
Do you like Matador's?
not for.
Brad, do you like Matador's long-term plan?
Fuck Matador.
I don't think I can comment on Matador.
Okay.
Are you an advisor? Did you take the advisor shares?
I didn't take the advisor shares, no.
Oh, then, why wouldn't you be able to comment? I don't know how you made it.
I'm privy to material non-public information on that.
Wow. Got it.
I think I'm not supposed to comment on it, bad or good.
So you're wall crossed.
Not really. I talk to the team all the time, so I kind of know things that they're planning to do. But I resigned my advisor position. So like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I resigned it so that I wouldn't have to be people thinking I was shilling Matador and getting paid to do it. So I canceled all my advisor shares.
You're listening to advice, you resign.
Yeah, well.
Wait, the advisor got advice?
Wait, Andrew, what percentage did you charge Brad for your advisory position in his advisory statement?
I lost it all because I lost all the shares.
Yeah, my hourly rate is friends and family discounted to $50,000 an hour. My public rate is $100,000 an hour.
Well,
Minus 200. Minus 250.
Oh, you got it?
Bottle told me.
Andrew.
Otto told me to listen to my heart. So in the end, it was my own heart that gave me the advice.
Did he say, I don't know if you're calling and I don't know why, but listen to your heart before she tells you goodbye?
No.
No one listen to your heart? Listen to your heart.
You guys make Brad uncomfortable. Go back to like the band.
I'm not uncomfortable. I just trying to navigate complexities of what I can and can't say. That's uncomfortable. So yes, I'm uncomfortable.
Hey Brad, how come your people can't win at
Similar to this game.
That's what I'm curious.
Have you? Oh, never mind. It's a bad joke.
You're welcome. I'm just trying to change the topic for you.
Where did Hollow go? He left.
The moment you said you were not going to divulge material information to him, he was like, fuck this room, there's no alpha here.
He went to create an invoice. $250K.
Dave's gone as well. They're pitching fucking Canadian shit coins, right?
I might have to increase my rate, my titles rate. I like that new rate.
I would like to know how much, just curious, how much Ethereum they still hold, the Ethereum Foundation. I think it's a lot.
Dave's doing business development on behalf of Canadian capital markets right now.
They have 200,000, around 200,000 Ethereum left.
Hey, yo, y'all can hear me?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, deadass. I don't want to get annoying ass text messages.
Yeah, you're gonna wait.
Hey yo, fucking Chris is modded. I don't want to fucking hear Chris is modded in rooms, fam. This is annoying to me, bro. It's unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. It's just unnecessary, bro. Cause like, yo, deadass. What are we gonna go now? Back and forth, running rooms? We're closing room? Cause that's what's gonna happen. This is what.
You trying to go, but just play.
The fuck is wrong with you niggas, man?
Shake up.
Cause y'all already know my energy towards this nigga, man. It's like spitting in my fucking face, man. It's like spitting in my fucking face. So who's doing it? Who's pulling up this nigga and modding him, fam? Cause if I want to come in to see my friends, speak to people that I like, and then he's here modded, like that doesn't make sense, man. The fuck? If you like this nigga, call this nigga's phone. Silver, play peacemaker, Silver, suck my dick, Silver. Fuck you, Silver.
Stop my walking.
He is going to do that on his own time.
Okay, you're not gonna have any sway on it. Like, if you don't understand this, it's
Andrew said, stop talking.
Yo, Silver, fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
What the hell's your problem, Jimmy?
Where we at? Silver sucking dick. I have to get the
Never. Fuck out of here.
Only if it's Salvadorian.
Nobody.
Oh my god. Oh Dios.
Or illegal.
Is Silver sucking illegal dick?
Nope. Not sucking any dicks. That's the problem I get.
No, when to shut the fuck up.
Andrew, shut your mouth. You have nothing to do with any of this.
Then why the fuck are we
What's
talking
going on? Why are you talking about me, Andrew? Shut the fuck up.
Because you're here defending the Canadians.
I wasn't defending anybody. Jesus Christ, I was telling people. Holy shit,
are we playing teams over here?
Yeah, he felt compelled to interrupt
This is so
Jimmy
lame.
in his business.
You're the one texting him, right, Andrew? I guess you're the one texting Jimmy about causing.
How many people are in this audience, Silver? Yo, fuck you, sir. How many people are in this
It's
audience?
just drama.
How many people are gonna text me? How many people? Yo,
What's the joke?
I don't.
why are you compelled
Listen,
to interrupt?
listen, Silver.
Dude, no, I'm not gonna talk about this bullshit. This is stupid.
Okay, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out the room, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck is wrong with this nigga, man?
What's going on? Just because Chris was in the room?
Hey, yo, suck my dick. That's what's going on, bro.
Okay.
All the comedians again today. All the fuckers comedians again.
Yo, Jimmy.
I'm in the car right now. I'm getting my iced coffee. I need my iced coffee, nigga. Fuck you niggas, man. Suck my dick, yo.
So what? Like, Chris comes in the room and that's not okay?
Nah, yo, listen, bro.
Yeah.
Don't gaslight me. Okay.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm just asking.
It's no gaslighting, bro.
I'm not gaslighting you. If you're not here and Chris is in here,
I don't give a fuck if I'm not here now, because I'm gonna come in. Every day I'm in these rooms. Every fucking day. So if I'm not here at the time, I'm going to come in.
okay.
If I come in and he's here, that doesn't make sense to me, bro. He's here modding. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas, man? I'm going to come in.
People like Chris. Fucking
Then call him. Text him, nigga. Text him.
I can.
Go ahead, nigga. Because then you force me to interact with this nigga. And I'm not doing it, bro.
You don't have to interact with him.
And I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. You know how many niggas get fucking kicked because they got beef with somebody else in this room?
Jimmy,
When they're not here, they get kicked.
hold on.
Yo,
I just want to point one thing out to you, okay? Okay, I just want to point one thing out to you.
Lift it out to me.
If I thought that Chris was actually a threat to you,
I don't want to hear
I
nothing.
would have a problem with it
What
too.
to hear nothing, fam? I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit.
Hey, shut the
up right now. The fuck? The fuck is wrong with you niggas, man?
Fuck off, Andrew. Like, I'm being very reasonable.
No, you're fucking not. No, you're not.
It is not the right time, okay?
You're not being reasonable.
How am I not being reasonable?
Hey, the best thing to do right now is to shut the fuck up.
Okay, well, whatever. I don't think that it's good if everyone just fights, so.
Maybe everyone to you, son. I'm not dealing with this nigga Chris. I don't want to come in the rooms and see this fucking nigga Molly, and I'm forced to interact with this nigga. I do not want to interact with this nigga, man.
Okay.
Sometimes I know. Sometimes I'm gonna put hands on you niggas. You fucking niggas pretend that you don't understand. Sometimes I'm like sometimes, man, I want to smack some of you niggas, man. This shit frustrates the shit out of me, and I get gaslit as if you don't motherfucking understand. Don't force me to interact with this nigga, because all that's gonna happen is rooms start getting rugged for no reason. Nobody's gonna win this. Nobody wins, bro. Just don't mind this nigga. Don't fucking put him on stage. That's it. The fuck? Call him. If you want to talk to him, call him. The fuck?
Metaplan down 5%.
Your tweets have consequences, British.
Guess so.
They're gonna blame you for that.
Good. Fuck them.
I just wanted to make one thing clear. I started this club because I didn't want to be told how to run a room. If fucking Chris comes in here, I have no problem with him being in here. I told him he was an asshole to Jimmy and he should apologize. But I'm not gonna fucking prevent Chris from being in the room. Jimmy, if it doesn't work for you, you can't be in the room. Start your own room. I don't know what to tell you. I think you should I don't know. You guys should deal with your beef, but I don't answer to anybody. And Andrew, I don't appreciate being told to shut up.
No food. So what the fuck's going on here? They start reading, because I understood saying, like, I understood Hebrew, I understand certain things, but no one told me it's all about, because I never learned anything about the religion, Islam or Jews. I think they had a deal. But you want, who's in the audience? 1 second. has a poo in the ordinance. Can you remove them?
You cannot remove the anonymous. You cannot remove them. That's a new picture on the clubhouse, and you cannot get rid of.
Can you go through and reopen again one more time?
Yeah.
Okay, do that, please. Thank you.
Give me just a minute because I'm about to stop in a minute, so just give me.
Okay.
Give me a minute. I'm still driving. Give me a minute.
advantage of, they were kind of incentivized to dealt with systematically, like on an individual basis, in a way that can determine whether they can be prioritized in helping get their citizenship, and you can determine their education. Like, there could be different factors, but there should be a level of mercy, I think, given the circumstances that a lot of people came here under. I think the border needs to be absolutely secure, in this age with, the type of weapons that are available to people, the type of drugs that are, going on, the cultures of, the criminal cultures that are very dominant in a lot of regions. So there should be.
Let me I agree with you. There has to be.
I just want to say just a couple more things before you ask me, if you don't mind. But I just want to say, like, for in terms of the downfall of America, like, in quality of life, to me, quality of life means you have safety. You have safety and the society, and you have, good food that's not poisonous, like good food. I mean, you have almost 43% of Americans are obese, and Europe. The European Union has completely rejected Monsanto's lobbying. The food in Europe is great. It's pure. It's good. So, the downfall of America, I think the biggest problem is the poisonous food, because the Americans are in an extremely bad condition. And, we have the technology to provide the country and also sell to the world free energy and free food, which are basic necessities. I believe. Five more seconds. There's 5 more seconds. Can I get 5 more seconds?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So like, I think maybe some part of the process for these people could be determining if they could be utilized to help build infrastructure with these new technologies we have that can provide all of us with a much higher quality of life.
Well, let me just say, hold on. Marshall, please, give me a second. And the problem with these new technologies, right? Because people are going to say, we should teach the Americans first before we teach.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I agree. Prioritize the people here first, yes.
But I'm going to say a couple of polarizing things, then I'm going to answer your questions. Well, let me ask you a question first. Where's your family from originally?
I'm from New York. My parents are from America.
Oh, so you're in New York. I live in Brooklyn.
I lived in Brooklyn as a teenager.
I don't think we have an immigration problem in New York, because we've been a melting pot since New York's been New York. So I don't think that's an issue. But let me say a couple of polarizing statements. I think the downfall of America is definitely not nice. It's just a clickbait title, but I'll say this. I think the downfall of America is the far right and the far left. I think the crime carriers in this country, right, are really a danger to our country. And I stand on that. But let me say the one time, Steve, how you doing, brother?
Good morning, Jay. It's a pleasure to see you. Thanks for holding the space.
Oh, you need coffee, bro. I know that out by you got a mayor that's running into parks trying to stop ICE agents from arresting illegal immigrants. What do you think about your esteemed mayor?
And out by you have a proposed mayor that's in first place that is going to implement socialism in New York.
No argument for me. So I'm going to do a quick reset, and I'm going to Marshall want to jump in. This is Healthy Debates, guys. It's nice to start of America's downfall. What do you guys think? Leon, I see you, Larry, Freckles, Dr. Adams in the house, Reagan, Great PTR, America, I love you, Hector, AC, how you doing, Brian? Kat, how you doing, Reggie? I see you, Reggie. Ashley, good morning, Ashley. Welcome to the group. Beaver, no room is complete without some Beaver in it. Debbie, how you doing? Guys, got a big ticket, please cash it in. DJ, H, Doctor. Guys, trust me, you have your big tickets, cash it in. It's free. Don't push your fucking thing. conversation.
Yeah. I guess. So when I read this, I get, okay. So first of all, built into the question is the assumption that either one, there is a downfall of America. So if that is happening, and there's an establishment that is what's happening. Personally, I don't think ICE is the start of it. I think it started way before that. But I guess directly to the question, is ICE the start of American downfall? No, personally, I don't think so. I think there's all kinds of we was talking earlier. NY, I think said it perfectly, or maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I think she said it perfectly. In terms of it's saying it's ICE is a tremendous oversimplification of all kinds of shit that's going on in our country. There's all kinds of shit going on in our country. So I'll just leave it there. But cheers. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. Right, Axel, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Did you get a new account? Did you get the list?
No, I just don't have access to that phone number anymore.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Yeah, come on.
To the mic, yours.
Good morning. What's the question?
The question is how it was nice to start an America's downfall.
No, I personally think ICE is so beneficial to America. I love what ICE is doing right now. The outrage that I see for ICE is just so embarrassing. And the fact that people, Randy, and the fact that people are boxing with ICE in the streets is just where do you people get off? Do you think that you can put your hands on federal agents, just doing their job? These people that they're arresting, I don't know if you guys seen that viral video. It was in Massachusetts. It was in Worcester, Massachusetts, where they were capturing a lady, and the whole neighborhood, everybody came outside and separated and whatever like that. And they even splashed water on it. I don't know what they threw at the cops, the agents, but they threw liquids at them. And then you know what? And the woman really wasn't trying to fight. But then the one that was being arrested, but then they came out, she was a fucking human trafficker for Brazil. She knew what she was doing. And I just can't believe.
Right, let me ask you a question, Ronnie. Do you think it's hate for ICE or it's hate for Donald Trump and his policies?
I'm not sure if the two correlate. ICE is going to be ICE with or without Donald Trump. I would say. What it was maybe was it hate for America and ICE? But ICE is going to do whatever they're going to do, regardless.
Yeah, but ICE didn't have the mission statement that they have now with Donald Trump. They didn't have that mission statement under Joe Biden.
Well, it's been so out of control, and it seems like obviously Joe Biden just didn't mind, but it's out of control. Bro, I'm from the hood. I'm an immigrant. I've been to prison. My families are all immigrants. I'm the only natural born American. But bro, in 2000, a lot of Central Americans came out. I don't know if you guys remember that. In the year 2000, a lot of Central Americans came. Whatever. But the new wave, all they did was release the Venezuelan prison and send their fucking criminals over here. This is engineers from fucking India, South India coming over here. It's fucking dangerous. These people, I had fucking Uruguayans that I rented to out of the goodness of my heart, bro. This is a true story. Out of the goodness of my heart, I rented to a couple, very young, and the woman was pregnant. They didn't pay me rent for 5 months. These are the type of people that are coming to this country. It's not good people, bro. I'm sorry to say that your uncles and your aunts are not good people. There are some bad the pool of people that are coming in, they're trash.
Ryan, I'd like to ask you a question, and JB, I'd like to ask you the same question. I am against ICE wearing hoods and being masked. I might be wrong, but they are the only law enforcement agency I'm aware of that wears hoods and masks, and I am against it. Brian, what do you think about that? Also,
you're not the only one, Steve. Well, don't interrupt him. Well, the thing is, so, if you see my PTR, you can
like to know what you think, and then I'd like to hear from Brad because apparently I'm not aware of other law enforcement agencies that are hooded in masks. But JB, what do you?
Before I say what I got you, before I get to what I think, Derek, I love your jersey, bro. I just want to say that this year coming up, so yeah, you can't. Okay. So what do I think? I think when you're going against cartels, right, you have to have safety in place. Do they need it for every raid? No. But you can't just, I don't think you can just cherry pick what raid you're going to go on and you can wear a mask. It is a dangerous job, Steve. I have no problems with the masks. I don't understand the debate over it because what does it matter if they wear a mask or not? I mean, you see their face. When you don't see their face, you still go to the scout. But back to you, Steve, and I want to get the poll.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Brad so I can learn, Brad, what other law enforcement agencies do they wear hoods and masks?
SWAT teams do it, FBI does it, ATF does it, U.S. Marshals will do it, your local police will do it when they conduct raids, a multitude of it, and aside from just the safety of the officers and their families, there's also a prevailing risk as well. They come in covered because, again, they don't know what they're dealing with, they don't know what's behind the door. Brian pointed out the case of, she was a human trafficker. Okay, well, unfortunately people spit, people do things, and with today's political climate, I wouldn't be an officer without a mask on if I was conducting a raid and trying to arrest somebody, because again, you have people that clearly are in the audience that would have no problem doxing their information and putting it out online saying, here, go ahead and attack their children. We watched Maxine Waters literally sit there as the thing saying, anybody who works for this administration under Trump's first term, you go out and you harass them, you attack them. She had no problem doing shit like that. So with today's political climate, I can understand the officers saying, I got kids at home, this is my day job, I got a family to raise. I'm not exposing myself on this way, especially with the way the liberals or the left in this country is actually fucking trying to hurt officers and people that are trying to enforce policies.
Same.
I got you this point. No. Please. Miss Paul has been patiently waiting, and then we'll go to Nathan as usual. Paula, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks for asking. I was just sitting here listening, and I don't agree with certain things, but what I do agree with is the mask thing should be illegal, because even if an agency, whether you're FBI or CIA, whatever, if you have a mask on and you're going to go arrest somebody, you should have a warrant in your hand and you should disclose your name. I mean, that should be illegal what they're doing. And I see the rage. Think about this. Think about it. What's going on in America? We're all streaming now, right? There's no television anymore, so everyone's streaming on different channels or whatever, and you see this stuff every day. It looks bad. And can you imagine to the people that are going through this? What if that's what was happening in another country? What if that's what's happening in Latin America? There'd be a rage. And then, by the way, there are a lot of American immigrants going to Latin American countries and other countries that, by the way, don't have status. It's a fact. And do you think that it'd be okay visually that they would do the same thing to American citizens, and you guys would be outraged? It doesn't look right, and it looks terrible, and it shows bias. And by the way, I looked up the numbers the other day on who they're deciding to be biased towards, and it's definitely 100% Central Americans, okay, mostly Mexicans. When in the last, by the way, I'm a former teacher, when I'm asking
Mexican immigration in the United States since 2005. It's usually people from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras.
No. Can I finish? No, he's wrong. I have the numbers. Okay, I'm a studied person, and if I want to say something, I want to actually throw up the numbers and the graphs. That's who I am. So it's a fact that the Mexican immigration. Hold on a second. Can I finish? Who is this? Can I finish? So the Mexican president said the other day, she did say
Paula, it's not nothing to puffing. Okay, it's not that serious, but when a bot wants to speak, we have to read mics. I know you do on the app, you only got a couple friends. You welcome in my spaces. When Marshall was probably the smartest historian on this app says something, I take him at face value. So whatever numbers you have, please pin the link in the chat. But land your plane, please.
27 of Apollo real quick. Just because it makes it go.
Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. Let me run my queue. I can mute real quick. So we're going to go to Nathan, then Habib, then Nathan, and then Jules.
What happened to HJB? When she stopped talking for a second, but basically, listen, that when I moved to Mexico back and forth about 4 years ago, right? It is so funny to me. This outrage. The people on the trucks, which is the police officers, all wear black masks. 100% of them. Not all black. You know, they wear masks for a reason. Just last week, they shot up this politician's house. This politician was running for mayor or something like that, or ex-mayor. The cartel rolled up. It's on videotape. And shot it with like 1,000 bullets. We have multiple cartel gangs active in the United States right now. And it's crazy. Like, they check you when you cross the border. You cannot, they ask me 3 times going there, do you have your visa? Do you have your passport? And they will pull you off whatever type of thing that you're on and get you right. And they will single you out. You cannot go to Mexico as a United States citizen and not get checked and make sure you have your documents and paperwork. It's really crazy to me that people and Americans will say these crazy things. Actually, this week, about 3 to 4 days ago, they had a protest in Mexico City telling gringos to get the F out of their city because you're affecting our way of life. They're crashing restaurants, breaking into houses, tearing up. There's like thousands of them. And they literally had signs saying, hey, I don't care if you're legal or illegal, whatever. You need to get out. You're jacking up the cost of rent. You're affecting our lives. You need to get the F out of our country. And, wake up, man. This type of future that we have is crazy. But go ahead, man. Let me say this. Talk about delusion. Boy, you trapped Jack warriors, right? Keyboard warriors. Gonna say one was full of sound. She wasn't sound saying he's gonna land up playing cheap speeding up. So pay attention instead of getting in your feelings. We're gonna go Habib and then Jules. Yeah, Habib.
Nathan just said what I was gonna say. I was gonna mention to her what happened in Mexico City with the Americans being attacked and everything. She was like, can you imagine if you saw it on video, like Americans being attacked? And it literally just happened on video, and it was very extreme. The police didn't do anything.
Thank you, Habib. Appreciate you. So as soon as I'm done, I got a queue going. I can put you in the queue if you like. But let me just say this. I did ask her for her resources for her links. I'm still waiting to see those. Just because she saw something on TikTok doesn't make it necessarily true. And that's just my opinion. But we're going to go to Jules, and then we'll see. Yeah, Jules.
Okay. Thanks again, by the way, JP. I say everybody should listen to Brad. He makes the most sense in any room I've ever heard. And one of the reasons he stands for law enforcement, we should all appreciate ICE agents, police, our military, our fire people. We should appreciate them. They're here to save us. They're here to protect us. And by the way, the big elephant in the room is the Joe Biden administration that opened up the borders to let illegals and we always brought in legal immigrants, but they brought in not venting these people, they brought them into the United States. This is the crime of the century. They should be on trial. And I'm only on my plane. JP, I love you. And I'm sick of hearing you say about the convictions of Donald Trump, because this is all political assassination, literally. A political assassination against him. He didn't do anything wrong. He overvalued his property.
Wait a second, Jules. Go ahead. So when I preface that statement with the fact that I believe those felonies were bullshit, they changed the law just for him. Does that make you feel better? Because what I was trying to say was this. People will say that when these illegal immigrants come to the country a second time, it's a felony. And that's if any felony was there, is charged. I agree with that. But That's a bullshit felony, in my opinion. So the felonies of Donald Trump when he was convicted. Can we stop with the bullshit? Whether they change the law, whether or not the man is a felon. I'm a felon. Hold on. I'm a felon. I have to hold it, right? So if you get convicted by a jury of your peers, it doesn't matter if they change the law. In my opinion, it's just my opinion, Jules. I understand you love that. Oh, I listen. Let me finish, bro.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's definitely double standard when it comes to certain people, to citizens in America. It is what it is. We're going to try to get people who come here, most of them, not all of them, for a better life with a felony. So when they get here and they try to start their life and have that felony conviction hanging over their head, because they came to America twice illegally, I think that's fucked up, Jules. That's my opinion.
Gina, JP, I like a lot of what you say. We disagree on this point, but I'm telling you, you lose your credibility, and you have a lot of credibility because you can say this about any crime now. I just robbed a bank yesterday. I'm a felon. Why should you go to jail because you robbed a bank? Trump has 20 convictions, which he doesn't have, but you can say this about any crime.
Jules, let me say this. Listen, I have respect for you. We don't agree, but my crime of conviction right now in America, in New York City, would be a misdemeanor, would be a felony. But I gotta wear that F. I gotta wear that scarlet letter. It is what it is. Listen, just gonna be like Donald Trump and make America great or whatever. So I get it. In my opinion, JP thinks he's a felon. Sorry.
Okay, well, good, but you can't justify that for everything. You have other thoughts and ideas which are really cool, and I like them. You should use those other thoughts and ideas to get your point across.
Here's the deal, Jules. When I open a room, when I run into these spaces, rest assured I'm not looking for anybody to acceptance. I don't care if you like them. I know how I can understand and respect them. Just like you know what I feel. But let me say, I want to ask you one simple question. It's yes or no. Yes or no. We have a big stage, everybody wants to speak. In your opinion, Jules the tax guy, right? Full booth, plays guitar. Is Donald Trump a felon or not? Yes or no?
Tell me what crime he committed.
Was he convicted of 34 felony counts? Just yes or no. Would you consider it no? Don't deflect. No. Okay. So you lose credibility with me with that. How about that?
Okay, but do you realize, you know about any charges were politically motivated.
It doesn't matter. He's still an adjudicated felon. You're doing this thing that Trump sycophants do, which is not being able to admit that he does have a scarlet letter. You don't have to like the fact. You don't have to like the fact. You don't have to like the scarlet letter, but it exists.
What was the felony, Marshall? What was the felony? Please let me hear Marshall talk.
He wrote one check for $130,000 and then allegedly in his tax documents defrauded the government 34 or 36 times on one check. That was the crime.
Wait. You gotta be very concise with Jules, because he is mad at me. He says he's not, but he is. Donald Trump was convicted in New York State Supreme Court in May of 2024 on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Now, I'm gonna be honest, Jules, hold on. I'm not. I don't understand what any of that means. You see is 34 felony counts of conviction. So, I don't give a fuck what the felony was. If it's you walking across Times Square, but he's not supposed to, he was supposed to be from it. Well, you have to own it, bro.
If he wasn't running for president, he would have been on trial, and he didn't commit any crimes. It was a legal expense in his books. That's all.
He committed a crime that was adjudicated by court of law.
What's the crime, Marshall?
I just told you.
Come on.
I posted it in the chat.
Hold on, you don't have to like the fact that he's a 34-time felon. You can even think that I altered the law
just to get past it. But the truth is, when you deal with this guy, you're dealing with somebody who's convicted of a felony. And again, this is the problem with Trump sycophants. They can't admit that he is convicted of it. You are substituting your version and your view of law for what a court actually said. A court actually said that he was adjudicated and found guilty on 34 felony counts of defrauding the government through business records. Again, you don't have to like the fact that that's what the court said, but that's what the court said, and pretending that they didn't takes away a lot. Pretending they didn't takes away a lot of your integrity. I'm not pretending. Jules, hang on. And this is just me, I would have a hell of a lot more respect for you if you simply stopped playing dumb and saying, you probably know more about these crimes than we do. You think it's all bullshit. I would have more respect for you than you coming off dumb and saying, what are the crimes? You know what the crime is. They do. Can I bring the... Everybody, hold on. Let me just say this. I got you, I promise. Hold on, we can answer in a second. Between you and me, nobody else is listening. I think the charges are bullshit. I think they wasted taxpayer money to go after this guy. I also think the Democrats tried to assassinate him in Pennsylvania. That's my opinion.
Whoa.
But I'm going by facts. He was still convicted. I don't give a fuck if it's a fugazi or not, bro. I don't care. If that law could be you, I could be you, and Caleb, Nathan, self-esteem could be all in with that law now. So you can say whatever you want. He was convicted. So Jules, answer the question, and then I want to go to the statement.
Well, okay. I'll just say this. Again, I'm a tax man. He put on the books. What was it, on 50,000? I forget the number. It was a legal expense. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing.
But to pay hush money, something one star, will be banged while his wife is 9 months pregnant, right? And that hush money is a problem.
Whoa. It's not hush money. It's not hush money.
He paid that money to keep us out so she would go to the National Enquirer. Follow the story, man. Now you're being disingenuous.
No, you're right, but really hush money is not a crime. Hush money is not a tax crime. It's not a crime.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Marshall, hold on. Let me tell you something, bro. He wasn't prosecuted by the IRS. He was prosecuted. It wasn't a tax crime. But when you pay hush money to a porn star, right, and then you lie about that money, where that money went, yeah, that's a crime. You get it? I know you get it.
Hold on. Can I just bring it down here?
That's right. We'll see. Shut up. Right back.
So, Jules, you have to admit, the Democrats got one thing maneuvered along. They got a crime, just like JB said in a few days, maybe forget about it. So, that being said, now, what's interesting, and you would have brought this on your point to say, well, that same law seems to have been violated by one of the champions to go after Trump, which would be Stacey Abrams.
Letitia James.
Letitia James, thank you. I'm getting them all mixed up these days. Letitia James, she violated it. In fact, she said she was married to her father. That's kind of creepy in itself. I guess she's from Kentucky. But nonetheless, that law was created. Trump got it. And yes, it is a repeat. It is one violation 34 times. It's the same fucking violation, 34 different counts. And so they got him. Trump didn't serve any time. He got elected president. And you can cheer on that there's a felony. Okay, it's not the worst thing that a president has done in our time. And it's really nothing more.
Brad, you and I have had this discussion a million times. And one thing I will say, I do have respect for you and your opinion, but I don't agree with them. The same question I asked Jules. Do you consider him a felon? Yes or no?
Yes, he's a felon.
See, this is why I can talk to Brad, Jules. Because he knows it. It's a bullshit felony, bro. He got no jail time. He didn't get probation.
Okay.
You and I would be under the jail. But he committed a fucking felony, bro. That's
said to me, "Is it a bullshit felon?" I'll say yes. You said it's
no. But he's asking, was he convicted of that bullshit felony charge? And you're kind of struggling. Not kind of. You are struggling just to admit that he was found guilty. Why is that?
Because there was a jury that was prearranged to convict him.
Okay, if that's true, if that's true, why not? If that's true, why not just say that? Hey, I got you. You can speak. Let me just don't even be up. Let me just say this, bro. There were like 2 or 3 lawyers on that jury. You telling me they're gonna risk their careers? They put Donald Trump in prison? Come on, bro. I mean,
Are you talking about the thing?
Wait.
No, let me finish. Let me answer. I'll answer.
Wait, hold on. JB can't cut me off. Listen, bro, it's very direct what they're saying. Okay, they're saying that in spite of the fact that it may have been some ulterior motive, right? It doesn't take away from the reality. Okay, this is the reality. They stamped on his document, right, that the case was found to have been guilty. Like, I mean, I'm really trying to understand, why are you struggling with this? Like, I want to ask you what a man is, at this point, because it's very humorous, right? Like, why not? What is it that's keeping you from this gentleman? I'll answer that question. What is it that's keeping you from just saying, fuck it, they got one?
I'll answer. First, I'll answer JB's laughable question about lawyers. Do you know how many lawyers were involved in trying to get Trump? Do you know how many lawyers, how many Justice Department lawyers, how many FBI lawyers, how many of these fucking phony lawyers which went out to get Trump on it? Wasn't Letitia James campaigned that she's going to put Trump behind bars when she committed crimes herself? That's number one. Let me answer Haitian, because this was bullshit. This was bullshit. They didn't get one. They could get one against you tomorrow.
You got one. What is wrong with you? It's not hard. You would have put a job application in a bunch of American states. The motherfucker would have to click the felon box. Again, this is the problem with Trump sycophants. When he looked up.
Trump sycophants.
Marshall, let me jump in. Let me answer Marshall. I gotta answer Marshall. You don't gotta answer Marshall. Let me go see. You're like, yeah, that's right, because I think you're a serial killer. But let me say this. I have 2 lifelong champions on my stage right now, right? I have Brad, I have Marshall. Both of them have critical thinking in their head and common sense, right? Lifelong, and listen, Brad's hardcore Republican.
And a former 25-year Republican. Now,
and another Republican right there. We're all saying, hey man, it might be forgiving, but it's still a felony conviction. Like Marshall said, he has to check that box. But you stand on your square, go for let me finish. Go for Trump in 2028, because he's gonna run again, he's gonna pull some gazy shit, where the members get changed. I don't know how he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it. 30 seconds, then we're gonna go pop.
Alright, good. I'll wind up saying that whatever you guys are all saying, the whole fucking country knew. And that's why Donald Trump is president again.
It's not about what the country knew, it's about what a judge declared. But you're right, go to court.
I agree with you. I agree with what the judge. I agree with you. Trump's not God, bro. Trump is not God. Like, I agree with you. I agree with you, Marshall. That's what the Trump. That's what the Trump haters like you. If you sat on the fucking jury, you do it too. You would do the same fucking thing.
Marshall, where in all of this business to get this hard was fucking Rudy Giuliani, because he lied to the fucking president to a judge's face. He lied to him so bad he lost his license. The only lawyer, all their fucking great world, who's gonna love Marshall, you don't agree with this. Does not make it not tell you. It makes it what it is. And by denying all the integrity that you could have in these debates, let me jump in here, Marshall, to admit the most basic truth. Let me jump in here before we bring it back up. I gotta leave at 11. I have a business call with groups of the mods. But I'll say this. Somebody texted me offline just now and said, man, we haven't spoken about is ICE the start of America's downfall? 15 hours, 20 minutes. And my response was automatic. That's MAGA deflection. They don't want to talk about anything other than MAGA. And Donald Trump being put on Mount Rushmore. Right? That's just a deflection that they use. I mean, I had this room open for 2 hours and we were having a great conversation about ICE. And then Jules wants to come up and let's deflect this. We don't want to talk about ICE and the fucked up things they do. Let's talk about Donald Trump. And then when he gets pushed back, he's like, oh, wait a second. Don't you guys see what I see? He's the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread. It's amazing to me how MAGA has drunk that Kool-Aid. Anyway, we're going to go popcorn style, guys. Hold on, Jules. I'm going to move you down or I'm going to kick you out. You got to let others speak. You've been really centering this conversation around you for the last hour about Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck. I think Donald Trump has done some good things for our country, and I think he's doing some fucked up things for our country. Donald Trump. No, when I said shit. Okay, shut up. Respectfully, man. My God. Because if I don't get fucking Cool C and he's gonna fucking kill somebody, I think this is a serial killer. Cool C, man.
Yeah, by the way, I'm the one that just moved him down.
Okay. Yes, he was convicted. Yes. He's not going to check that box. Okay, I moved him down because I clearly just said, let's get back to the subject. And this moron wants to, another MAGA, wants to stay on the fucking Donald Trump train. It's fucking amazing to me. Read the title of the room, you morons. Read it. What does it say? Let me read it for you. Hold on. It says, is ICE the start of America's downfall? But is Donald Trump the start of America's downfall?
I mean, in some way, it is true though that it is an indication of America's downfall, like just mismanagement, right? Poor management of a challenge, right? I don't think America's going to be around past 2,000 years from now. We'll be all on the other side, so I won't be able to say, hey, I told you so. But even when we look at it compared to the Roman Empire, America's a really, I would say it's a dynasty at this point, right?
Nation. Republics are not built for 20 minutes ago. You told me I'm a Republican.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, I moved him down. Hold on, Nation. I moved him down because he's mentally unstable. He has no mind control. And when I tell you the guy's a fucking serial killer, people won't believe me. Sharon Houston, I sent you an invite to come up if you want to come speak. You're more than welcome. But yeah, the guy has no fucking mind control. And you know what really bothers me the most? Hold on, Kim, I got you. Is Vera, are you there, Vera?
Yes, I'm here.
You know what bothers me the most? When men get on stage and they cry. You understand me? You told me 25 minutes ago, I know next.
My turn.
Could never be.
My turn.
It's so fucking crazy to me. Squeeze your balls, gentlemen, and have a real conversation. But with that said, I want to go to Sharon Houston. Hi, Sharon Houston. How you doing? Sharon? All right. Cam, the mic is yours, Cam.
Wait, okay, sorry, I think the mic wasn't on.
Now it is. We can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. You guys, I live here in LA and I had my first encounter with an ICE agent. This is what I think the problem is. I don't think it's ICE isn't the start of America's downfall. I think financial inequity is the downfall because it is very clear that these guys are just doing it for the money. And life is it's really hard to work right now. AI is taking away jobs. Cost of living does not rise with the cost of what you get paid for a living, and people are just chasing dollars and not thinking about human beings. That's what I think. I mean, I'm right here in the thick of it. I go down to the detention center every single night. I was able to shoot some buses
Geo Group is also transporting immigrants. They're not just running the concentration camps. It's a lot of people are making a shit ton of money off of this. It's literally about money.
Concentration camps, they don't look like Dachau or Auschwitz or Soviet
Bro, all right. Well, then I guess I can't talk in this room then, because that's an absolute falsehood.
Of course you can talk, but the bringing up of the analogy of concentration camps is meant to evoke Auschwitz, Birkenau, Soviet or Treblinka, and they're just not the same.
Yes, they are. They're going to be working for
Have you ever looked at a picture of them?
Yeah,
Oh my God,
I don't think they're putting people in ovens like I think it's time.
They bought incinerators. But they bought incinerators.
Sharon.
Incinerators were purchased.
Sharon. Hold on, I need to talk here. So I'm just going to say this to you respectfully, Miss Houston, because I've never spoken to you before. I just got to meet you up also to get a lot of feedback. I'm Jewish, right? So when somebody compares these camps, and I think they're insidious, alligator, Alcatraz, whatever the fuck they call it. When you compare it to concentration camps, maybe you don't care, but I have to tell you, it's highly disrespectful what you're doing when you say that, when you compare them. Now, are these camps insidious? Yes. Are they horrible? Yes. Nobody's going to debate that. But when you compare them to where 13 million Jews were incinerated, and let me tell you something, if you're going to say that they're bringing incinerators, in the link in the chat, I'd love to read that. But before we continue, guys, I have to get out of here in 5 minutes because I have a business call to do. I want to welcome Haroon to the stage because Haroon is just one of the coolest people I know. Haroon, what's good? Haroon, are you there?
I was on the other side of the room and had my phone on the table. I'm good. How you doing? Sounds like I'm coming into some spirited conversation. And so, yeah.
What do you think
started the downfall?
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I think the start of the downfall of America happened a long time before ICE. My honest opinion, I think that, from my understanding, and if I'm incorrect, someone can correct me. I believe with this new big beautiful bill of funding for immigration, and ICE is exceeding the budget for the Marine Corps for our real true sovereign defense of our nation, our military. It outspends our defense budget for one component of our national defense. I think for me, that is outrageous. That is not a appropriate source or appropriate way to allocate resources. Do we need to, control the borders? Absolutely. Do we need to deport, violent criminals who prey on innocent people? No doubt about it. Do we need to deport someone who's been here for 40 years or 50 years, paying taxes, raising children, raising their family, and just, scoop them up off the street by, I'm going to call them Gestapo tactics? I don't think so. That's not necessary. Do we need to have, the military roaming through the streets of a playground where kids are playing? I think that's a bit too far, in my humble opinion. So, there you go. That's mine.
And your opinion matters to me, and I appreciate you. But I want to shout out one person specifically that's in my VIP section. If you guys don't know C.O. Brown, definitely follow this dude. He's a good dude. And we have some spirited conversations offline. He's the one that put this thought in my head about ICE. This is why I opened the room in his honor. So, C.O., if you can come up and talk, I'd appreciate it, man. I have nothing but love and respect for you. I got to get going in like a minute. So, other mod, if you want to bring this idiot Cool C back up, unknown 5112, be my guest. He's not going to shut up. If he brings up Donald Trump, please kick him from the room. Steve, you going to run it? Marshall, Vero? Yeah, I'm good. I'll be back after my business calls. Haroon, if you guys don't know Haroon, man, really a solid dude, man. Get to know Haroon, man. Real respectful guy.
Make lots of money, Jake.
It's taking directive from higher authority.
No. Okay.
So, can I play the clip of midterms are a long way away? I don't know.
You want to play the clip? Go ahead, Leslie.
Yeah, this is Greg Abbott.
You ask, I'm going to use your words. Who's to blame? Know this. That's the word choice of losers. Let me explain one thing about Texas. And that is, Texas, every square inch of our state cares about football. You can be in Hunt, Texas, Huntsville, Texas, Houston, Texas, any size community. They care about football. High school, Friday Night Lights, college football, or pro. And know this. Every football team makes mistakes. The losing teams are the ones that try to point out who's to blame. The championship teams are the ones that say, don't worry about it, man, we got this. We're going to make sure that we go score again, and we're going to win this game. The way winners talk is not to point fingers. They talk about solutions. What Texas is all about is solutions. In fact, I want to read you something that I received last night. That's worth emphasizing to put this in context. Tragedy has come. That part is done.
And 191 are missing and counting. And he's talking about, Friday Night Lights, football, because every Texan cares about football.
I feel like that's how they actually think about it, though. Like you have to have that kind of mentality to not think, if there's something, if you can reduce the scale of a tragedy, that would be the priority for most people. To be in a position, keep
Your head, that is helpful for good governance.
I disagree. Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, if you look at thousands of years of history, the downfall of countries came at the expense or started to come when
Create one stupid title and everybody's like, the title. Talk about the title.
put their citizens' quality of life in the back of their head. That's when the downfall.
Jim, that is certainly one of the things that historically has taken down kingdoms and empires. Wealth inequality, inability to move up the social ladder, the inability to get food or water, the inability to find safety. Those are all things that in thousands of years of history denote unstable civilizations, whether they're kingdoms or empires.
I don't think like all of those things are happening in the United States right now. Clearly, it's not. I mean, the ability.
Right. My point was that you were highlighting one of the key contributing factors. Toward decline of countries. There's a historian, he's a Greek dude, famous Polybius. He said that there was a guarantee that all countries collapse, but you could never pick when and where, only that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it before, but I mean, him saying that and all of these, it's like that is supposed to be like the guiding factor or whatever, like that. But at the same time, history has shown us that more and more governments have put the quality of life, the quality of life for their citizens at the bottom end of importance. That's when the downfall is starting to happen. And right now, the United States are putting the quality of life up, regardless of who we think those citizens are.
I think those citizens are people who were born in the United States and that are here legally. But when we go from trying to make sure that they're okay to taking away their Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security and stuff like that, like that's what the downfall of our country looks like. That's what that, like they're literally taking away hundreds of millions of people's ability to get.
I mean, I've read the bill. It does not throw off 100 million people.
It does. It literally does. Like
the country's entire population is about 160 million people. In order to throw 100 million people off Medicaid, you would have to throw most of the people in Medicaid off Medicaid. That's not what the bill said. I agree with you. It does take away services. Part of the reason for that is because the largest line item in the federal budget is a combination of 3 separate programs: Social Security, disability insurance, and Medicare. That takes about $2.5 or $2.75 trillion out of the U.S. budget every single year. And something in particularly important about Social Security. Social Security has been borrowed from by Republican and Democratic majority Congresses from the early 2000s to now. They took a grand total of about $4 trillion out of the trust fund. Now, they say it's a trust fund, really it's just a line in government ledger. Point being, by 2034, it will no longer be a one-to-one payee system. It will be a one-to-two payee system. So instead of me supporting my mom and my brother supporting my dad for Social Security, it'll be me and my brother support my mom and the 2 kids next door support my dad. But the Social Security will, because of the intergovernmental borrowing, go bankrupt. So you have to lift that up. The second largest expense in the federal budget is interest on our debt. And one of the big problems with the best scrap sandwich we were going to get in the big beautiful bill is that it raises both deficit and debt to unhealthy levels. My point in saying all of this is that, and I'll send you the bill if you don't have it, it doesn't throw 100 million people off. It throws people off, just not 100 million of them.
Shit, hold on, wait. Do you know the number? Shit.
Well, Marshall, what I read as far as Medicaid is that it may kick as many as 11 million people off of Medicaid, but that's only because there is a new requirement in the bill that they have to prove up at least 20 hours a week of either studying or attempting to get a job or vocational retraining. As long as they're able to prove up the 20 hours, at least what the experts say, they're not going to be kicked off. But I heard the number is 10 or 11 million, not hundreds of millions. I don't even think there are hundreds of millions of people on that.
There are.
Yes, I watch MSNBC.
That's the number for Medicare. I have to believe that's the number.
There's no 100 million on Medicare. There's no 100 million millions on Medicaid. None of that is occurring. What you stated is false.
Are you done?
Apparently you are, because you've just set base.
Are you done?
Brad's a person who works in that space. So when
That's right.
So when he tells me that I can't, he's being honest.
Okay, well, tell you what, sir, since apparently, at least you're giving the impression that you know and we don't, how many people are on Medicaid? Give us the number. No, I'd like, before you continue, before you say anything else, because you said our numbers are wrong, give us the number. Give us the number.
I never said your number.
Okay, please continue then.
The number I was asking for was something totally different, my guy. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, stop trying to cheat.
Okay, well, obviously I didn't hear you. What were you asking?
Again, so what are the numbers for you gave me the numbers for the people that was on Medicare, now what about Social Security?
I think the people on Social Security are about 50 million. I'm just going by memory, about 50 million.
What about people that's coming off of Social Security?
You mean that are going to be kicked off of Social Security?
Why are we becoming crowdsourced to Google? What's going on here? Like, we don't need to be doing research.
No, it's a legitimate question. My answer is I don't know. Do you?
About 7.5 million.
7.5 million out of 50 million. Okay.
Not 50 million, so we're kicking off good.
No, it's 7.5 million estimated, just depending. I think in 2023, I'd have to look it up. It's about, I'd just give it a round number, 8 to 10 million people are collecting Social Security. So even those numbers are way off.
So the 50 million number is way off?
Yes, all of your numbers have been way off. Like, I don't think you understand this. I don't think you understand how either of them work.
I'm only ever saying one number, so all of my numbers are off. My one number was off.
Brad, I just checked Google for whatever it's worth. I said 50. Google says 73. I thought it was closer to 50 on Social Security.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking for SSI. I apologize.
We have to realize, Cam, that the greatness of this country is not built on SNAP, Medicare, Medicaid. You know what I mean? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Those programs are not ending. They might get more rules or regulations, might get reduced a little bit, but they're not being eradicated, right?
I just think when we start taking away some of the quality of life benefits for our citizens, that's what's going to end up being a hindrance, because the country is only as good as its citizens, and if everybody in your country wants to leave, then you don't even have a government. You don't have a country, because your government is ruling or governing no one.
And that's a reasonable take. I disagree with it, but it's a reasonable take. As soon as you start taking benefits away from your citizens, you're lowering the quality of life. I can appreciate that. I respectfully disagree with it, but at least that take is reason.
So there's a couple of problems here. First, this problem has been existing since the 70s about Social Security. This has been an ongoing problem. The reason you're having your feelings tugged at you right now is because there's a guy in office who's not going to face a third term. And there are some Republicans that are just like, we've wanted this for decades. Decades, I'm telling you. They have wanted to basically overhaul the way the Social Security funds are working. There have been Democrats that wanted to do this. This used to be a bipartisan effort. There used to be pro and Social Security benefits groups, and they weren't delineated on ideological lines. They were delineated on fiscal accountability because there were conservative Democrats back then who realized that this was a problem. Every president, every administration, and every Speaker of the House has pretty much kicked the can down the road, despite promising to fix it on every platform. Now there's a guy in office who's saying, let's fix it. Let's get this thing back on track. And is this the right way? We'll have to see. There's a lot of nuanced debate about it. But right now, doing nothing is not there. And let's be honest, there is a shit ton of waste, fraud, and abuse through all of these programs. There is no lackadaisical approach. There is no taking it down. There is like 30 to 40% waste, fraud, and abuse where people can be contributing members. We decried that people that are 50 years and older don't need to be part of society. They should just retire, go on cruises and golf until they have a heart attack and die in their fucking toilet. That was society. This administration said, nah, I think you can contribute. You can volunteer. You can have a job. You can go and get education. You can seek all these different pathways, and all we're asking for is, 40 hours a month? So now you're crying that able-bodied people can do a variety of things and contribute to the society and the very fabric of America by contributing to their communities. You're now saying that's too much, that's too far. No, that's the way it should be arguing. There is a lot of seniors out there. There's a lot of people that are 50 years and older that have a wealth of knowledge to teach you and to show you. And the fact that you just think you're going to get your information off of TikTok and, think your pull or use whatever fucking AI tool of the week is. I'm gonna tell you something. There's a big difference between knowledge and wisdom, and right now you're showing neither. Like, these people need to be contributing to society. They need to be helping us. They need to be guiding us so we don't repeat the history of mistakes that have been done in the past. And if you don't want to learn from them, fine. Then sit down and shut up. Somebody else will.
Brad, a small correction. It's 80 hours a month, 20 hours a week.
I mean, we the Americans, man, we are builders and makers and innovators. Like, we just have to get back to it. That's what, made America what it is. We want to work. I mean, if you're a real American, I don't understand. Like, I want to work and deal stuff and get stuff done. And I'm not, isn't that the goal, to have better jobs, better, good paying jobs, having the ability to start your own business? Isn't that the American dream? The American dream is not being on a social safety net. That should not be the goal. I understand that some people fall onto it. It should be there for those, but we should be low-hanging fruit.
The American dream is kind of been like put aside. Right now, America is a country of consumption. It used to be production. Now it's consumption. We consume it online. We take our jobs, we ship them parts of it outside of the country, and then we take those and we buy them back. And then we do something with it. But consumers, we are already thinking out of the box, but it's not necessarily in favor of the country. So after you get 2 or 3 generations into that mindset, it's already off the track.
Therefore, that's your communication line to the otherwise have a job category that you're in, but the type of business that I'm in, I'm seeing that there are a lot of shakers and makers in this country. There are construction workers, people own these massive companies that really get stuff done and they get overlooked. They're not being represented as they should, right? We talk about blue-collar business. It's not just. But right now, I think that the president is going to focus on those kind of things, because we can't take our way out of these problems. We have to actually put hands on the ground, actually build up our nation, upgrade our infrastructure, right?
I absolutely agree with that, Nathan, but that's what it takes, yeah. You're absolutely right. But is it actually for or from or out of the country? Is a MAGA hat still made in China? I mean, I understand the formation of work, of jobs, I'm right now I'm kind of really fucked up because of the great conversations going on. I can't really eloquently present.
Let me help you out with this. I think it's called evaluating jobs, right? And I think that's what's happening being talked about. And I think it's a fight between white collar, blue collar. That's always been going on, right? Who should we value? Do we value that white collar job, that secretary who gets paid 6 figures? So should we value that construction worker? Give him 6 figures to actually, and I think that's the real conversation was happening.
Yeah, but isn't it both? Because
they're fighting over who job is more valuable than what.
They're both valuable. Last time that you were able together create a collar job and actually generate wealth and have it to be able to pass down was like, I think economists are saying like around 1974, 75. That was the last time where you were able to walk out of high school, go down to, I'm going to pick an old place, Bethlehem Steel, and work the steel factory and be able to go buy a house in your early 20s, sit down and have money, have the savings, be able to do that. And the economy was stable in that time frame. There was a lot of fuck ups, and it led us to other pathways that had ramifications 20 years later. But basically, that was the last time frame when a blue collar worker was revered. Like, you went down there, you walked in, the foreman shook your hand and said, all right, we'll give you a chance, kid. Here's your broom, sweep up. And you stayed there. You had unions that petitioned and fought for safety measures and things along those lines with a lot of corruption as well. But they still did some good things. And you lost that somewhere along the way because you pushed for an admin office job. You didn't want to do that. And to be fair, I mean, yeah, it sounds good if you can make six figures working as a phone rep at AT&T. I doubt you're going to make that, but it sounds a lot more fun, but it's a boring job. And we told people that build houses, carpenters, electricians, that you weren't needed. And in fact, we pulled journeyman apprenticeships out of high schools and other programs. There used to be BOCES. All of these things used to exist, and now they're gone. And we're sitting here going, I don't like to pay the high cost of a carpenter to come redo my patio or whatever it is that you have going on, and you're complaining about housing prices. But because of the benefits, because of the white collar push, we sat there and said as a culture, that's not needed anymore. So now you have to pay $500,000 for a shittily made home that's fabricated overnight and no longer have those great constructions, those artists, because that's really what they were. You don't have them. And here's a great thing. Go look at a drywaller in 1950. There are videos of him actually showing you. There's this guy who pulls up all these old journeyman videos. Watch what he does with drywall, just a drywaller. And look at how it's done today, and you're just going to be amazed. The guy did it with an axe in his hand and basically freaking did an entire frame all by himself and didn't charge like a mortgage payment. Like, it was just simple back then, and people were able to thrive. So yeah, keep pushing for benefits, keep pushing more. The government needs to babysit you, teach you how to wipe your ass, and lose your economic freedom and the ability to manifest yourself. That's how an empire falls, is your reliance on the government rather than being able to manifest your own destiny underneath that guidance.
What government fell under those?
Great point, Brad.
Can I ask you, Brad?
Okay,
What government fell under the conditions of leading the government? I'm just curious.
I didn't hear you, sir.
I was saying, Brad, you said that the last part you said was that that's how governments fall by needing. I mean, that's how countries or whatever fall because the people need the government too much. Which country was that?
That was wrong. That was the Ottoman Empire. That literally was England.
Hold on a second. So you said Rome fell because
So it was
the Roman government?
So it was one of those reasons. In the early part of the Roman Republic, this would be Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Nero, and then Claudius. They had people on what was known as the grain dole. So many people in Rome relied on the grain dole that if they did not have constant shipments from Port of Ostia, which was about 50 miles southeast of Rome, the city would go starving. So many people ended up relying on the grain dole program that it ended up creating a larger need for the Roman government to get involved. Instead of getting...
Before you do the whole history lesson, I'm familiar with the grain dole.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not the primary cause of the fall of Rome. So I'm saying when people say, I've heard people mistakenly say...
I think it's one of those contributing
factors. There's no historian that this could be a contributory factor. Yes, there's multiple reasons, but nobody, historian worth their salt would say that it's the primary or one of the main causes, is what I'm saying.
I have not read either Goldsworthy or Gibbons make that particular argument, although Gibbons does refer to the grain dole.
Yeah, they refer to it because they want to make a case for it in the United States right now. But historically, what I'm saying is...
I meant Gibbons' decline and fall. In his classic addressing of the Roman Empire's fall, he mentions grain doles in part of it. You are right in that if you look at like Goldsworthy or Mary Beard, who's a famous Roman historian, they don't often say reliance on government. They do in their contributory factors, though, usually list increasing public reliance on the grain dole. But to your point, it's usually part of a larger whole.
That's that's all I'm saying. So yeah, I was just asking if the gentleman knows, so I can get kind of schooled up on it. Is there a government that we know historically where the reliance on government contributed or was a major contributing factor to the downfall?
I mean, you want to look at the Soviet Union as a whole too? I mean, we get paid a lot.
Well, that wouldn't be a really look at it because it's a communist government, and the whole communist government is predicated on using the government resources. So I'm saying you can't really say that. So I would say something that's closer to a democracy or a republic, because a communist government is a completely different program, right? So a democratic government or republic government, whatever you want to call it, where the reliance on government contributes to the downfall. Just give me one.
I just did. I gave you a bunch of them, but again, we can just start with the Soviet Union. It's complete reliance on the people to be able to be fed. You had various parts of England under its colonial rule that it's a reliance to be fed. Ireland is a nice prime case in point, which led to a famine, led to a starvation. There really wasn't a famine.
Hold on, Brad. If I could build with you, Kid, but I'm saying, how would you count Russia in terms of a communist country whose entire design is based on feeding all the people? That's how America's design, right?
Because they didn't develop any economic prosperity within themselves. It was all government relied upon.
Let's put that in the comment. I'm saying, let's put that in the comment.
Okay, so question, then you interrupted me to ask another. Like, again, I don't care about communism or democracy. Those words we can cast aside. You asked for a government that said, hey, when people depended on the government for economic resources and viability, I gave you those governments. It doesn't matter if they were communist. It doesn't matter if they're democratic. It only meant that, hey, there's an economic addiction in order to survive. That was the Soviet Union. The people were starving. Like, we had it under the Tsars. I mean, again, they were reliant on their government at that time, the Empire of Russia, to basically feed their people, to have grains. Like the grain dole was like another one where people had to be fed in the various regions of the Roman Empire because they wouldn't sustain. They were reliant on everybody else. This is in turn which brought about massive amounts of slavery because those people were like, the government should just help me, feed me, or give me people to work the land so I don't have to do it.
So yeah, what you're saying, there could be a factual basis for it, but to me it's factually kind of sort of disingenuous as an analogy to the United States dependence on government resources, because the United States is a whole different setup. And so if you're talking colonialization, czar, authoritarian rule, kings, monarchies, and all of that, it's a little different when you're making the analogy. My point was that you were making an analogy to the fall of the United States and connecting it incongruently with monarchies or communist countries. So I'm saying that.
What about the transformation in the late Republic? I'm thinking particularly Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus and their land reform idea. And it seemed to me.
So basically, I'm just saying you guys are reaching to make an analogy. Basically, it's almost like an analogy. People stretch that analogy and try to demonize. So
CO, rather than asking questions, and you've asked them more than once, why don't you just make your point? Just make your point.
Or I understand the point. CO, what I was asking was, do you think there's any comparability to late Republic Rome and Republic America? The reason I'm asking, post-Zama in 212 for the Punic Wars, Rome gets the Aegean League, and they get into their empire pants. And it seems to me that one of the characteristics of the late Republic and its dysfunction was empire eating up Republic in a parasitic fashion. Since you seem fairly learned about Rome, it's why I'm being specific, do you think there are any comparisons to late Republican Rome trying to deal with the fact that it's becoming an empire with America's Republic? If so, why? If not, why?
I think it's a good question, Marshall, without getting too poetic about our Roman history, bravado game, because we all took a class or two. More so, the Rome was just overextended. They're trying to colonize the whole goddamn world. They had political instability, changing of times, and a lot of different things were happening. They're trying to invade everybody, so they just had too much. They bit off more than they could chew. So if you want to make an analogy, if we're trying to bomb Beijing, defend the war in Ukraine, bomb Iran, and deal with police the whole world, and tariffs here and there, do individual taxes on every country, I think the analogy more so would be we're spread too thin and have a lot of dysfunction in each one of the government departments. I just wanted to add this, and I'll cede it back to you guys. When you guys are talking about Constitution, to me, the Constitution is for what it was worth. We're having all this conversation is about which one of the dysfunctional branches of government or departments is not working good, and everybody makes it about immigrants. Immigrants don't put a lot of financial pressure on the government, right? So that's a sensational issue, I think, that kind of sort of, I don't even want to go there because it just goes down a rabbit hole. But the purpose of the Constitution is to set up a framework for government, right? As you all know. And to identify who has the powers for that framework, with the goal being the rights of the people. So I just wish all of this pro-American talk would be pro-Constitution, which is the framework for our United States. So we can argue whether it should be this much for Social Security, whether we should use this healthcare system, or so forth and so on. Those are supposed to be the beautiful parts of government. Where I think we should concentrate some conversation at least is the imbalance of powers, where the executive and the legislative branch and the people's houses should be all equally represented. A tax on those and on habeas corpus, the rights of the people. If we're talking pro-American, our government is not about, well, Joe Biden killed America, or Donald Trump did it. No, our government framework is supposed to withstand whichever president, idiotic or ignorant or not, does it. Because the government of the United States is never about the president. It's supposed to be about the country. So when we're sitting here talking about, did Jimmy Carter destroy it, or is it Trump that destroyed it? No, the fact that we're talking about a president who destroyed America is the problem, because the Constitution is built to withstand the ignorance of people making a bad decision so that we can recover from that decision. I'll land there. But
do you remember what Lincoln said about bad presidents?
I don't. Please remind me, Marshall.
Marshall, did you drop out? Marshall, you do not have a black ring around your profile, so you might have dropped out.
Yeah, but I would love to hear. So until Marshall jumps back in, I just wanted to land at the point that, no, Biden didn't destroy America. Human beings, even with the economy, everybody, well, is the government going to do this? When do we start measuring the governmental success of the executive office by what the stock market does, right? When are we measuring who we are as Americans by how many people we kick out of the country? You know what I'm saying? What about, American ingenuity contributes to the rise and fall of business? You know what I'm saying?
CO, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you think, it's a serious question, do you think America is the greatest country in the world, and if not, which one is?
Well, the answer to that question is America the greatest country in the world?
Or if not, which one is?
That's a real good question, Steve. I think.
Well, that's why I asked it, baby.
Well, goddamn it, go you do something. Hey, listen,
I like you.
I think America is a great country, and I know a lot of people get into the emotional side of different countries that might have different things. Until you live in another country, you really don't understand. But I think that's a very good question. Put it this way. America is as good in its ability to maintain the framework and stay moving towards its North Star. So that's why I think we get lost. Not based on cycles and presidents, but rather American people focusing on maintaining the integrity of the framework, which is making sure. So we're in an unprecedented time. If you guys want to talk monarchies and ours, president doesn't have any responsibility for anything he does to the country. That's never happened. I don't think George Washington or Thomas Jefferson or Lincoln would have signed off on that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When the Supreme Court says, do whatever the hell you want to, you're not responsible for anything. So I think there's certain things that are unprecedented in this current era that, again, for me, pro-American, is the Constitution is the basis for which we exist as a government. If we're not maintaining the Constitution, which includes amendments, right, then we're going left. The people are always going to change. So people are like, well, the level of poverty. Nah, man, there was a whole lot of poverty in England. There's a whole lot of poverty in all these European countries. There's a whole lot of poverty in Asia, a whole lot of poverty in Africa. So the poverty thing ain't really the issue, right? America promised the people to get an equal day in court if something happens and there's a discrepancy. So I think the way that we're approaching America, we're starting to argue about the wrong shit. If there was any discussion of what's taking America, it's that its people have lost their freaking way.
I agree. One of the problems we got is we are losing our culture. I would say it's almost on its way out. But another problem we have is
Isaac, I'm sorry, man. I want to listen to you, but your mic is garbage.
Yeah, Isaac, your mic is garbage.
I think we have said Isaac.
Well,
I mean, there wasn't anything personal. You know, it's just
no, there's nothing personal. The modulation was garbage. We're at the hang on. Let me do a reset. We're at the bottom of the hour. JB is on a business call, hopefully making gazillions of dollars. The topic is ICE the start of America's downfall? If you got a pink ticket, cash it in. We're popcorn style, and per JB, one mic policy.
So I think CEO brought up.
Yeah, you just said exactly what makes you an anti-Semite. The interests of the Jews. That's what makes your position anti-Semitic, right? Because whatever Jews are in positions of power or influence or things like that, nobody's doing that for the interests of the Jews, you moron.
No, you're insinuating that my criticism of something is because I think it's in.
You cannot criticize the Jews as one group, Diego. You cannot criticize the Jews as one people. I was born a Jew, all right? That's it. How the fuck can you criticize me? Based on what except your retardedness and your, ignorance? The fact that you say I would criticize the Jews, it kind of shows that you're a fucking idiot.
Okay,
so I ask you, don't be an idiot.
Actually, Caleb has got a good point. I mean, you are pro-individuals, right? So why you are able to understand economics and philosophy and whatever through the lens of individualism, do you insist to just put a whole group of people, however millions of them they are in the world, under the exact umbrella?
Agreed.
You wouldn't like as a Catholic be put under the same umbrella that some priests are pedophiles, right? And you wouldn't want to say for people to assume that all of us who are Catholic are pedophiles. Why? Because that would be very stupid.
Okay, so then Daniel is not a Jew. He's just an Israeli.
No, I'm a Jew. It's like me saying, I want to criticize the Diegos of the world, okay? It's as stupid as this, okay? You are born a Diego. It doesn't mean that all Diegos are as idiots as you. You understand? Me and Caleb are born different places, we're different people, and all Jews are different. So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Diego, I think you should start advocating.
So when people were protesting the Vietnam War, did they hate the Vietnamese? Was that because they hated the Vietnamese?
What do you mean by that? And you allow, right?
So people that were anti-war, that were protesting against the war that they wanted it to stop, did they hate one side of Vietnam?
What's the connection to the topic right now? I'm not sure.
The grouping of people, I guess, but I don't understand.
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying.
Listen, you can group people based on secret anti-Semitic
the same place, yes, you can group them together in a way. But people that are Jews, or like black people that are everywhere, each one has their own education or their own upbringing. You cannot bring them together. Like I said, I can say something about Israelis, okay? For example, because we have something is similar. We have education system, yada yada yada.
Honey, you're very loud right now.
Yeah.
Diego, do you advocate for DEI against Jewish control?
The point I was getting at was basically there are people. There's plenty of people that are protesting what's going on in Gaza because they hate the Jews. There's a lot of people that are protesting because they don't like what's going on. Period.
Well, if they really didn't like what's going on, if you have like empathy only for one group of people and zero empathy for the other group, then it's not really about empathy. Because if you are calling, I will explain, because they're not saying peace. Or they're not saying, like, the only thing that will actually end the war, which is, like, release the fucking hostages, right? They're not going to say, Hamas surrender. They're saying, no, they want Israel to basically stop the fire, give up the hostages, and let Hamas do this again and again and again. So tell me, how is this peaceful or humane or empathetic or any of this?
Hamas to do it again and again and again would fall into the first category of people that I mentioned. That wanted to.
No, but the people are calling for a ceasefire.
No,
like, try to use your brain. Like, what does it actually mean, the
Yes, but
ceasefire?
what he's
It
saying
means
is
that
Lou, the people that are campaigning against the quote-unquote genocide in Gaza are ill and many times mal-informed about what is going on in Gaza. Like, they're concerned about the people that have joined in with the anti-Semites that want the Jews destroyed, and they just like agree with their propaganda. Hey, well, if so many people agree with them, I guess propaganda isn't past the truth. Like, that's your questioning to us, Lou. Why don't you go fucking investigate what is actually going on there and tell me whether or not it's a systematic destruction of the Gospels?
The point I'm making is that
ask your question.
Do you not hear me speak? The point I'm making is that those people may be ignorant or what it doesn't matter. Then they're not anti-Semitic if that's the framework that they're operating.
Yeah, they're just useful idiots for idiots.
Fair enough. And I think what's happened is a lot of people have experienced being called anti-Semitic for that position, whether or not they're ignorant. Doesn't matter.
Because the operators are anti-Semitic and they are useful idiots for the anti-Semitic. So if you are going and you are chanting like Nazi slogans without knowing that you are saying Nazi slogans because the person that is operating you or that is giving you all this information is a Nazi, then yes, you are useful idiots for Nazis at the end. You are spewing anti-Semitic bullshit.
Don't hate Jews that have been called Jew haters, and this is why I think it leads to people who are like Diego.
Anti-Semitism is not
regardless.
No, anti-Semitism is not hating Jews. Anti-Semitism is not hating Jews. It's many things. One of the things, for example, is setting a different standard for Israel or for Jews than you give any other person in existence. And when you spread lies about them. So it's not about I hate Jews. Many of them say, oh, I love Jews. They're idiots and they are being operated, they are being manipulated, and they're not smart enough to call it out.
Can I ask a question?
And I guess
Anti-Semitism, I agree with you, is not about hating Jews. Like, anybody can hate Jews, but it's when you actually treat Jews differently just because they are Jews. That is anti-Semitic. You apply different standards.
Isa, can I ask a question?
Go ahead. I'm done.
No, it's not a question actually from me, because he mentioned Gaza, and this is a genuine question because, the debate, related similar, kind of territory struggle with India. The debate from India is Muslims get treated really well in India, yet they somehow stupidly support Pakistan in these fights. My friends have told me, and I don't know if this is true, but they said, Arabic or Palestinian people are actually given great benefits in Israel and actually are treated well overall as citizens, and yet they still want to shit on or piss on the country that is giving them all this stuff just because they want their rate. Is this accurate or am I misunderstood?
It's not exactly.
Okay. So are they treated as second-class citizens, or they're treated as like?
In Israel, all citizens of Israel have equal rights.
Right. So there's not like discrimination against them as they're treated.
There's no apartheid as they're claiming.
Wait a second. It's a complex society, right? All Israeli citizens have equal rights, and it's a society that still has racism, right? Like America, everyone has equal rights, and there's still racism.
But are Palestinian citizens of Israel?
Yeah, no Palestinians, Arabs. Arabs, Israelis. Palestinian national identity. They are in the, like should say, in the West Bank in Gaza. They are not Israeli citizens, so they don't have the same rights as Israeli because they are not Israeli.
But hold on, one of the confusions here.
Identity is an objection to the claim of any Israeli citizenship.
That's the thing, King. So Palestinian, think of Palestinian almost as a different nationality. So if you're Palestinian, you're not Israeli. Now there are a lot of Muslim Arabs in Israel, and those Muslim Arabs, or Arab Muslims, they have access to exactly the same education. They can run for office. They have the passport.
Any position.
And everything that
they could be prime minister. They could be president. They could be a supreme judge. They could be
anything. Come on, just the last thing. If anything, they have got additional privileges. Like, for example, all Israeli Jews are forced or mandated to join the IDF. They have to do mandatory military service. Now, the Muslims, Arabs, they don't have to unless they want to. It's voluntary for them. Because Israel is very mindful that this goes, let's say, against an ideology that they might hold, and that would go against their own principles. So they don't force them to join the IDF.
That's why when I encountered in the summer of 2004, all the way
they can go to the Temple Mount, which Jews are not allowed to.
The idea, and I bring this question up only because, I understand that Palestinians are kind of separate, but the problem I find is that there's a group of Arabs that it sounds like in Israel that are very supportive of Israel as a country, just like Muslims in India are. But there's also a whole bunch of them that enjoy the benefit and reap the benefits. So it's like,
some of those people are even in our parliament that are basically, even though they're in the Israeli parliament, they're advocating for the Palestinians, like Ayman Uda and like others. Like there are Arabs in Arab parties in the Israeli parliament that are basically very much anti-Zionist, but this is democracy. You will not find this.
There are Jewish parties that are anti-Zionist.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about we're talking about the Arabs and the Palestinians and if they are against Israel or not. And what I'm saying is that they can be elected with an Arab party to the Israeli parliament and yet be against Israel.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But not everybody who gets elected has to be a patriot, right?
True. Right. No, it's not about being a patriot. It's about it's not about being a patriot. It's about being a parliament member, an Israeli parliament member, and saying after 7th of October, Gaza won and Gaza will win again. That is not being a patriot. That is being a traitor. But yet you are allowed to do this because it's a democracy. And those religious people, I don't know any Jewish religious that is in the parliament that is advocating against Israel. Yes, they are not Zionists, but they are not advocating for the destruction of Israel or for the creation of Palestinian state instead of it.
Well, that's true, but there's still that's true.
And then, Naveen, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and then you have the Palestinians, for example, that are in the West Bank. And the West Bank is a complex area because it's a place that has, zone A, B, C. One zone is it's zones and they're not clearly divided. They're all mixed with each other, right? And so I don't know if you can explain, Daniel, what is zone A, zone B, zone C, but one zone, the zones of one are controlled by Israelis, the other zones are controlled by the Palestinian Authority, and the other zones, I don't know what it is, but yeah, the Palestinians there
is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. No Jew or Israeli is allowed there, mostly because of security reasons, because they will be slaughtered. Zone B is administered like civil by the Palestinian autonomy or authority, whatever you want to call them, and it's controlled militarily or like defense-wise by Israel. And Zone C is both civil governance and security governance by Israel. So it's like B is the one that is like half-half, A is fully Palestinian, C is fully Israeli. And it's all like basically it's everything. You can basically kind of mark the entire area with C, and then do like islands inside of it that are B, and inside of that there are islands that are C. So it's kind of like very complex, and it's why you have a lot of checkpoints, because in order for you to go from one zone A to another zone A, you need to go via zone B or via zone C. And this is why they have to go through checkpoints. And this is what you hear a lot about those checkpoints.
So the B is Palestinian government, but Israeli military.
Israeli security.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's very hard for the West to understand anti-Semitism because it's so baked in.
It's a very specific definition legally, but it's being used haphazardly.
No, not even legally, right? It's so old, and it's so baked into like the culture of the West and the history of the West that like these useful idiots, they don't even understand when they're using historic anti-Semitic language. They don't even understand. Like,
yes,
so
they think they're innovating.
Yeah, exactly. They think they've like finally found the light of things. They just don't.
Like, oh my God, does anyone realize these people killed God?
And my message is the same thing over and over again. Like, for example, calling us now bloodthirsty. It's the same trope of us. Yeah, it's always like, and right now with the genocide claim, it's always the same story over. Jews control the world, Jews control the media. It says all this time. It's just amazing that in the information age, people are way more misinformed than before information age.
Yeah, you have to own it, Daniel. You just have to tell them, yes, we are better. We're not evil.
You know what? I need to be honest. The more I'm in this topic, and you know, in the last 2 years that I've been in Clubhouse, I can honestly say, yes, we are better. We are honest. We take accountability when we are wrong. We take responsibility. We can disagree and have debates. We are not a monolith. Yes, so I guess we are better. I guess it was
But I think that's a little bit the core of the issue, Daniel. I think, of course there are jokes. I joke quite a lot. But I think
how are they not proving their inferiority to the Jews with their believing in these crazy ridiculous Only one of them could research.
I never thought that Jews are better than anyone. I thought it was like a stupid thing. And in the last 2 years, what I see in the world, that basically it's us against the world. And yes, we are on the right side. We are on the humane side. We are on the moral side. We are on the just side. And we are on the legal side. So I guess, yes, we are better than them. And the people that are anti-Zionists are dumb. And the people that are pro-Palestine or free-Palestine are immoral. What can I say?
Like simple, basic measures of intelligence. They're fucking idiots. The opposition to the Jews are morons. Like, we don't want to be superior, but they are making themselves inferior to us.
But thank God that our enemies are so stupid. Imagine if our enemies would be smart.
Yeah.
We would be fucked.
If they were smart, they wouldn't be your fucking enemies. You know what is comparable to like the black people when they say that there is white supremacy? And it's like, yeah, well, they are accepting an inferior position to the white people when they claim that there is white supremacy. It's exactly the same thing.
But they use historical basis for that argument. Is that they used to be slaves, so it's not that weird that they
Oh yeah, but everywhere around the world. It was not just a black thing, and there were also a lot of black, and there were also a lot
for their actions. But I think when you're generalizing too broadly, it kind of negates the point, right?
Yeah, well, but the funny thing here is that it's not the whites claiming superiority to the blacks. It's the blacks saying actually that they are in an inferior position than the whites. It's not the Jews claiming control or claiming a superiority. It's all the other people placing the Jews in a higher category.
Because when you are a victim, you don't need to take any responsibility and accountability for your action and for your basically misfortunate. You can always blame others. It's also the Palestinian narrative of always being the victim. So you want to be victims? Stay victims, guys. Like, I would go travel the world and have a good job, succeed in life. But you bring yourself a second Nakba and a third Nakba and a fourth Nakba because you must be victims. And many in the West that are aligning with this radical violent free Palestine movement is because they're like, it's for the same reasons, like ritual signaling of we are with the oppressed because we are so white and fortunate, so we need to be with the less fortunate. It's so stupid. It's so odd.
Keep being oppressed instead of doing something just keep crying.
But Daniel, let me ask you, because you are usually a very prominent member of the community, and you say what you think very loudly and proudly. So would you agree in certain instances? Again, it's just a broad example. I don't have any specifics. But when you are in a position where people literally want to kill you, which the neighbors do, right? Almost all countries around Israel, they don't want Israel to be there. Of course, you would have a heightened sensitivity to criticism or what could be perceived as an attack on the country.
No, I don't have any problem with criticism. Not only this, I will tell you even more. Yeah. There is no people that criticize Israel more than Israelis, okay? Yeah, what I hear in the last 2 years is not criticism. Now, when people chant death to the IDF, that's not criticism. That's the Israeli government. Everything, none of this is criticism, okay? It's all either like lies, bloodline, all like genocidal chants. Criticizing, we do it best because, you know why? Because we want to be better. We don't want to say, we didn't make a mistake. No, we want to say, there was a mistake. Let's understand why there was a mistake so it doesn't happen again.
What is the
For example, rapes in the IDF, okay? If there's a rape in the IDF, okay, we would not cover it up. We, as Israelis, want to expose it. Why? So we make sure that this will not happen. Exactly. And this is a different mindset to them because for them, and I say them as a general board, they would never admit any wrongdoing, any mistake, anything, nothing. Because they think if they don't say it, it doesn't happen. And someone told me, like, look at how many rape cases are in Israel compared to, like, I don't know, Egypt. Or like Gaza. Yes, because they don't report it. Not because it doesn't exist. We actually report it in the media. They're like in courts. That you can go and make a complaint without being accused yourself. This is an open society that wants to be better. That wants to improve. That has accountability, transparency.
Sound like a bunch of punks. Push my hand.
Like what? Punks?
Wait, so Daniel, what about that guy who was bragging about? I just came in, but that guy was bragging about raping all those Palestinians. What is it?
I don't know what rape is. If you say rape, we are not sexual. And listen, the amount of shit that we hear from people, like constantly 24/7. So he cannot please him and say I rape people. Like literally, like anyone should use their like little brains that they have and think that if someone rapes someone, would he go on TikTok and say, yeah, I raped like kids? No, it's bullshit. It's teasing. It doesn't happen.
Guy, oh my God.
Are you okay? Did you just cry? Did you rape and you cried?
Wait.
What's wrong with you?
You just say it's fine.
Are you okay?
First of all, that Musanda is disabled. He's a retard. He's a disabled because he's African and he hates the Jews, so
Isa, we have ears. Isa, we have ears. We can hear that he's retarded. The fact that he shut up. We hear how he shut up for a second. Idiot, shut up. He asked me a question and we got an answer. Mustafa, shut the fuck up. First of all, Isa, yes, we hear that he's a retard because he asked me a question and he got an answer which actually makes 100% sense. But for his mind, he's because I tell you what, most of this is projection. Their society is like, yeah, let's go rape people and let's make fun of it because it's okay because they know that nothing will happen to them. So, mister, in Israel, if you rape someone, you fucking go to jail. And if you fucking admit it, you fucking go to jail. So put it in your little Indian head and repeat it. This is Israel. No, I don't know what the fuck he is. Is the guy geologist? That's what I'm saying. Who should be in jail? Who is in jail? The guy that said something on TikTok? No. Look, obviously it's not okay, but I'm just saying. You can say rape. God, this is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy with the grapes.
Yes.
And yeah, I hang out with them, but you defending this thing, which is like, you are right. I'm not defending you, fucking retard. Listen, retard, go fucking open that book. Try to, like, if you have a question, when you listen, try to, like, bring your both, like, try to bring both your brain cells when you listen, okay?
Honey, you're
I'm like those retards. Like this fucking, I don't know what shithole he comes from. Where probably rape is like, hey, let's go rape some people. Because we know who's the rapists in the West, you know? So just stay in your shithole and don't come and rape people in the West. Beseder? Fine, man. I would expect you to say it was wrong what he did. I expected you to say no, Mozambique. You expected to have
you're losing it.
Because he's a retard. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you cockroach expected. I don't care. I don't give a fuck what this cockroach wants and expects. You ask a question, you don't. The fact that you listen, cockroach, listen, hold on. I want to say something to the cockroach. Listen, cockroach. If you ask a question, but you expect a specific answer, and when you don't give it, when you don't get it, you're left like this. Then, to be honest, why am I even engaging with you?
Daniel, read the chat.
I'm in my fight, man. I'm a cockroach, but I just said I expected you to say it was wrong what he did. I didn't expect you to be on defense mode. That's all I'm saying. I didn't expect that, you know. Did something to someone rape you? This is why you are like trying to make it so. This is why you're trying to normalize. I'm trying to say, why do you try to normalize grapes? Because this is something that happens to you. This is something that happens in your family. Arrest Harvey Weinstein prior to all of those years. Why? Let's go back to the conversation. We had like actually an intelligent conversation. Try to keep up. Let's go. Okay, let's go back to the conversation because this cockroach is like it's getting on my mind.
Guess what? He's almost best friends with Rambleson.
What is Rambleson?
Rambleson.
I don't know.
Who is giving him no, don't give him a mod. Don't.
Oh no. Okay, we actually had like a normal conversation until this grave came. No, it's fine. You don't have to give me more, man. I wasn't fighting, but I just want to know why didn't you attack Harvey Weinstein before? Why did you take all those people to expose them, and then that's when he got it?
That's all Weinstein or Epps?
What?
Why did Israel attack the Hollywood rapist?
I don't give a fuck about it.
Epstein?
What about him? Like, let's talk about hold on, what about Bill Cosby? What about Bill Cosby? What about Bill Cosby?
What about these?
Yeah, but guys, none of them are African. They're African Americans. I don't give a fuck. I think that anyone that is a rapist, regardless of their skin tone, should go to jail. Harvey Weinstein, when it goes to what if he's super hot? He would probably be raped himself in jail if he's so sexy. Would you like to know it like a... No, if he's sexy, then he would probably be a victim in jail, which is fine.
Yeah, makes sense.
Is it though?
What goes around comes around. The last person that I will have empathy for is a rapist. And if shit happens, what can I do? You know, you don't want to be raped in jail. If you feel unraped.
What's the name of this guy? The Iranian. Have you guys seen any of the Iranians fucking the app?
No.
No. It's just that they haven't had. Well, I understood that they were taking away their internet access, but I haven't. Like Camille, for example. Let me see, Camille, if it comes.
The internet down was like for I think like almost 72 hours, not more than this.
Well, I don't know, but I haven't seen Camille and some of the other guys. And I'm wondering if they're okay. No, I don't care about Soren. Soren disappeared long before this. But Camille and they were in Tehran during the bombings. And I haven't seen them. And I'm just wondering, I hope that they're okay. They probably are okay, but...
Interesting. We don't know. I know that I don't know. Anyone could be suspected as being, I don't know, a spy or whatever, especially operating afterwards.
Yeah, but these guys were good guys, I think. They were very critical of IRGC.
Which, in Iran? No.
Yeah.
Well, that is a dangerous thing. To criticize the IRGC from Iran on social media. If you're not careful, with VPNs and whatnot.
Anyway, I was just wondering if you guys have seen the Iranian guys, because I haven't.
I mean, they could be afraid, because they went into the IRGC come out after they understood how much the Mossad was infiltrated. I think they got very, very paranoid into basically accusing anyone or anything. Could be. I have no idea who those guys are.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just an easy excuse to round up people and accuse them of shit.
Yeah, and most of the people would be okay with this. It's like, every time those Palestinians kill someone, then they would say, it was an IDF. It doesn't matter if it's like a 3-year-old kid or a 90-year-old grandma. It was IDF, and it was okay, so that's fine.
Yeah, same thing.
Like today, for example, today 2 Palestinians murdered a guy outside of a supermarket, and they said he was an IDF soldier, and he wasn't. He was just like a security guard.
Where?
In Israel, today 2 Palestinians went into and stabbed a security guard, took his gun and shot him point blank. And they were and then there was a soldier nearby that heard the gunshot, and then they killed them. But no one condemns it. They would say for them, and any Israeli or Jew is a legitimate target. Either it's IDF or they call us settlers.
Since it's a mandatory military service, they assume everyone is a fighter and everyone is on duty.
Yeah, but even if, listen, I saw a demonstration, I think, somewhere in the United States on 8th of October, and basically there was a guy there praising, there was a
demonstration, they were praising Hamas and saying that all those people that were abducted or killed were all settlers and colonials and deserve to die, even the babies and the kids. So it doesn't make sense. It's not really that it's about ideas. It's basically, let's be honest, it's okay to kill Jews. It doesn't matter what's the reason, if it's now it's occupation.
They're being taught. I mean, we've seen. I don't know. I don't remember because it was a long time ago. But the first time that you guys shared with me the documentary that speaks about the children being indoctrinated through the TV shows, which I found to be very, very impressive. I mean, that's what TV shows is showing. It's like, I mean, they teach math to the children.
I'm talking about the West. I'm talking about the West.
Okay. Yeah.
This is happening in the United States with open, like fake. I will show you like the clip of like on 8th of October, few demonstrations in New York and I think maybe it was Washington. People like basically saying we are part of Hamas and all those people that were targeted were all settlers and deserve to die. Just because they are Jews, basically.
Like white people, right? Like probably Muslim.
No,
actually, black people.
Blacks?
I can give you his name even. I have his name. And there's also not a Muslim name. Richard or
what daughter did he have in the fight? Oh god.
Hate and ignorance. Listen, people are being like I see people that are they ask them, for example, where do gays have rights? And they say, no, in Israel they will start, they should go to Palestine, they will have rights. Yeah, people are so stupid. They say I didn't know about Israel. All I heard about Israel was only bad things.
Right.
And we're talking about people that are 26 years old. Those are it's really a lost generation that they are so misinformed in this day and age. It's really sad.
Yeah. Oh, Daniel, think about. Yes, I think it's sad. Think about Israel in the last 30 years versus. Think about Israel in the last 30 years versus Israel of the previous 30 years. From that, right? There's what people are consuming, just what the news is about Israel is very different, right? Post 67 to Oslo, totally different story than. Right, just a story, right? I see it in the kids I teach, right? The kids who go to the
what changed in the last 30 years? It was the internet, not anything else.
Yeah. I think it's all. I think you can put it on all kinds of things, right? I was gonna say somebody said we're in the information. I think you said it before. We're in the information age.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think we're in the attention age. You should read. Ezra Klein wrote a whole book about the attention economy, and that's all we have now. We don't have the information age should have led to better education, but it didn't. It led to us being monopolized for our.
Tell me the author's name again, please. It sounds very interesting.
Ezra Klein.
Okay, thank you. That's a great point. It's like, yeah, it's not
a New York Times podcast.
But this is, by the way, I'll tell you guys. I asked the other day. Israel wasn't the topic at the moment, so nobody bit when I asked. But my question is, I've seen you guys engage in debates on Clubhouse. My question is, do you engage in debates about Israel on other social media platforms? And the reason I ask is because I want to tell you, I make a lot of videos, not a lot, but I make videos on TikTok, and I'll make these videos that I think are so reasonable, 4 minutes. I'm making very reasonable points, very, very good argument, and then I'm not exaggerating, every single comment is a detractor, is negative, is insulting, is hateful. And so when you talk about the attention age, it's almost like it's like Idiocracy, Caleb. Did you see that, Caleb? Idiocracy?
Yeah, I saw it.
That's a great movie.
Look at the chat. I put the link in the chat about this demonstration on 8th of October.
There was a genocide on the 8th of October. Didn't you know that?
A lot of people celebrating.
not celebrating, glorifying Hamas and the slaughter of Jews and the.
I remember that, Daniel. I remember that when it happened. I remember it on October 8th watching that video. But my
thing is, that's what we remember.
It's nice, Caleb, to hear, and it's helping me understand because it's almost like I feel like it's a waste of time to make my pro-Israel videos and to do my pro-Israel posts and to waste time with you fucking assholes. Excuse me, I'm just joking, but it actually doesn't seem like it is.
You say asshole like it's a bad thing.
Right. But
oh, you forgot it.
No, I laughed.
You're okay if you laugh.
There you go. No, but maybe then, Caleb, it's not a waste of time to do the Hasbara and to do the social media activism, because if we're fighting a war for attention, then basically the only reason we're losing is because more people have seen more TikTok videos of Palestinian,
Zach, it's always going to be that way. It's always going to be that way because even if you collect together all of the Jewish advocates or Israel advocates or whatever, you're still not going to compete with the just bloody mass.
Right, there's millions
of people out there. It's just the numbers will not equal.
It's like this guy that asked me before about the grapes, okay? And when he got an answer, he started laughing, okay? Because he's already like his mind is set. He's already brainwashed. So there's no. We don't need to justify anything, and I don't think we need to be in a position of justifying. This anti-Semitism is not a problem of Jews; it's a problem of society. Yes, we are the ones that are suffering, but it's not ours.
I read a great piece the other day that actually said, and there's sort of a critique of the left, of the Jewish left, that they bought into the anti-Semitic propaganda that a lot of Western Jews with modernity bought into. Right? It's not that something we did. Somebody created this for us, and we bought it. It was a very interesting piece. See if I can find it and share it with you guys.
It's disturbing how many conversations, there's different levels of people that you think you know, but I have had several conversations with people in the real world who I have known for years, who all of a sudden are saying, you guys were saying this 25 minutes ago when I was at the gym, but like Daniel said the word bloodthirsty just when I wanted to say the word bloodthirsty, because then they say, I'm not against Jews, I'm against Zionists. But didn't the Jews do the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia? And it's like, so it's literally identical to Hitler's argument. Like you just coincidentally happen to agree, point for point, with the man.
He makes some good points.
I don't know. It's just like, damn, I didn't know that it was that deep.
There, I found that piece. It's in the chat. It's really, really good.
Well, that's why anti-Semitism doesn't actually ever go away, and it has to do with propaganda and information and misinformation. Information is always subject to misinformation. That's what makes it information. The delineation between it and the stuff we don't want to focus on, which means that whenever someone is motivated, there's always material that was previously classified as information available for them involving the destruction and villainy of the Jews. How could you ever prevent that from happening without a massive destruction of all cultural record, which no one is ever in favor of? No, there will always be new bouts of anti-Semitism. And yes, this was already addressed 150 years ago by Herzl when he saw what happened to Dreyfus. And guess what happened? We made a state to solve that problem.
Well, it didn't solve the hate problem.
Yeah, we never.
It might solve.
That's the thing. It was never under the conception that the state of Israel would prevent the rest of the world from still thinking that we were pieces of shit. We anticipate that that's going to continue to happen over and over and over again with more elaborate arguments that are just rehashed versions of the same. We know that's going to happen. The point of the separate state is because then we always have someplace to go where we have sovereignty, and we know that we disagree with you all together because you're all psychopaths.
Daniel, what if we had graffiti that was like, here's how crazy radicalized that become. Kahana was right and Leibovich was right. What if they were both right?
Both, yes, I was just like,
I don't know his move.
Do you know Leibovich?
No.
Leibovich was a philosopher in the mid 20th century who argued that now that Jews have a state, the risk is becoming, corrupt and authoritarian, and like he wasn't an anti-Zionist, but he was very critical of like the newfound power that Jews had and what that would do to our internal
Yeshayahu Leibovitz?
Yeshayahu Leibovitz.
So you're saying that he had sort of like a post state established policy of self-restriction of power or utilization of power, that kind of a thing?
Yeah, he said the Israeli state is going to end up oppressing Palestinians. It's going to happen.
Right.
And he wasn't an anti-Zionist in that way.
They're an animalistic race of barbarians who want or hell bent on our destruction. Both can be true.
So that's what I'm saying. Like there's an ironic place that I'm at these days, which is Kahana was right and Leibovich.
That's the challenge, by the way.
Shut up. He didn't unpack Leibovich's position. So what did Leibovich think that Israel should do? Just like acknowledge that we're going to oppress the Palestinians and thus not
just what he unpacked it.
Be a regular sort of Western democracy.
With no bills being called
sort of
metal monsters.
Well,
agree. I'm just, isn't it ironic because Kahana and Leibovich are opposed, right?
Yeah, so that doesn't, like what you're saying doesn't work. Like we trust what you're saying is Leibovich was right, even though his strategy has clearly brought us to exactly the thing he was trying to prevent occurring. So thus he proves himself wrong.
What I'm hearing.
And instead, Kahana, who was never actually tried.
Right, because, he was murdered.
Which is why many people continue to say Kahana was right because no one ever actually tried it.
Well, but what I'm hearing is
right. So what Leibovich said was the following, right? He argued against occupation, right? He argued against. He was a religious person and he was a rabbi. But he argued against.
You're saying he wanted to withdraw from the West Bank and Gaza territories?
Yeah, post 67, he argued
wanting to go back to the 48 borders where they could fire a bullet across the state of Israel?
Yes, because he argued that continued control over those territories would lead to a moral degradation of the Israeli society.
That's a fair argument.
Which in some ways, he was right.
Oh, he's totally right. No. Jordan and Egypt abandoned those territories as a poison pill for Israel. And, I'm aware of it. Israel swallowed it. I would have opposed it for different, more religious reasons, but
he was totally an anti-messianist, right? He wasn't a messianist. He really argued for the very strict separation of church and state. That the more that religion gets entrenched in Israel, that's going to be bad for Israelis, bad for Arabs. All of these things, and it turned out he was right about a lot of that stuff. And Kahana was also right to the extent of the way that he describes Arab mindset and Arab culture, right? Not that I'm generalizing too much in this way, right? But there is something built in. There is something built in there about Jews.
Yeah.
Leibovich was right. Kahana was right.
They both had excellent points to offer, as usual.
Well, what I'm hearing, tell me if this is an oversimplification, but what I'm hearing is evil exists, and so does Yetzer Hara. They both exist.
I'm not sure about evil, but the Yetzer Hara definitely exists.
Well, I just mean evil exists.
Explain the Yetzer Hara to the Gentiles.
No, I just mean the evil exists in others, and the will to do evil, the impulse to accidentally slide into evil through lack of vigilance exists in our own selves as well. So Kahana was right. They're a bunch of fucking animals. Leibovich was right. We got to be careful with the iron fist.
No, but
you guys needed a rabbi to say Muslims are animals?
I'd still say that, militaristic militaristically, right, under the simple geography, it doesn't make sense to give back those territories, not completely. You'd have to occupy them at least militaristically. Like, you could, if you want, pull all the Israelis out. But then again, if you have a free, independent society, how do you stop the settlers from wandering into the no man's land that the Israeli army
that's the whole thing.
in because it's too dangerous for the Israeli government, right? It's up to it.
Yeah, but Michael, that was the whole like post '67 discussion, right? And ultimately what was decided to do was to do nothing, decide not to decide. I think had there been
Cully.
So hold on. Let me just finish that. Hold on. Let me just finish that real quick. 10 seconds. Had Israel annexed it fully, we'd be definitely living in a different reality.
Yeah.
And had they given it back all the way, they would have been living in a different reality. The fault was not deciding.
If they had given it back, they would have been subject to wars they weren't ready for.
Maybe, but then it would have been a war. But then it would have been a war and not an occupation.
In Gaza, we gave Gaza, and you see what happened in Gaza. It became like a terror bomb.
Yeah. But we're talking in the context of 1967 politics, and like, right? There is no Palestinians. There's no terrorists in that way. There are Arab armies. There are countries. Right? That's what we're fighting against in '67. We're not fighting terrorists per se.
The point I wanted to underline: the military justification for maintaining, at the very, very least, even if you want to forcibly remove every Jew within the West Bank and Gaza, maintaining military control, even doing that in a democracy, right? The inertia you're talking about, when like that has to be done, and it's a good question whether or not to occupy it or push people out. Inertia is the natural consequence of a Republican democracy. That's what it leans on. It leans on the time and bureaucracy and slow deliberation that time affords. When you're in a state of war in Israel, that's the way left. We're like fucking Kahana. See what I'm saying?
Your point about Gaza is right, except I don't think that was the consideration post '67 if we withdraw, then the Jordanians will just attack us again.
Yes. Don't you understand? They wrote articles like they proved it, like up at the top, that really thick, stupid blue point. You literally could fucking fire a bullet through the state. That's so stupid. That makes no sense. And you have people on those borders that want to blow up the state. Are you insane? You cannot leave that subject to Jordanian and Egyptian control. And they did it, Jackie.
See, it's interesting because for a long time I said, like, I don't minimize the security concerns, those are real. But why not just defend the border? Right? Sit on the border.
Colin, look, that's what I'm saying. That's what they did. They did just want to defend the border. They said there's no fucking way that the border is going to stay here. And the inertia of it.
Right, but that's not defending the border. That's changing. That's changing the border.
Wherever they fucking wanted because they had military support.
Yeah, but that's changing the border. That's not defending the border.
Yes, that wasn't decided by the government. That was something the government had to react to because they had citizens that were free enough to do it. And they don't give a shit about the government. They want to occupy the hills of the Holy Land. And the government is good enough to protect them. Why?
Right, well, that's why.
Goddamn hill.
Right, well, that's why those people are not Zionists. They don't care about the government. They don't care about the statecraft in the state of Israel.
They care about defending that hill.
I understand. That's what makes them not Zionists. Zionists care about the state and the democracy. These people don't. Like, I don't think vinegar is smoking for Zionists. Certainly not.
But you're missing my point. It's unavoidable. The people that choose to go out there grows. Their population and numbers grow. The people that are interested in their way of thinking grows. And their political power in a liberal Republican democracy grows.
Right. I guess what I'm suggesting is, had the settlement had Jewish communities in the West Bank not been created, right? You could have had like a benevolent
it's a technical word. It's not a. That's all. Right. I'm not implying anything about you. Whatever. I'm not implying anything. Right? It's an accurate description. Right. All I'm saying is that there could have been an administration of West Bank that didn't because there's been a progression since 67 to now. You have the rise of nationalism and terrorism. You have the increasing settlement apparatus. You have the building of the wall. You have the murder. You can't just start rescaling the team, right? But I'm just speculating, right? How do you think they go back, right? Then those that say don't annex, but we can't give it back, right? Which is what happened. Why did it have to be a brutal military operation in the end? Could have been set up. The material lives of Palestinians is the West Bank are controlling by the Israeli military. What do you mean? Well, let me say it better, okay? I don't think you have to see this way. I think it could have looked better. It was always going to look larger and wanted to paint it. I think it could look better. I think it could have looked. I trust these military so much, and I think they can seriously without the checklists. No, student. Sure. Why? What happened today? Murdered. What is that?
How do I know you're telling us the truth and you just are looking for a way?
I don't run away from these conversations.
Give us the doctor's name. I'll call the secretary. Right.
That's fine. Okay, I'll be back.
Right, I hope everything's okay. And the constipation loosens soon.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Edmund!
Call me Jacob.
Wait.
It's like an English. I know.
You honor us with your presence. From all the rooms that you're streaming, you're choosing to hang out with us.
Streaming? I don't stream.
What makes us
Not you,
Edmund. What makes us so interesting?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know who's here. Oh, Leslie. Huh? Masri.
Come on up. I've seen you like multiple years. Oh, guys. It was good to see you. Hello. Lisa.
Oh my God, everybody. Edmund was in the middle of the sentence. What were you saying?
You saying everything we say is meaningless and we've said it all before.
No, what I'm saying is, I think it's like a problem why am I even having this conversation? So if you finally recognize that this is like a holding cell for insane people who just like to repeat themselves every single fucking day, you know, as a recorder, it gives me a lot more peace actually not being involved in these conversations and just listening. So I want to thank you all for doing the heavy lifting.
You're very welcome, Edmund, and thank you for honoring us with your presence, because from all the rooms that you're streaming, you chose to spend time with us.
We're only one family. Friends and rivals all the time. So
Like, if you want more wealth, more happiness, more love, I encourage you all to find more. Put some.
Thank you. And also, see who is. Oh, she left. Oh, she's there. Daniel, our favorite mailbox is here. Did you call me a mailbox? Yeah.
Well, Jakob, I'm not really following the news because I just follow the headlines, but no details because I have been in so many troubles to work as just personal things, but once I pass them, I will follow.
You caused trouble at work. I thought you were the solution provider.
Well, I'm a troublemaker after all, you know. Thank you, Jakob. I miss talking to you, you know that.
Yeah, I know. Your family's good.
Yeah, everything is fine. What about yours?
Yeah. You know.
Oh, don't make the conversation gay.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, come on.
Wait. Why are you coming in and leaving and coming in and leaving? What's wrong? Like a gay man. Why are you coming in and leaving and coming in and leaving? What's wrong?
You know what comes in and goes out all the time.
Gay man.
Yes.
A Muslim in Togo.
Your Daniel would know the answer.
Oh, can you speak? What the hell?
A mouth. It's just eye slots so they can see, but they can't talk. Are you allowed to talk in those things?
Yeah, she might be in the presence of.
Enjoy my food.
Oh, you're finding them?
Take off the top. Like,
Finding those things?
I'm actually in the rest of something it off.
It's a feeding tube, guys. She's using it.
I thought you were in the presence of men, and that's the reason why you weren't able to sleep.
Does everyone here identify as a man or a woman?
well, I identify as a woman for the purpose of so, gross. Yeah, thanks.
Why would I identify as a woman?
Danny, I love your headscarf. It's so cute.
Daniel, I believe that women's clothing is often cheaper, so
Cheaper.
Well, okay, it was on it. Things cheaper. Is that what you're saying?
Women's clothes are cheaper?
Yeah, more expensive per wear inch.
What? We're not cheaper. You guys are
No, you live in your clothes.
I mean, I can go with the same jeans for a month.
women's clothes is cheaper, are cheaper in London.
Men's
Living with that style. Yes, but women's turnover in styles is every year there's a new style. But men's,
Twice a year, there's
well, hold on, but for men and women, but when it comes to the turnover on styles, men's is more constant. You don't have to replace men's clothes as much to keep up with the styles.
Well, neither if you are, if you have like a solar style, it's also not as compatible with the fashion, right? But I just men's clothing is more expensive than women's. But when it comes to underwear, it's the other way around.
That's the benefit of the job.
How many explosive vests do you own? Share that. So good.
Yes, you only need one.
When you see IDF, do you have any little outfits or something? You only need one.
IDF are basically heroes, to be honest. Like floating, like some civilized world.
So that's harmless.
Not you, bitch.
Harmless.
Not you. Not you, I said civilized world. Realize though that every day we're shitting on ICE agents, and these people are patriots and heroes. So we don't even get to have your sentiment in America. That is your vote.
Your vote?
Never had any German product. Never bought like any German product. My parents said that. Yes, it was a body, you know, it was very common.
Yeah, it would be a very miserable life having to stay angry at something like this that you cannot control.
It wasn't anger. It was about not seeing it in your face, basically. It was like traumatic, like, you know.
Ultimately, this is the thing. And this is what I think I still admire about the Jews, even if these things happen, right? Which is like, okay, we cannot do anything about the past. We are going to take responsibility of our future, and we're going to handle it in the present, you know?
At the end of the day, I came from a house that used to like all the German products, and somebody said in the end, you know, I'm married to German, and he met my grandmother and my husband looks like completely hairy and like blonde and eyes, like, you know, what was the reaction? And she would first time and she said it made like a clenching her heart, like the first time that she saw him. But then he became like, you know, like it was like initial, it was kind of like a closure in a way, you know. And it was like even a victory or even like some kind of a win. But at the end of the day, like this has happened.
My grandparents looked at it a different way. These women kind of explained, which was in a world of choices, you don't need to choose the one that's in your face that's directly affecting your family. They went through this shit. So they were, you know, when it came down to choosing to buy a Mercedes-Benz or another luxury car, they chose the other luxury car. They just didn't want to see it on their face. It wasn't because, oh, we're going to hold the kids and grandchildren of the Nazis accountable for your grandparents. It was, you don't need these photos on your face.
And so it's why Trump going to like that, you wouldn't even notice this if you didn't know that this is happening.
Although it was really strange going to Israel in the 70s and 80s, and every single taxi cab was a Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, but all of that is fine, but you're allowing external circumstances to drive your thinking. It's like if I yeah, but again, like if I would, I mean, it's just easier to just embrace it, make peace with it, and just move on. Like I get
it. It's what you just say. Yes, but if you would be a Holocaust survivor, then everything German would be like, you know, you don't want to live your life with this like post-trauma. And if
trauma.
I get it, Daniel. But you know what? I mean, like, I know it's not the same type of, how do you say, level, right? But yeah, I left my country because my life was in danger, right? And something happened to me. I'm not going to speak about it right now because the evidence is kindly streaming us everywhere. But anyway, it was like a very serious thing to the point that I had to leave my country because, yeah, my life was in danger. And it was someone that I knew that was close to me, right? And what my sister did, like I guess a few years later, is that this person had a dog, and actually the dog was like really nice and whatever. And you know, my sister had the brilliant idea to call her new dog after the name of the dog of this person. When I heard that, like I felt a punch in my stomach because they were like, what the fuck? Why did you call the dog? She gave the name of the dog of this person that created this issue for us that put our lives in danger. And I was like, what the fuck are you thinking? You know, like I felt like a punch in my stomach. But ultimately, it's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm giving him power. You know, like why should I just like I should just like move on and forget about it.
The choice between an elimination and a dog's thing. I mean, I know it was traumatic for you. I get it. I understand.
Sustaining basic moral principles is called philosophy. It's son.
Okay, no, this is a serious thing. Like, I love.
It's serious, and we're taking it serious, but it doesn't mean that you can kind of like joke a little bit about it. But I know that the topic is serious, and I get what you mean, and I understand that this is hurtful and painful and all of that. But the only way of dealing with pain is actually dealing with it and get over it. So that you can
I can't say that it diluted over time. My grandparents did not touch a thing. My parent started to break. I don't care. Everyone in the food chain or, you know, the grandparents.
It's not about holding them accountable. Again, it's trauma. This is the same reason that like many Holocaust survivors would put food under the blanket, under the mattresses, not because it's like it means anything. It's like it's part of like this trauma of having no food.
It's wider, like
yes, it's trauma.
Yeah, it's trauma. It's like my generous PTSD.
Yeah. No, and I get it, Jacob, and you're right. It's diluted through generations, right? I mean, it's not the same that there are the actual Holocaust survivors who actually experienced it. That's it. I mean, that's disgusting. They just cannot even process it.
They listen to their parents' story and they own that. Yeah,
the second generation was also very much affected.
Yeah, it's not just their parents. There's actually people who are getting payments Holocaust survivors for second generation because of the psychological burden that they've had to.
Yeah, it's not that far away. I mean, it happened less than 100 years ago.
Yes, I mean, we heard stories of people that actually experienced it. Like they would bring like Holocaust survivors to our school on Holocaust Day, and they would sit and they would tell us like their own personal stories, and they were alive, and they would like, you know, now with time they're less and less, but you could hear it like first-hand accounts. And it was like the Nazi regime didn't exist anymore. It wasn't about like being like spreading like propaganda against the Nazi regime. It didn't exist. It was just about like remembering and knowing what happened and like sharing those stories. What did you say?
Oh, I was asking, sorry, is it like a disability sort of in a sense payment or like a reparations type of?
No, it was a reparation kind of thing.
So are you the second generations? Like is there a bankrupt I mean
yes.
Yeah, to the tune of like $80 billion, I think it was the last count or seeing or some number. It's a huge number.
Not that huge. They buy like a.
Exactly.
it's not just reparation because they also lost everything that they had. I think my grandmother came to Israel, through Lebanon, and she had to never mind the whole story of how she came. But she came with nothing, like nothing. And they had like stuff, and also my father's family had like fur factories, like they were very rich, they had like servants and like whatever. They came with nothing. So the money that they get in reparation is it's nothing compared to what they lost. Nothing.
Did they ever try to get the money as a full property back or not?
Yes, we had a building, and me and my sister, we got like, now, like, I think like 5 years ago, we got some money for this building, but again, it's not even enough to buy like a.
People actually get the building back, like
No, because other people live there now. You don't get the building. You get like they have like this pointing system that they give you some. Yeah, you don't still have everybody like reading time to time. Yeah, we have to keep
time to time. This is Germany. We don't need to we have the addresses back to the heirs. So I was wondering if anyone actually got the property back and now renting comes in. Some other prices.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. Maybe if it's like a building that is not like sold to someone else, like a government building or like stuff like this, maybe. But I don't know.
We need a better topic. I got a topic. What do you think of F1? I don't think they exist.
Are they the same size?
No, you're thinking of her when she was 8 years old.
No.
My boobs are not the same size.
I'm just bringing this topic to the committee, just wondering.
My thumbs are the same size.
Nothing is the same size.
My right boob is bigger than my left.
BTR approved. He's not making a testicle, dude.
Funny, told you, Jacob.
Because I was saying, like, at least they know what into it. Yeah, the research.
Well, I look into it.
That's pretty good. I look for the closer eye.
Closer than mine, you think? Yeah, let's go because you will not win this.
Get out of tape measure next time.
Oh my god, it's getting worse.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I wanted to go to a supermarket and these long days, they confuse me because the sun is so bright as if it's like 4 p.m. and it's 8 already and I have 7 minutes until the supermarket closes and it's just confusing.
But think about it this way, the days are getting shorter. Every day is shorter.
Shut up! No, I hate that. Shut up!
Like some of the problems. No, after June 20th, they're getting shorter.
Lies every day is 24 hours. He speaks lies.
Point of the day that's daylight.
Days are not period. Heretic, blasphemer.
Don't come here when you're Jewish shit.
The day that's daylight gets shorter, okay? Do I have to explain it with that much detail?
Shut up!
Lie.
And the sun doesn't for that either.
Shut up already!
Says he does it every day until it lasts for 24
Oh
hours.
my god, this is like your verbal chewing sound that you made for the sun. God. You could do it, and you're like, no.
I just don't want to think about it because I hate the thought of like days going fast to being very short.
So you like whatever.
Well, you just said I hate
I love it. I'm just thinking.
You're crazy and she doesn't know if the supermarket is still open and she needs groceries. The days
I love when it's long.
Yeah,
complaint. He said, this is always not worry about it. I need long days. He needs the long days, but they still confuse her.
You can say, like, you know, a day, just 18.
Right, she needs the long day.
Like, well, you have to say, it's supposed to be something that people now think.
Sorry, I'm not here during the long days.
Why don't you move in with your hair? What did you say? Why don't you move you and your boom mules to northern Alaska for the summer?
Because that would be an awful place to live.
Yeah,
All summer, all night.
Yeah, but it's too cold and too long. No, I would go crazy.
That's cold in the summer. It's perfect weather and the sun never goes down. I like it.
Wonderful.
So I'm just curious, how do you guys use your money in Alaska?
It's a good question.
You're being unconvinced, Pepe.
And Iceland also. No, I'm only asking. It's like, I guess.
I'll do you if there's no clock coming down, man.
And you went up to space.
You have to think it.
You went up to space.
Until you think
And laws developed as to how he should grade there, because when is his name?
But wasn't it based on where his location was before he went into space? Is that my understanding?
I think that was the rule, because it does have to be based on like an Earth-based location.
It was based on like he was
Okay, by the way, probably would have two things. It's probably not based off the location he departed from, which would make most sense. Tracks with laws for flight. The other one, and I think it's still supported. There are some opinions say you can rely on just whatever time davening is in Israel. That's a general shit. And all of the prayers are focused on Israel. The jurisdiction of prayer for Jews is primarily about Jews in Israel. So, Israel would make sense to anchor the actual time of prayer. It wouldn't make sense to do that abroad on the planet, because then you'd be out of sync with the cosmological markers like the sunrise and the sunset. But in the space, yes, like on Mars, you'd have to develop time zones, but like the starting one is going to be something probably having to do with Israel.
When Elon went up to space, unfortunately he died on the way down. He brought up like a Kitover, like the smallest Torah. It's pretty cool. I saw an interview that he wrote it. Every gram is accounted for. Yeah, it cost a fortune to bring that thing up.
It costs a fortune to register that small.
And some birds said, okay, make it 2 inches by 3 inches. And I'd be like, what?
There are limitations.
It's like a microfilm? No, it was printed. I think it was printed, not scribed. Printed? Oh, wow.
Oh, so you should take this like a map.
Yeah, it was really small. So she said, I don't think it was religious image. Yeah, it was so stupid. And I laughed. I don't know why did I laugh. So, I have a question. I always wanted to.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. It should end.
It's incredible, but like Randy has come up with so many I have to say like sticky phrases, and it has spread over everywhere. Just like it is as well. I have told them. Questions at the end is a Randy thing. They're amazing. It's also a Randy thing.
Well, even a broken clock is a correct question.
Yeah, hello, that's just.
Yeah, maybe the one for broken clock is in space, but so all the time for sometimes, the clocks on they're tied to Houston time. So, I gotta have a reference point. I can't.
version of Cambridge. Hold on, that's a great story.
It was the only one that if we have a problem.
No. So we're at school at MIT, and there's this huge area that doesn't have triple deckers, doesn't have the general like sort of houses that are part of Cambridge. It's all flattened, and it's like warehouses and buildings. So John F. Kennedy, when he started the mission to the moon, he made sure that all the mission control was going to be in Cambridge, Massachusetts, because that would give a lot of money and a lot of jobs and everything to that area. It was close to MIT, whatever. And then he gets killed, and guess who comes into power? LBJ. Where he wants to put it in Texas. So now, all of a sudden, mission control is in Texas, and it becomes Houston. We have a problem.
Oh.
Yeah, money big.
What I am impressed with that it was not Tel Aviv we have a problem.
How could it be Tel Aviv?
Because you guys control everything.
Saying that one noticeable change in history that occurred because of Lee Harvey Oswald was that mission control was in Houston.
That's funny. It was a couple $1 billion because of it. Not even significant, really. It wasn't a minor thing. It was huge.
By the way, the assassination occurred in fucking Texas.
We are not going to launch from Houston because of the DNA.
I'm just saying, like, it's not so often you can show clear, measurable, like, oh, look, this assassination clearly resulted in this other thing.
Yeah, it's not very helpful.
Really? What's the point of assassinating them?
No, because that's what I'm saying. Usually, like, people, obviously, they have, like, a political motivation. They think they'll control the tides of history. But, like, Lincoln, revenge for the Civil War makes sense. Still fighting the fight. What's it called? But, like, it's usually, like, a real principle where, it, like, everything just explodes. Especially when you kill the right guy.
No pun intended, but that's like everything explodes.
Right. But
Never
so clear that the reins of power don't descend into chaos, that they're handed over smoothly, and that like some political favor, some like stupid little notch on someone's belt gets shifted from, frankly, the obvious location, putting it next to MIT.
Well, that's where Lincoln Labs was there, but did a lot of work. MIT did a lot of the work. Like, it made a lot of sense, like, geopolitically, for taking geopolitics out of it, just like where.
Let me ask you, was there already at that time like a Silicon Prairie, like with Texas Instruments around?
Texas Instruments was a scientific calculator company. They were not like this big, government contractor.
No, what I'm saying is there's a bunch of old tech from like the Silicon Prairie, like before the Silicon Valley.
Yeah, but they were meaningless. They were.
No, I'm not saying they weren't meaningless. I'm saying like, did that only exist as like a kind of a leech on?
I don't know. I'd have to research that.
That's a question. But like, it's just interesting to see like, and then because like, you're never gonna find research saying like, oh look, here's a measurable distinction as a result of assassination, because that could obviously be used to encourage assassination.
Yeah.
Well, like this one is like just right there. It's like, hey, look, Texas, one out.
That is also a Randy thing, is it not? That's right.
Really?
most people don't realize is that Clubhouse is actually an app where ESL speakers come here to learn what's called English. Not many people know that this app is actually it's actually to learn how to speak like we call English. It's called English. And every conversation is an app is a complete and total sometimes is what I like to call
merged with the other Germanic tribes of Saxony.
You're fascinated with all that, man.
It seems to be gone now.
If Clubhouse was for good at teaching people learn language skills, the American English side of it.
He is still with us. He is the Anon, the shitty Anon there. The other, the shitty Anon. Yeah, but you know what? He's still listening to us because he's still recording us.
recovering the other night.
What were you talking?
Pretty thick skin.
What is he recovering from?
Everything else is all that drama. I forget. I think it was Jasper. Actually, it may have been a different weekend.
So what happened? Tell me. I want to know.
He's upset that everyone's still thinks he's a racist.
No, it's not. It's. I thought that was a pretty good.
Oh my God! Let's have a talk.
So, long story short, like on the conservative side of Clubhouse, they got into it with Roger, and I was kind of involved, and then Rohan, Rohan.
Yeah.
He's friends with Roger, so we kind of started getting into it, and then Rohan, you remember the whole Hebrew National Congress and shit.
Oh yeah, you and Rohan have been, yeah.
And then so he starts playing that again. He's like over a year old, and then Roger gets on, and then of course I call Roger names, and then he kicks all of the conservative people out of the room. It's just stupid.
He kicked you off?
Oh yeah. And he pulled an Edmund too.
What did he do?
They played him recording of Edmund.
Oh yeah, that is the Rohan one. But Rohan has been doing this to Pepe forever, since forever. He won't let go. Well, today they're all there.
Positively. The recording was easy, like Tom Keckham. Look how they failed to mention that he's a low IQ and word Tourette sufferer, just like T-Rock. He uses the N-word all the time.
Hey, I'm not picking him. There's no point because he has experience. Shut up. Shut up. I love Edmund, and I sometimes give him a mod, but sometimes he just moves the room, so I just don't want him to move the room.
Right. I think that's so.
I feel like that's like an acceptable risk that you gotta take.
Shut up. Yeah, you want to when you're ready to end the room, you give him the mod.
Yeah, I just don't want him to
exactly.
Right.
I don't care about Edmund reporting us. Like I really
know, it's all about what you do.
Right.
It's with Edmund, you know that he's recording. You have not like he's unknown to unknowns, okay? You don't know who they are.
What is Edmund? The shit one is Edmund.
Maybe. And again, with Edmund, if you know that he's recording with the other one, maybe he's also doing it. So you can always assume that someone recording.
Yeah, like Princess records us all the time. And she says she doesn't.
Why? She listens to it afterwards?
Yeah, this is like, she's got a huge archive of like, oh, I heard you saying this, I heard you saying that.
I haven't seen Princess or Diego for it.
Oh, yeah, for a long time.
I thought it was pronounced Princey.
Well, it's princess because the Arabs don't say P, which is funny when you think about Palestine.
Because they can't say Palestine.
It's like people.
It's free to join my share. The songs I share are also free. The techniques and strategies I teach.
Spaghetti.
Okay. That might be the worst podcast I've ever done. It's like,
I was the one Zaki supposed to discover, but he discovered everything. Basically, he's the genius. He's the best. I discovered.
I want to show the whole world. Every time that we would get together, there's a lot of people who part of my MBA. Oh, may I please ask spaghetti? Spaghetti.
Danny does a good job with the J's. They don't have J's in Hebrew, so how did that come about?
Yeah, I'll for Jays.
Well, we have Jay in English. We have pajama. We said pajama.
I know, but there's no, like, there is no
Hebrew word with J.
Yeah,
We use like American, like,
right, but that's not a letter, Jenny, so like,
So then,
no, we use email with that one. So,
yeah,
why do you say Jason?
forget about Jason, Jesus.
Exactly, they have to talk about Jesus.
I think, you know, we say,
What about
we say Yeshua, and we say with the youth. Like we like me llamo y me llamo.
Yeah.
Or you in English, you don't have the ham sound. Like is now. Julie, can you please come up?
So she's on listening mode. I don't know. She's shy.
Yeah. Oh no, she's on listening mode. Yeah.
Yeah, she's connecting with her shy side. Like,
you guys make girls sound like Ray in the door or however
No, I mean we don't have in Spanish from Spain. They use it as from
what the
like Israeli, like this
what does it mean here?
But in Spanish, we say it something like
I think it means the ego. Is it the ego? It's a yeah, what is it?
wisdom or knowledge.
What is it? What is it? Knowledge.
Did you get your question answered about the G?
not knowledge. Wisdom, yes, wisdom. You know the difference between me and love? You know what me love? When you say like where do you put the emphasis, like yeah, that's it, yes. So it's a chokmah, it's chokmah. Chokmah. Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
I got it.
No, but you, it's the back in the front, not here in the front of the mouth, but back in the like high thing.
There are other languages like
It is not high thing, it is high thing. It's on the back of the throat, it's not on the front.
Yes, I want to think about this conversation is ready to transition into class. Do you want me to show you? Do you want me to show you how to work it? No, I do not need to see the back. I want to think about the back of the throat. I did say C. He said Jaguar.
What?
I said C, Jaguar.
However.
Yeah, C, Jaguar.
Jaguar. Jaguar. Or Jaguar. I don't know.
How do you speak English?
Jaguar.
Oh, you know what's funny? We're not practicing English. We were in German.
International tutors are learning the current moment.
Using German, you say like they don't have the topic like so welcome to this development.
Another international speakers here outside. Let's go off and shut up for a second.
They finish my point. So they don't have the topic. So sometimes they would come out and like they would say, for example, Miami Vice, because they say that every time you come out the topic, they don't
Yeah, it's Miami Vice.
Pronounce this word back to pronounce word international speakers.
Just write it in the chat.
English. Say this word. I'm sure it's interesting. Say this word. French in 1937, the Jewish girl just wants a cigarette.
Yeah, well, that word is
Because a lot of Spanish people I know say estate, like they can't.
yeah, they cannot start the like an S with a consonant afterwards. It's very difficult for Spanish people. But for me, that's
Welcome back to the Little Simple. Just make noise, please. Just train yourself to do it. Say this word.
in German, that word. In German, that word would be steak. Steak.
Well done. My grandson says steak, and I'm like, fried steak. Actually, can't make her tongue.
Steak.
Yeah, they all are. Jaguar is a word. Jaguar is a word that, like, ESL kids that spoke Spanish, and you try to get them to say Jaguar, they can never pronounce it right. So, when John met the guy from the area, I told him, like, oh, that's what English. Why did you have to speak English so good? Like, I don't know that this is what they speak in Liberia. Liberia is that country for 3 years. But John was like, wow, you have like a really good English. Like, I learned it in English. Because I hate it. Yeah, wow. It's really impressive, but it's like, what do you want? It's like, I'm telling you, like, wow, your English is really good. Like, when you learn it, like, English. You don't have a word that's hard for us. That's, that's common knowledge. It's hard for us to pronounce it. Oh, that's good. Speakers.
All of it.
Well, everything was said.
I mean, English-speaking people languages.
You speak the best language already.
Not in America, neither in Britain.
Is there a Spanish word you don't think we can get along either? That's what I think.
Very different one. Wait,
Yeah, then we'll give it a try without.
mujer.
No, I have something to it. All right, what is that?
Yeah.
I can't do the top roll with the R's.
So anybody trying to say I'm Mexican, like, yeah. Like that sounds like
Large, I spelled it.
no, everybody on this app has been calling me Mexican for years, saying how
derogatory.
No. I've been trolling. What's happened is everybody would say everybody would say, oh, Pepe, he's just a fake white. He's just one of those Mexican whites, Phoenix. That's all he is. And then, so all of a sudden, I'm like, yep, guys, I am Mexican. You're right.
Pepe is awesome. You listen to your nasal voice and they know you're not Italian, so they think you must be what's called Hispanic.
Mexicans usually have smaller noses. Italians have big noses, which is why
I'm just saying all this.
I will write a couple of words in the chat for you guys to pronounce. There you go.
When I was learning in Germany, it's cool.
No. Hold on. One by one.
Back to Clubhouse. This is a social audio chat. We're free.
I'm just telling you to shut the fuck up. Okay.
okay, añejo.
No, not really.
Say it.
Jacob. Yeah, Daniel is close to it. That's the best one. It's añejo. But yeah, but it's not añejo. It's añejo.
It's what you said, but it's not what came out.
Añejo. It's not añejo.
Be shorter, is what you're saying.
No, is it yes? Añejo. No, because the yes, you're making it as like an N and an E,
Welcome back to the Master. This is another episode of So Stupid.
Añejo.
Stop taking nonsense. I'm reading the word.
This was the shortest doctor's appointment in history. It wasn't late.
Yeah, because we have the short one as well. Maybe there was not a lot to see. Okay, another one. There's
Cuchillo.
nah, not really. It's not eel. It's yeah.
Cuchillo.
Back to Clubhouse, everyone. This is
Oh my god!
okay.
Everybody thanks my grandmother. That's all it's.
It's always funny that when he's about like he's going to teach you about
in Mexico, are you going to be the ones like, what is it, like Machuzos, I think they're like more Indian in origin, so they'll be like TZL. Then there'll be a Q with like weird shit. You know what I'm talking about?
LGBTQR.
Okay, there's another one.
Para México.
Yeah, parapléjico. Someone that cannot move that is yeah, paraplegic, yeah, whatever. Okay, let me try this one. Although this one I think you'll will be easy for you guys. Because they're very similar to English, the way that they're written, but not the way that they're pronounced.
Psychological.
No.
I'm not pronouncing it psychological.
What's the word for paralytic? I missed it.
Parapléjico.
I'm gonna go with East's pronunciation. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, but everyone's got a good pronunciation. It's fine. But Hebrew is very, very compatible.
Especially who speaks more than one language.
No, especially all the time. I do
Yeah.
Like German, they're really impressive. I tell you what, when I speak, I don't speak in Greek. Like my German is very basic. That's my pronunciation is really good. So when I do my German, they actually think that I speak German. I'm like, no. That's all it is. That's it.
Yeah, it's the phonetics. Like the last one is psicólogo. Psicólogo.
What language do you speak in? Does he speak Hebrew? He speaks, we speak English between ourselves, but he can understand and he can speak Hebrew. I guess now, after we moved here, like for 3 years, then I guess it will maybe brushes off. But I know that when, when in his work, when he meets Israelis and he speaks Hebrew to them all of a sudden, they're like, what? Because he's like completely like German, like he's not an Israeli company, they don't expect. Obviously, there's like the German, not pure German, he has his own accent. We both have that question. How's you still there? Yes, you're actually looking at the answer.
Yeah, I'm here.
You pick up all sorts of colloquials hanging out in these rooms.
I'm sorry, again, slowly, please.
You pick up a lot of colloquials or like colloquialism, which, colloquialism like, hey, let's go. Instead of how are you?
You need the slang language.
It's not the way that people actually talk. Yeah, it's exactly the way people talk is supposed to be. They would teach you in school.
No, not in school. We learned this, but some people speak that way. I don't really find it clear to get anyway. Yeah, a lot of playing Clubhouse, but I don't really keep in these rooms. I didn't really, I really think that it's a fake way of talking and fake way of showing things, which is not you know what I mean?
No, it's the true way. That's the point.
It's the true way, yeah, because it's like straight English. It's not correct English.
Not really, because some neighborhoods say, according to the class of the neighborhood, you know what I mean? It's a standard out of it.
One thing to speak, like when you're with the Queen of England, you speak one way. When you're with the people who service her, you speak another way, but it's good to know both.
Yeah, Americans in their own place explain to me the concept of X. Like I ask you, and it's like,
you don't want to know.
But I know which one it is. That's why we should say yes.
Because they make it their jargon, I guess.
Daniel, it's a lot like what pejoratively is called Ebonics and what professors call African American Vernacular English, AAPE. It's a way of speaking to create a subculture within a community that allows a community to talk with other people outside of the community knowing exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
We all know that it's only this word, and to me, I don't know, as an outsider that don't know this AUG, whatever it's they just sound dumb. Well, there's like a lot of so a lot of the English that was introduced to, what is it, with the Ulster Scott dialect, so there's a lot of the, like, I guess it's from them, a lot of the poor grammar, like, what she be doing, that kind of stuff, like, there was, like, a white underclass in the South that did kind of speak well. It's like, if one of the but then it's like short kind of words. It's like I'm sleeping on like some consonant or whatever. It's not like this is an X. I mean, it's the same amount, and it's like a very short word. And it's, we just, I don't know, for me, you're not noticing that one word because it's highly noticeable. It just sounds like, it sounds like people that are uneducated to me. Kind of. Some people, I mean, I have lost in college.
Like low life.
Wait, what word? Say that. X. Which uneducated, I think it's just like a habit from like childhood. So it's just how she was from Houston. And she wasn't stupid. A boss I had while I was in college, like she would sometimes say X, but I wouldn't say she was necessarily uneducated. She just it's something she just
intentionally wanting to, it's what exactly what Jacob is saying, is intentionally trying to create a subculture so that they feel that they have got like an inner circle, you know, and everyone else is outside of it.
So here's what I'd be surprised if that wasn't intentional. I'd be surprised if that wasn't intentional.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to mark like, oh, this is how we speak, you know.
Let me define it. What's intentional is the wider AAPE, but X itself comes from an ancient Old Middle English pronunciation. And here's what ChatGPT saying. The pronunciation of app is ax, AX. As any ax be a question is a well-documented feature of some varieties of English, especially African American vernacular English.
I think you're falling for the black narrative.
No. Hold on, just listen. It's not unique to Black Americans, nor is it a mistake. In fact, its pronunciation is deeply stored in roots in English. The AX pronunciation goes back over 1,000 years to Old English. In Old English, the verb was spelled ACSIAN or AXIAN, AXIAN, both are considered correct. And so it says, why is it pronounced as an AVE when African American slaves learned English? In colonial America, they often learned English from people in the South, where the AX pronunciation was still in use over time.
Yeah, but this is now people. This is how they want to. This is how they want to justify.
The Oceans have a completely different pronunciation.
Yeah, there you go. Then Daniel, can you go and tell people? Yeah.
Okay, exactly. Anyway, what you say because
yeah, so Kelly said, Daniel, it's a group signifier like slant, but it's more of an accent, like a slang, but it's more like an accent. And then she said, everyone does it in different ways. Oh my God, no, you are slow, Jacob. Unlike most of you all, I live around Black people. I'd like to inform you that they speak English and they are verbally competent. Yes, exactly, I agree with her. This is just like a slang that they're doing. It's like a group differentiator, exactly that.
What's that? A group differentiator?
Yes, but they just start talking about all this stuff, and I agree with you.
But all English does come from these people.
Wait, I agree that this might have been a way that it was used before, but it's not the reason why they're doing it today.
Right, it's a group differentiator. That's what I said, that's what I started with. But it's historical things. That's how they got it. But why they continue it, and more importantly, why they create a much wider degree of words choice that is highly differentiated. The so-called Ebonics, which is a terrible word,
yes,
is really called AAVE, is a much wider group of words used to differentiate a subculture from another culture.
She says, if all English mattered, I would say ass. I agree, but this is kind of like this narrative that you were reading is what they use as to justify their wrong pronunciation. But they are competent, as Kelly says, in speaking English. They were taught good English. They do it on purpose.
Not all of them. It was just saying, where did it come from originally? Not why did they use it?
Yes, but it's not the reason why they are using it today. They're trying to make a point.
Points. There's 2 points to my statement. I didn't say it's what. Just because it was from Old English isn't why they're saying it today. That's the origin point. Why they're saying it today is a differentiator.
Well, I would say that you do get him speaking.
Because they heard other people say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Kids growing up today with no correlation to 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, are hearing it from their parents and their peers, and that's just the way that they pronounce it.
Right, Lisa, are you familiar with, like, I guess the term would be like rednecks, like how they often will speak, they use a lot of the exact same words, not completely entirely the same, but
It's something that y'all check it out. Y'all is
no, y'all definitely redneck.
It's in the South, it's complete redneck.
Y'all is a contraction.
There used to be an actual word in English for plural you. It was not y'all. There was an actual word like there is in Spanish and French and things like that. No, I think it's very close to actually y'all. No, y'all is very good, but that's an invented word. There was a real word in English.
Yeah, but y'all is not a new word. Y'all is a contraction. It's the same as your or I'm instead of saying I am.
But it's an adaptive contraction, meaning you'll hear from West Virginia south, and you'll hear it out to Nebraska or something. It's in New York and Boston, you do not hear y'all. You just don't hear it. I haven't used it.
If only there was a book pinned to the top that explained what's on there.
Amazing.
That's like probably the book that is the most. I guess the book that's the most popular that kind of explains it. Breaks down into the where the language came from. Because they speak when you hear a lot of when you hear it in the African American vernacular. That is to me it sounds just like Southern. It sounds Southern. You said you're from the South.
Right. That's what I'm trying.
They used to say, in Old English, we used to say,
Jesus.
thou and he.
They used to have a voice.
And ye and you were plural. Ye and you were plural. Thou and he was singular. That hadn't changed.
I just want to. None of you are incorrect about some of these things. It's just how it matters today. Some of this stuff is just irrelevant. The last point that I made, I believe to be generally true, and not as a white person, but as a Southerner, because Southerners of all colors, all stripes, Southerners that don't want to either sound Southern and say y'all, or sound black and use AABE. This is their belief, and it's also just not seen as pejoratively down here because it is very common and very acceptable for people to code switch and using that phrase in a completely non-pejorative way. I would not go to a job interview and sound the same way I would after I had 2 glasses of wine, right? And neither would someone who says X. They would say X.
That's the same thing for me. I drink as a teacher in New York City. I drink.
Why too?
Because your point about people judging people based on their language, they think you're smart based on your language. And I really tried hard to get my kids to not say I didn't do nothing, which is a double negative. They did something, so I kept on trying to get them to say maybe actually meant to. Maybe actually meant to say I didn't do nothing. It's how they literally meant I didn't do anything, which is I didn't do anything. But they
You're joking with me.
No, I am not joking. Oh, you're no. That's my job. A lot of people say that. Maybe they didn't do nothing.
You're totally right. Let me add this one thing, and I'm going to go out of signal, so I'll just go back to the audience because I've got to go to another appointment. You're completely correct about the way people speak and trying to curtail it. But you can take it too far, right? You just have to correct people, especially if you're in an academic setting, because there is such a thing as correct English, and trying to pretend like people have some kind of a culture that doesn't allow them to correct or read English is a huge problem. Now, this
it's not something that people look at as marginalized, but it is totally true that where you have this problem, it's because people have tried to be nice and be like, no, we should just allow people not to have to code switch at school. But that, I'm talking about but they have to. I understand. I'm just trying to make a broad point and agree with you because I'm going on a signal. The thing that like the code switching thing, all of it is made worse when people make allowances in school because no job is going to say that's okay, right?
Exactly. That's my point. Is you may speak this way in the school, when you go for your first interview and you talk like that, they're going to think you're an idiot. And unfortunately, that's the terribleness of our culture, is that we judge people based on how they talk. At least around here, and other places, sure. And I was just trying to get them to understand the double negativeness of their speaking. And eventually, some got it, some didn't. And I wouldn't berate them, but I would just point it out the first time that they said it.
Kelly also brings up an interesting point too, that isn't every point made by a woman a broad point?
Lisa, I have missed your words.
I think you were making a point about love.
Hey guys, yeah, I haven't been able to.
What do you like about the roots?
Well, I saw Cal popped in. I got to hear the last of that. I have a whole bunch of house projects going on right now. But Pepe, I have heard your name more. You know what? You're famous on this app. I'm like, now what did Pepe do?
I was famous on this app when it was big. It's just I'm saying offensive, outrageous. Actually, that means you're more relevant as a percentage, Pepe. Yeah. Because if you were X when it was 1,000 X people, now you're X when there's only 100 X, so your percentage is larger. X, not X, yeah. That was X's. I wonder if my mom would say, instead of wash, she'd say wash. And I know there's people in the DC area. That's a big one.
That's also very rich. Washing.
She called it DC. The Maryland accent is terrible, and Pennsylvania accent is Philadelphia, outside of DC. Yeah, she says word. We are big word.
The area is kind of weird. Yeah.
DMV is weird. Yeah, it's a little weird. Department of Motor Vehicles is strange everywhere. Delaware, Maryland, I know. Geographer, come on. DC, Virginia. It's like that. I'm going to be wrong the whole time. I think it's Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. When you get the Virginia part is called Delmarva. I like Delmarva is exactly the place I was just about to say, that little point, the eastern shore. That's Delmarva. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Ocean City, Maryland is a fun place to go to. The doctor was fine, by the way. Thank you for asking.
You already told us that it was only it was a short appointment because we didn't have much to see.
Daniel didn't read that. Just saw the slab. We didn't get a lot of.
Okay, Hannah, what kind of
And then we saw some comedy 24 hours, so that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Hannah, when you were leaving the room for going to the doctor, I said, I hope the constipation gets better, but you were already gone.
That's already gone. No, you can set my bowel movements are like a German train schedule. More information to know.
But I would say it should be more like Swiss, because Germans are not really good at punctuality.
Really?
Yeah, their trains are very late a lot.
That joke was true because that's what it's like a German joke and a Holocaust.
Oh my god!
We joke about the Holocaust. Can we say the names in the chat? These are places in Mexico. I'm just curious if you know how to say them. I don't know how to say them.
Let me see. Oh my god.
I think these have like what is it, Comtech or like has like whatever the native group language I think is incorporated in it.
Yeah, there was one of them.
Igual, the same as this one, Quetzalcoatl, for example. Oh, it's separated in, it's Quetzalcoatl, one word.
I'm gonna go in a moment, but I'm gonna ask Daniel a question. Did you see that story? It came out of Arab News, it came out in some Israeli papers that there was an idea to quote, Israel keeps the Golan Knights in a peace treaty with Syria, and Syria's compensation gets the Tripoli province of Lebanon. I don't know what Lebanon gets for giving up some of their territory, but did you read about that?
About the national president.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was complete bullshit.
So, for example, I am using, they got three words with X. With X, the first two are Mayan words, and the last one is a Spanish word. But the way you pronounce that, so the first one is Ixinche. The second one is Ishmukane. And the third one is Xylofono. So, Ixinche, Ishmukane, and Xylofono.
How do you do that? Do you just have to memorize which words are?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just like English, like when do you pronounce the last E or when it's just a matter of looking at it.
Don't you have like are most of the natives in Guatemala, are they Mayan?
Well, so Mayan, so you have like three, let's say, ethnic groups, right? Well, three, a few of them. You have the Aztecs, you have the Mayans, you have the, what is it in Peru is the Incas, and so on. But inside of each of these groups, these are like races, right? Inside of these groups, you got ethnicity. So the Mayans are like the umbrella, but then under that umbrella, you have Quiches, Quechíes, Tzotzilians. You have like 20 ethnic groups, and they didn't mix amongst each other. But Mayans was like the bigger group. And Mayans were different from the Aztecs, and the Aztecs also had like other ethnic groups underneath Aztecs. So in Guatemala, we do have, it's like the Mayan race, let's say, as a big group. But then inside of this group, they have their own races, and they don't even mix with each other.
Can you like tell the Mayans or the Aztec apart just by appearance, or is it?
Yes, we can.
So I know the Mayans look different from a lot of the other natives in Mexico.
Yes, you can. And also like the Redskins, let's say that we call them Redskins. I don't know if it's called like that in English, but we call them the Indian Redskins, or Indios Piel Roja, which are the North American Indians, the feather Indians, which are completely different to the Aztecs and to the Mayans.
Det låter like, kan man säga, rimlig dress Indians or
I call them curry Indians and feather Indians. Yes, Indians.
Like even here, I mean, when you get like Mexican immigrants, even like 30 years ago as a kid, you'd get like even in the immigrant neighborhoods, you would get like the ones that look Mayan, they're like really short, have like black straight hair and like the eagle-shaped nose. And they were like, they kind of like seem like separating themselves from the other Mexican immigrants.
Yeah. Also, and you see it, for example, so Mayans were from Guatemala and Central America, but then Mexico took a lot of territory from us. In fact, you can see like the borders between Guatemala and Mexico, how it was cut. It's like super straight lines. It was like man-made. But all that territory of Yucatan, Campeche, Quintana Roo, and all that area there, that was Guatemala, and so that was occupied by Mayans. And so now when Mexico took that territory from us, they ended up having lions as well. But you can see a clear difference between Guatemalans and Mexicans from the north more, because the southern Mexicans, they're basically Guatemalans, even the accent and everything, they're basically Guatemalans. The traditions and the genetics and everything. But you can tell the difference between the descendants from Aztecs and the descendants from Mayans, and they look different. Their nose is different, the skin is different, even the shape of the head is like really round. Exactly. Well, the Mayans is more round. The Aztecs have got like a wider head. I don't know how to explain it.
Also, if you are meeting an Android and you left the room and you heard us from the hallway, it takes you down to the audience for some reason.
But don't worry, we can bring you up again. You will get your more back, don't worry.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Daniel, please will you repeat what you just said? I was down. When you are in the hallway, you can hear the room, right? Without getting into it. After that, I already left the room and I came back and I brought myself out. When you left the room, you went in the hallway, right? When you went in the hallway, when you scroll, you hear the rooms without going into them, right? I can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's on Android. Yes. And so when you listen to the room from the outside, it puts you in the audience. So when you go back into the room, you're in the audience. I think it's really safe for long listening to the room. It doesn't matter. I didn't say long. I said listen. If you heard us from the outside, you are the way that they do it. They put you behind the audience. I don't know why, but even I sometimes yes I can feel that when I leave the room and I come back I'm at the audience. It's pretty stupid thing from Clubhouse, but thanks for clarifying, Daniel. Thank you. This is how I know you have an Android on an iPhone. So why did they have to open Chiapas?
Give me one second.
Okay, what if I use the computer? I can join the Clubhouse from computer. Yeah, I don't know. I just know from my own experience, my Android, that every time that I leave the room and I listen to the room from the outside, I'm being thrown back to the audience. Even if I'm not on, it doesn't matter.
What were you asking?
Like, I know Chiapas, Mexico, when I was a kid, that they were always at war with Mexico. You know, the Indians down there, were they trying to separate? I couldn't just Google it, but like, were they trying to separate Mexico, or were they trying to?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, like, this was some time ago, like, I don't know, probably like 100 years ago, or a little bit more. I don't know.
In the 90s.
Yeah, but yeah, like Mexico takes from us. But I mean, like, honestly, I think that this land is better off with the Mexicans than with us. Like, I mean, look what they did with Yucatan, you know, like they created Cancun and it's all artificial. Like these beaches are not natural beaches, right? Like they are all these white sand and all of that has been artificial made. We would have never been able to do that. I mean, like they actually developed these lands and made it so beautiful, you know. And it pains me to say that, but yeah, I mean, these lands and the people there are much better off with the Mexicans than with us Guatemalans. What did you find online?
What?
What did you find online? That they want
No, I should have just looked it up. No, I don't. I think they might have been communists. I don't think they were fighting with Mexico in the 90s.
Yeah, because there are guerrillas and stuff like that, like the militia, you know. And that is also our internal conflict as well with the paramilitary groups. That we signed peace. I think it was at the beginning of the 2000s, or 1999 like I would have never signed peace with these people because basically what you did or what the president did is that they just sold the country. You know, because these were terrorist groups. And now by signing peace and negotiating with terrorists, basically you sell the land and the country to the terrorists, and now we have them in the government. They build their own political party, you know, just like with Hamas. And they build their own political party, and now they get to be in power as well. It's never good to get in bed with terrorists.
That's very true.
And this is what we did in Guatemala, and this is what the Israelis are doing with Hamas. And then, or Lebanon, for example, they did that, and now, look, Hezbollah is in the government. That's exactly what we did. Yeah, but Guatemala is like super, super beautiful, and of course, not just because it's my country, but it's so rich, you know. We have so many Mayan races. We have 23 Mayan languages that are languages. They are not dialects. They're their own languages. And you go to certain places, and they still speak it. And you speak with the descendants of Mayans, and they tell you like, oh yeah, well I am Chte or I am Kichi, and speaking with them is like, oh yeah, well my wife is from the other clan, you know, and we're not pure race anymore, because we're mixed. So they're very.
Sounds like the Jews to me.
Sounds like what?
The Jews. The Jews do that?
Do they?
It's the same superstructure. It's the same superstructure that we were describing. Like, there was like one civilizational, you know, overlay within that. There are different groups. We have the exact same stuff, right? There's Jews. There's sort of the Ashkenazi, sort of the Indian Jews, the Ethiopian Jews, the Chinese Jews.
I remember asking Daniel about this. Like, I asked him about is there racial tension between the Mizrahis or the Ashkenazi Jews in Israel? He was saying, if I recall correctly, Daniel was saying, like, after the country was first formed, there was, you know, like, maybe they didn't like their kids that are marrying each other, but he was saying that today that's largely, like, not a thing.
I think this generation is. Yeah, it's better every generation. Yeah, that's right. And you know, they've developed more mixed now than when, you know, there was like an aliyah or like an immigration from a specific country and they all came at the same time. Sometimes we all kind of go together. And there was the beginning of differences in education or even in professions. Like very separated with time. That's a mess.
But I think that is in terms of culture, but like the people under the Mayans, I think it's more like a race thing, you know, like they actually believe that the blood is like different, you know, they have different genes. It's like clans, you know, and I don't know if that's the case. I mean, with the Jews, it's more about a cultural thing, right? Like who is religious?
Yeah. No. It's like it could be like a culture. It could be like being part of its religion, but it's also food and like even sometimes like holidays, like the Mimuna, for example, is something that the Moroccan Jews did, but they didn't do it in Ashkenazi countries. It's like the day after the Pesach, they got like all sweets or whatever. But like different. How do you call it? Customs.
I mean, is there one food that does one of the food, does the cuisine of one of the groups dominate in Israel?
Well, the Mizrahi is more flavored than the Ashkenazi one, and it's more like a perception. So I don't know what to say. I have to experience. So it's more common, also more. Yeah, it's more common.
Is there anyone who anyone who allows to eat cheeseburgers?
You can have cheeseburger and cheese oil. Many restaurants have cheeseburgers. Is that not kosher or some shit? Yeah, not kosher. You're not finding in a kosher restaurant or in a kosher McDonald's. You can get any kind of food there. You can go to restaurants, television, shrimp, and lobster. You can get all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that the gayest part of Judaism that you cannot eat, that cheeseburgers are not kosher.
You said the biggest culture shock for Israelis was when you had the shit ton of Russians come in. That was like the biggest first Aliyah, it was huge. It was a million people. But also like each one is a different culture, like the Russians, the Ethiopians, that more recent, I guess. So like the first video, then the people from the Arab countries and people come from Europe, and with as I said, the generation they kind of got used to each other. Then came the Russians and the Ethiopians, so they also need to pass those like 2 generations. But they lose their accent, they kind of have like more Israeli names, and like there's Sasha and whatever. But they still have their own cultures, like the Ethiopian food, the Russian cuisine, and all that. There's a thing.
In America, girls at McDonald's and all this shit when they came to Israel.
It was a big deal when McDonald's came to Israel. Oh wow! At first, but I remember the opening. They had like McDonald's with like 12 registers, and they were all like full and like in the flat. Israel for a long time. We had like the Arab boycott. So we did have many things, from Pepsi to McDonald's, to like many things. We had like mostly Israeli products, mostly. And when we got like people went abroad and was like KitKat and all kinds of like crazy stuff like this, and like you see the movies, it was a thing. So when the boycott was over, then all those products came. It was kind of like a thing. Now it's like not being that exciting. And I got Starbucks trying to come to Israel. I think like 4 or 5 times. They failed every single time. Yes.
Which one failed?
Starbucks 5 times.
What about
5 times they tried. Burger King, yeah, we had it. None of it is Burger King.
You know that it's in Paris. I don't know if it's the same still, but I remember I had this French boyfriend and I used to go a lot to Paris. This was in 2015, I think. So pretty kind of like recent. I used to go a lot to Paris, but they had only one Burger King. Everything else was awesome. And so people were crazy to go to Burger King. Like Burger King was always packed because people were not used to.
There's a whole thing burger places in Israel. There's like a whole kind of burger culture in Israel that I've never seen anywhere else. Different kind, right? Like in general, food culture in general, not just burgers, great food in general. You guys come from all over the world, so I'm guessing like you have shit correct culture, right? And really good restaurants. Like I live out in Berlin, and I go to restaurants, and it's okay. But in Israel, really every restaurant, even if it's fast food, it's really good food. And I'm not a foodie, but produce is better, like influences are better, like Israeli kitchens that they're saying so diverse. More and more.
It's also like Japan. In Japan, when you go, they have a lot of fast food. But it's just so varied, and so healthy, and people don't get fat because they can get stuff that is already made, with like rice and vegetables and things like that. But it's all fast food, but healthy, not just like McDonald's.
Yeah, in America, there's a problem with the fast food. I feel like the Japanese, maybe it's like, I feel like I don't. There's not many Japanese people here, but I feel like there are people that you don't commonly see in that area. I wonder if like maybe their metabolism are like better than a lot of Americans.
assets you see them. Almost like many Asians.
I wanted to be here too. Last year, I was in Japan for 3 weeks. I ate like a pig because everything was delicious and I lost weight. Like, in Japan, well, apart from that, the fact also you walk a lot, which we do also here in Europe, but I was eating a lot. But I was eating a lot of like protein and soups and vegetables and whatever. Like, I was getting stuffed, but stuffed of like good things, you know? And they were like very tasty things because they have like onions and garlic and all of these kind of like very tasty spices as well. When you eat fish, you eat white rice, you eat like, I don't know, it's like seafood food and very like, almost like raw, no, not raw, what's the name? Whole, you know, like everything is made from scratch, it's not processed.
How big is the American? Like how big is the American culture? Like what percentage of Israelis would you say have ties to the U.S.? Like they came from here?
Many has passed. Came from them? No, many came from them. I guess a few hundred thousands, but not a few, like I guess 100,000 Americans. Not more than that, I guess. More than that, really. At the outcome in the United States. Let's find out. Like in total in 75 years? Let's find out how many Americans.
Is it Netanyahu specifically here?
I think it was one of Joseph. Netanyahu was process. He was an ambassador to the UN or something like this, and he went to probably exactly right. You're probably right. It's a couple 100,000 or so.
Still a lot of what? How many people total is it? 10 million. 10 million.
Yeah.
My Guatemalan president, he studied in Israel. And he speaks Yiddish.
They told me. I read about him afterwards. His father also something, right?
Mm-hmm. The father worked in the oh my God, ambassador of Guatemala in Israel.
Yeah, I remember reading that you mentioned.
I mean, he's still an idiot, you know, like nobody like he's not doing anything, like he's super corrupt, you know, but yeah, like who is Harry talking about? The president of Guatemala or someone else? She says, baby. It was like a part of the story I heard.
Is Mexico's president, is she the first Jewish president of a Latin American country?
Yeah, but she doesn't call herself Jewish. I think she's an anti-Semitic Jew.
Yeah, she's one of those with the Jews, so I can let Jew.
Actually, Bibi, if you look closely, he looks like Putin's cousin.
He's way more handsome.
If you see Netanyahu when he was like young, he I don't mean that this is gonna sound like gay, but like you can tell like he's a really good-looking guy.
He's still like he's I don't know almost 80. I don't know. He still looks good. And he knows how to speak. Like the performance is his thing. Not how to think, but like an actor.
Well, there's a famous picture of him when he was in the military, and he has like a Uzi or something like that in the uniform. Yeah. It's the worst.
Yeah. And his father was also handsome.
Is he the one that got killed?
Yeah. That'd be right, yes.
Kelly says that you have thought about his performance.
About his performance. He's a performer, I mean. He can deliver a speech
thought there was some American tie. Yeah, because I thought he was for some reason I thought he was an American citizen too. I don't know.
Because of all that bullshit on the eggs, maybe that's why.
No. I'm talking about this isn't like from shit I saw online. I mean, just like on TV and the news, even going back decades ago. Like, remember?
He just said he is in the United States and he has like the English and whatever, but no.
Did he study in the US?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this.
He went to like MIT or Harvard or something. Like he went to one of the really good
MIT, I think.
for nuclear power plant. Because I know you guys sell Dimona is a known nuclear power plant.
It's a fabric factory.
Oh, Curse is back.
You think we'll go with you?
No.
Because I don't know if you guys know Israel sells water that is made from seawater. The most advanced one.
Which one? The desalinators?
Yeah. At least that's what the internet says.
That's the Jewish invention.
I mean, we were there. That was like
the thing with desalination is it's power intensive. So I'm wondering how does Israel do that if they don't have a nuclear power plant? I don't think anyone can do that because it takes a lot of electricity to desalinate.
Yeah, but that was a Jewish invention. The Jews invented that.
No, professors, I think it was in America. I don't know if it was Jewish, it was in America. The process is known, it's just, it takes a lot of electricity. It's not that hard.
It's osmosis, reverse osmosis.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's a well known, but the thing is, it takes a lot of electricity.
Yeah, exactly. They invented the machine.
Okay, fine. The question is how which electricity are they using if they don't have a nuclear power plant? That's what
Well, they do it also in Spain, honey, and they're not using nuclear energy.
we don't have a nuclear power plant, that's why I know.
Wait, you said in Spain? Let me look this up. You said in Spain they use
Yeah.
There's natural gas that's used as a power source. There's offshore natural gas resources.
I wonder how there's a comparative the pricing with natural gas. Oh, so you have access to natural gas. You don't import, you have natural gas.
Yeah.
Israel
Did you see also in Spain?
In the sea.
Did you also look for Spain?
Well, I'm looking now.
What's the name of the natural gas? It was in July at the time.
Yeah, sometimes just trying to put the dots together. It's like, oh, how can you afford that energy so much? For sure you have nuclear weapons there.
No. This is not
He said weapon, he said the nuclear power.
Yes, man, it's a
Yeah, but he was trying to imply as well the nuclear capability.
No, I don't think I was implying the fact that how are they producing fresh water when the process of reverse osmosis is so energy intensive. Like it is so easy.
Well, they have got lakes. Isn't the sea is very salty?
Yeah, no, we have the Canadian, we have the silver lake. But, we need to also create like a plan B, as we say.
You also have the river, right? From the river to the sea. You have that river.
That's right, it's not good water. The only fresh water is the canal.
The cost of electricity, the localized cost of electricity, most of the time high when you're using things like reverse osmosis. I think even in Spain, it's probably been subsidized, to be honest.
Yeah, just by the government. They have very high taxes. And also living in Israel is not cheap.
And I think there's a difference when you, I don't know exactly when you use the word
differences just from like agriculture, for example? Well, I mean, agriculture, there was a technological innovation in Israel too, the drip irrigation. I mean, they had to. So that's. So what's that? What I think, because I'm trying to say, are you saying that basically because they use that water for agriculture, they can get their money back?
No, that's not. It's a cheapest process. But Daniel, if I'm correct, I think they use rainwater in different reservoirs. It's not cleaned and the desalinated water they do use for drinking because you also process salt in agricultural water. But you have no reason to lost it. No, the only way to the winter and not enough. You have to call your catch the line, right? But Daniel, you also have a bunch of what they call cacao with the properties that can handle high saline, which was another agricultural thing that.
I didn't know this.
Musada, they just pray to Allah and Allah sends them the water.
No, I mean, Allah, you mean your whole fucking.
No, I mean Allah. So this is what the Gazans do as well. They pray for Allah and they pray to Allah and the Israel gives them the water and the electricity.
You think you do have.
No, I'm talking about the Gazans. The Gazans place they pray to Allah and Israel gives them the water.
So the best way to tell is have the water.
But don't you give them the water? I mean the Israel. Electricity.
And the West Bank and the Palestinian government.
Yeah, if I were Israel, these guys are lucky that I am not the prime minister. Because
lucky that they are next to us. Listen, any other nation in the world would deny it. Right?
Yeah, no, exactly. Like they are lucky that I am not the prime minister of Israel because I would have cut the electricity and the water. I mean, like if we are at war, we are at war. I don't have to keep you alive.
Like I have wondered, like what would happen if they did that to like even a Muslim country like Turkey. I
Yeah, but I don't mean like out of nowhere. I just mean okay, if it's out of nowhere, you all the hostages, I'm gonna cut electricity, water, and I'm gonna go get my account.
This is what you find out and said on the like I don't know, after 2 days and they died over like, oh my god, it's genocide. No, yes, if we had cut everything immediately. No food, no water, no electricity, nothing goes in until you release the hostages, first of all.
Exactly.
And we want to wait, let's wait. And yes, you can cry, and we will just say, release, not even start the military offense.
Yeah.
Just wait. And you say, listen, we are waiting. And we're going to say every day, we'll take our 10 meters from Gaza.
That would have ended the war very quickly because they would have released everyone. But of course,
but they weren't. Exactly.
Food, electricity, water, and on top of that, media and whatever. Yeah, of course they are going to weaponize the whole thing.
Look at what's happening now with this GHF. That all the UN and all the amnesty are going like concerned because we're actually giving food to the Gazans while they were like allowing Hamas to be funded. They go crazy every day. They're telling stories that we put plants there, that we execute there, that we, I don't know, every day like rotten food, whatever. Every day there's a new story. Meanwhile, this is actually the first time that every single day millions of people being delivered to the Gazans, directly to the Gazans.
Yeah, now they're saying, oh, the Israelis are shooting the Gazans.
Every day they're like, yes, and you know what's amazing? Not even a single, like, you know, every day they say that in the GHS delivery, like at least 70 people were shot, okay? Why don't you bring a camera tomorrow? Like, show the world. I've never, like, in this entire war, I have not seen one single video where I can see with my eyes an IDF soldier shooting an unarmed genocide in history. And also genocide, we use it to the whole 57,000 dead, out of them about half are Hamas. That's not a genocide. At some point. It's
just really bad at genocide.
It's like,
Just like what powerful are they?
yes, exactly. Sure.
Okay, so we've discussed Nexus a couple of times. You remember the part where he talks about like learning new law lessons? Like if in 1920 it would have if it would have checked like income rates, it would have said that women don't know how to earn money and they shouldn't be given jobs. Remember that part?
No. I do research again.
He was basically saying it. Sorry, I almost jumped. Yeah, no, I almost jumped it. I might even recall it. So, what he was basically saying is that the problem is like the difference between causation and correlation. So if you're just going by data points without like an intellect, which a predictive module. So if in 1910 it would have looked at income earnings, it would have told an employer, don't hire women, they don't earn money. There's an obvious bias in there, but like going by strict data, right? We just saw this happen in Grok Red X. So all the anti-Semitic files, and it learned it didn't verify the sources, it didn't go into it, it doesn't make any sense. It learned what it saw on X, which is a bad sample of real society. X and society don't match each other. The people go to X because they have no voice in reality. And I think it's a lesson that will just like skip. It's like, oh no, Grok became Hitler. I'm not worried that Grok became Hitler. I'm worried that AI doesn't understand anything.
And not only AI, actually, what happened to Grok is exactly what happening to many people that are on X. He just kind of like, in a way, showed a mirror of how we can brainwash a person. Right. But yes, they cannot verify. They just, if you repeat, and the thing is that in a way, it doesn't verify information because I saw it from reliable sources like the UN or Amnesty and HRW. So like, there was a report on Al Jazeera, and I'm like, those are your like sources for like saying that it's reliable and verifiable. This is part of the problem that a lot of this
better. You have to teach it. How many times did UN Watch get it right? They said 10,000 babies are going to die within 4 days. How they did.
The problem is that this data is being logged, and the Hamas says something, and then Francesca Albanese writes it, and then it's the UN, and then they start basically echoing each other. Amnesty says this, and then HRW says Amnesty, and then it goes to the ICC, and there's a condemnation in the UN. It becomes reality, And even like an AI would not say, okay, no. They all fell for it, but I know better. Like, he's not that smart.
No, it's not smart at all to predict the model. So if you read a bunch of posts, so it probably has an algorithm that says that, if Mayor joins, it has 3 followers, we ignore that does. But some of these people have hundreds of thousands of followers. So it's still biased, right? So that's the real problem here.
The majority decides what is true.
And then it becomes self-perpetuating. Then Grok's gonna retweet it, and then ChatGPT will see the KBS. That's the problem.
And then it's not as wrong because people see Grok now, not all those AIs. Even like in this conversation that's ChatGPT, it's like it became like the new God. You go, you ask a question, and you get like the truth.
Right. So this is just binary become like the problem is this become development will squish you all because this is like Galileo on steroids. You can't say that. Everybody knows it's not true, so we have to poison them. I think people will just get dumber because I think they will outsource thinking to all of the AIs. Decision making, thinking, writing, creating, like people just get dumber. By the way, speaking
Jewish states that now there's like a photo from Gaza of like a circle in the sky. They're like, oh, the idea is experimenting a new weapon on Gaza that creates those circles in the sky. Everybody's saying it's the Jewish state.
I'm just curious. So, I
was gonna mute and I was kicked out of the room. Space lasers, circles in the sky? What?
There was a picture, like, there was some, like, yesterday, of, like, some kind of a circle in the sky in Gaza, and they basically saying, the idea of experimenting in you, keeping a weapon on Gaza, and then everybody, like, the Jewish space station. It's like a new story.
Like, I just got done watching, I used to use the images up until Russian Tucker Carlson.
Oh, me too.
The Russian and Ukrainian war. I couldn't understand why he was more or less siding with Russia, but you also listen to him. He seems to have something to say about Israel and foreign policy. I would say for the last at least several weeks.
He's become really cringe. Like, I adore, or I really liked Tucker Carlson, but lately, like, I'm very disappointed. Since I saw his performance with Ted Cruz and how biased he was, I don't know, I think something less of him.
Going against Israel gives you clout. I see many users that were anonymous before the war. Like, I don't know, a few thousand followers. And now became like, we look at this top field and heard about them. They were like nobodies. And now they're like me. And they try to transform it. It's like that's what the idea is. It's not Donnie in New York. The ticket that he goes on, it's not about anything to do with New York. It's about like being anti-Zionist. It's a way to reach a political power now.
Yeah.
It's being done. Yeah.
And people are voting for Mamdani because of his stances with Israel. It's ridiculous.
Well, I wonder is that, well, my question for influence, I understand that it could be, like, for Russia might find it in it'd be in their favor to kind of just cause turmoil, amongst, United States and its allies. And of course, there's, going to be the Middle Eastern countries like Qatar that, don't like this.
I might be naive, but I don't think Russia has got any interest in playing against Israel. That would be very dumb.
Excuse me, Russia started this. The KGB was basically transferred from going to the KGB. And they kind of like this story about the nationality started there.
Well, I wonder, like, how much of it is like people like Tucker Carlson and a lot of the other, you say online influencers, maybe they've always had these feelings, maybe they've just been convinced of them, or maybe they're being,
I don't think it's necessarily anti-Semitic or anything.
It's finding this way and benefiting off of it. It's all shown out on YouTube. We want to follow it. The easiest way now to get like many followers is like being against it, right?
Yeah, and I agree that he falls into this narrative and that he uses it on the way. But I think that, and I was speaking with Maya earlier today about this. My feeling is that there are a lot of people that are not anti-Semitic. However, they start going into this very slippery slope, when they start becoming isolationists. And so in order to become isolationists, they start talking about Israel being a negative power, a negative influence over the US. And then they start going into this rabbit hole, in which like they start pushing or trying to justify more and more their stance by being against Israel. And in order to make their argument stronger, they start like grabbing all these kind of like anti-Semitic narratives, and it's a very slippery slope. I was speaking with Maya about this earlier. But I don't think that Tucker is anti-Semitic. But in order to push his argument for isolationism, and going against Israel, he grabs everything that is near him, you know?
My version is like Murder Me. I was kind of shocked he brought him on. And he's somebody who has Murder Me. I forget what his real name is. But he had him on a show. He's the one who was saying, he went on Tucker's show and he was painting Winston Churchill's name. Yeah.
Brent Cooper, he's Brent. He's a musician, a historical revisionist. He's a debunked historian who comes up with these. He wasn't even denying Holocaust, he was denying the entirety of World War II. He was basically saying that Hitler.
Brent Cooper is the girl from the Daily Wire. This guy is another name. Daryl Cooper, yes.
Brent Cooper. No, she was fired. Whatever. She's. I think she's starting her own thing now.
Yeah, no, she started a week ago with Fox News as a contributor.
Yeah, okay. Did she just give birth?
Yeah.
My daughter used to listen to her. She's like Gen Z.
I like her, yeah. She's smart, very smart and funny.
Yeah, it sounded like Daryl Cooper. You're right, Daryl Cooper. He not too long ago sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at our old friend, what's his name? Who called himself the Clubhouse Rabbi.
Our Clubhouse friend?
Yeah, the Clubhouse Rabbi from Kentucky. I can't live in. He sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at Littman. Littman probably loved it. But he got himself in trouble there on Cooper for that. But he's a revisionist. He basically argues that Hitler only wanted the Sudetenland, and he would have stopped. And what's his name from England? I'm losing my mind. The Prime Minister of Great Britain was a Churchill, yeah, sorry. That was Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill was a warmonger, and had he responded more intelligently, he could have ended it. And he bombed Black Forest with the intent of killing civilians, to just murder German civilians, and got the entire globe. And he's the true villain of World War II. That's a Churchill's response.
But that's a very common narrative in neo-Nazi circles. That is the narrative in neo-Nazi circles. It has different depth.
Okay. Well, it might be in neo-Nazi circles, but in like these alternative views, and like let's look at history from another level. Winston Churchill has come under a lot of ire for his response, which we can discuss. And there's reasons to say that, you know, with the luxury of hindsight, maybe he could have done things better. But outside of a very small neo-Nazi skinhead circles, all he can give the villain and saying that Hitler would have ended the war is if you fish on history. That's
I even the American, like General Jack Person had said that like his biggest regret after.
Kelly, I've found you up a few times. I thought I saw you raise your hand. Maybe some stuff.
Yeah, I put it to not need the hand raising so she can come up and down.
So that his biggest regret was not putting American troops or boots on the ground in World War I. He felt that the Nazis were going to start invading Europe. Again, which they did. They, obviously did. Taking over what the Netherlands, Poland, France, Belgium. I mean, they were. I know outside of these ideological like Nazis, I guess you can say. I mean, nobody really doesn't think Hitler wasn't the bad guy. It didn't start the war.
Well, yeah, that's what Daryl Cooper is trying to make the argument, and that's why he came up with like a 10-piece documentary. But
I want to listen to that. That's what Dave Smith is referencing in the Joe Rogan thing, right? When they spoke with
Never Be.
Oh my God, his name. I'm bad at names as well. The hot gay guy.
Yeah, it was
Douglas Murray. No, that he did like a 12-hour podcast or something like that, or 12-hour episode or something like that, about the Second World War, and I want to listen to it because they claim like, oh yeah, well, he is just being talking about history, like he's not being a revisionist, he's not a Holocaust denier, he's just kind of like investigating and doing research and saying what he found. But I want to listen to it. I found it, I bookmarked it, but I
don't have like non-academics, just like armchair fucking historians doing this kind of shit.
Listen, I don't care much about the credentials, but when you're consistently wrong on facts and you say things and then try to walk it back and then repeat it, it's time to stop listening to you.
So, but is he going? But in academia, at least it's gonna end, like your work goes in front of your peers.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying, if it was well researched, listen, if he would have came out with a well researched piece, and other historians would like critique it and not find factual errors, and he would say something more to the lines of, with the luxury of 70 years of hindsight, had we done X, Y, and Z, it could have mitigated the forces of war. It's a good utility to such a study, and we can try to learn from that for future history of how to deal with tyrants like Hitler. And then the reason I'm saying this is because this is what the people like, not really Tucker Carlson, but more Joe Rogan are trying to hide behind. I just want to ask questions, just reviewing, like, there's a place for that, but that's not what Darryl Cooper is doing. Darryl Cooper is claiming that the true villain is Winston Churchill, and Hitler's just being misunderstood, and that's dangerous.
Sorry, I was texting and I couldn't unmute it. Yeah, that's what I have heard, but I have never really listened to him. So that's why I'm curious about him. I don't think I've ever heard him speak, not even in the Tucker one. I haven't watched that episode.
He's not in the Tucker one.
Yeah,
it's discussed. No Tucker interviews him, but
yeah, that's what I mean. That he's on Tucker. Yeah, I haven't watched that.
He was on Joe Rogan at least once, I believe, more than that.
Yeah, I've never heard him speak. The guy that I heard speak the other day, because also I was curious, is this Finkelstein or something like that? What is the name?
Finkelstein.
I mean, his guest for the I mean, he has that have something to say about Israel. I guess
who are you talking about right now?
Tucker Carlson. He has people on every week that will talk about Israel and their influence and how they shape our foreign policy, basically.
I think that what he is trying to do, and again, like I don't think, well, it could be, but I am still willing to give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, which is I think that he tries to bring to his podcast or to his show the opposite, the unheard voices, the non-mainstream ones. And so, for example, I appreciated that when he brought up when he brought Putin, for example. I really was interested to hear what Putin had to say, even though he went against the whole current, the political current, the mainstream media. They were threatening him and whatever, and I did appreciate that. I also like to listen to this guy that I don't agree necessarily with him, but it's what's his name? He's an economist, and he speaks in favor of Russia, but against Israel.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Yes, Jeffrey Sachs. I do enjoy actually listening to Jeffrey Sachs. He's a little bit cuckoo, in certain things, but I think that he's someone that has been out there and he has got a legitimate opinion. It's not just someone who has been fed media, then he builds an opinion. No, he has been out there in the rooms, like being present in the conversations and being part of negotiations, and that to me is really cool to listen to the point of view.
He's by far the most. If there's gonna be somebody who'll speak against Israel and talk about how basically how Israel's not, our relationship with Israel's not good. The negative things the Zionists are doing, he's probably the only one. I would say he's the one who puts forth the most convincing arguments. Of course, he's been a pundit for a long time. He's a university professor. He's a very sharp guy. And he doesn't seem necessarily ideologically driven.
Sachs.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Yeah, but I think he's got it wrong when it comes to Israel. I like to listen to his point of view when it comes to Russia and Ukraine and stuff because he has been in the rooms. And I think I do like that. But then when it comes to Israel, I just think that he has built that opinion based on what he has heard, but he has never really been involved in the Middle East.
Well, I can't, how do I put it? There is something that makes me feel kind of uneasy about Netanyahu in particular. I mean, he does seem to, how do I put this? I think how to say it.
I think he's hot.
I think he's a very influential person, and especially when it comes to when we have Republicans in office. I do think he has a way of really getting support from America.
I don't think that's Netanyahu. I think it's the case that makes the point.
Yes, I agree with that.
Well, he is a good politician. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I think
So, I mean, it's not really a rotation.
And he knows how to speak and he knows how to make his case. But his case is not dying, please come help me. His case is this is in your best interest.
exactly. But he presents the case, so it has to do with him. The narrative, the way that he influences, or the way that he.
Like, I can't think of anybody in Israel that's ever been as comfortable or persuasive with Americans than him.
He didn't really get the chance to meet so many other people because he's king prime minister for like.
I don't think that's true. He's like a minister, but I don't think Mr. Golden Peter did a very good job discussing.
About this experience.
So if you're going back to the 80s, he's been pretty much prime minister straight. I mean, he lost a couple of years to Barack, who was a terrible politician that way. It's his.
Yeah, so there was one year over
So
Pepe is not that young, okay?
no, I get it, but he's been around for a really long time. Because if Barack was really bad, we could talk about Barack as much as you want, but his speaking to the Americans was really bad. His accent was bad. His lingo was bad. He just wasn't good at it. Naftali Bennett was actually really good. He had other issues, but he was very good at speaking to Americans.
North America is kind of the conversation mostly around Romney.
Well, I think Netanyahu is obviously he's a very charismatic person, and you can tell he's very intelligent. He speaks very well. It's not shouldn't be surprising. He's prime minister, but I don't know. I don't know. That's the way we have a prime minister in our time.
No, Barack was terrible at communication.
Yeah, we had prime minister that didn't really have like also show on like maybe he's a performer.
He's a performer. He's American educated. He understands media and psychology. He understands media, so he knows how to talk. He's definitely a great communicator. I mean, he began his career from the UN. He was like 26. And
I think he's the first prime minister that really understood the media's role.
His some Israeli prime minister had this like Jewish belief that my case will stand for itself, and I don't have to say it well. The facts will just talk for themselves. He really understood how to speak it. I don't know why that's being translated to a negative. If someone knows how to make their case, it's not manipulative. It's not he just does it well.
They think it's manipulative. This is why they don't believe that the case is what they believe. So they think that they have some kind of this one they say that we have like the Epstein file, that we have a case against each one, and basically what people say that AIPAC is buying them. They're saying the American politicians are all corrupt and all are held by Netanyahu and Israel, whatever they want to say. And with the case, they don't believe the case. And they don't believe like in terrorism and all those. They call it resistance.
I'm not saying this, right? Trump just took out a bill called the Big Beautiful Bill. And in that bill, one of the things it stipulates is more money going to defense. People might, I'm just saying from their sides, they would be presuming that that's just America being controlled because you're literally cutting medical aid. You're just sending more money to defense, and obviously that would include supporting their allies, which is obviously Israel and what's the other one, Ukraine.
Why is it not supporting yourselves? This is a really stupid talking point. The Republicans have been talking about cutting social services and increasing military spending literally forever. The neocons wanted it even stronger. They just didn't have the guts to cut social spending. But like you didn't cut social spending, you cut it for illegal immigrants. But that's like you have to actually read the bill to know that. So the fact to say that is for the benefit of Israel and Ukraine, it's been the theory of peace through stress for sure since Reagan, and really way before that, of a Republican Party stance that the economy, a free market economy, will take care of the poor. And we should have crazy spendings on military so we never have to use it. So I don't know what that's doing this one.
I'm just saying that's what they're saying. I don't think that's here is that maximum. I don't think that's what. I don't think this had much to do with Israel. I don't think it has to do with Israel.
Also, I'm tired of saying that Ukraine and Israel, you cannot compare one to the other. The money that is sent to Ukraine is charity money. The money that goes or is funneled to Israel is part of a partnership. They're getting stuff in return. From Ukraine, they weren't getting shit. Not even a strategic position.
Well, I mean, they're
nothing.
This industry Russia around so hard to get from.
It's the military Russia.
Yeah, I'm actually 100% on board with helping Ukraine. I don't understand the people who are against
Ukraine.
Well, here's the issue. So it's going to depend how much you don't like Russia. So if you're okay with, if you don't like Russia, if you're in that camp, then I'm very happy to support Ukraine.
That's fine, but the thing is that, so for me, in this case, I copy what Simon says. Both countries are run by thugs. Both countries are very corrupt, but still, I think one is more corrupt than the other. And in my opinion, Ukraine is worse than Russia.
Yeah, but
it's just my own.
It fucks with us inside with all of our adversaries.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, it's an adversary. It's a big country as well. It's a power play. You have to play strategically, but you cannot just claim that Russia has it all wrong just because they are opposed to you. I mean, they are also playing their game, you know.
Sure, that's fine. So let's take this moral relativism. I'm fine. Russia is an adversary. Russia is portraying strengths it doesn't have. What this war in Ukraine was exposed them. It broke the illusion of China, which is the strongest of our adversaries. It made them distracted from being able to prop up Iran. If they would have taken the breadbasket of the Middle East, namely Ukraine, they would have been able to feed the Middle East in a way that would have hurt American interests. It was in America's best interest
very difficult for me to explain, and I don't want to get into it. But I do believe that Russia has got also hegemony in its own region, and just as the U.S. wants to be respected in its own region, Russia wants the same. I'm not saying that they're correct or that they are morally better than the West or anything like that. I'm just trying to see things objectively. And if I were Russia, I would also defend. If I were Putin, I would also defend the interest of Russia. He is Russia first, which is what every country should be. You know. And then what I see is that. Well, as Askeri is saying in the chat, like the money sent to Ukraine, yeah, it was not about Ukraine, it was about Russia, and that's the reason why I see it kind of like invasive or kind of, I don't know, like manipulative, you know, and it has harmed Ukraine in a huge way. It's a proxy war, and I have always had it clear, you know, that if Ukraine was used as a battleground for the U.S. to fuck with the Russians, but in the end, the big losers there are the Ukrainians because they're losing their people, they're dying, and they're being fucked really by everyone.
I actually strongly disagree, and I believe that the Ukrainians strongly fucking hate Russia. Like most of the Eastern Bloc countries, they absolutely are not willing to put up with Putin or their shit.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Ukrainians don't hate Russia, of course, but they would have never gotten into this. Like, this war was, let's say, exacerbated or instigated. They were encouraging Ukraine to stand up to Russia when there was no need for that. And Russia, yeah, well, whatever. But if you know that they're going to be the small dog, you gotta encourage them to go on and poke the fucking bear because they're going to be obliterated by the fucking bear.
Obliterating Russia.
Well, they're not. How does it stay?
They took Georgia, they did nothing about it. I mean, at the end of the day.
And there's a part of she's saying that's correct though. She's not wrong in all ways. I mean, but I don't think that the conclusion that you're coming to, at least in my opinion, is correct. I do think that it's, hold on just a second. I do think it's the mere purpose to make the point that Ukraine has been damaged, and I don't think that that's good because they are like they're literally like a buffer zone that we need Ukraine to exist, right? We need Ukraine to come out of this as a nation that can continue to get stronger and get back on its feet. And if the ultimate goal, the only value that America had in this conflict was defeating Russia, then like that, we could have given a lot more to Ukraine. We could have not held things up. Like I don't know why. I can think of many reasons. I'm sure all of us can, but I'm not going to presume to know what they are. But I think it's true that Biden held a lot back, and maybe that's because Biden saw that America would benefit more in the long run. Even if Ukraine suffered more deaths and more devastation, America would benefit in the long run by keeping the body mill running over there, just keeping more Russians going into the grinder. I don't know. Like, I think that the only way you can really cleanly look at this is decide to either take Ukraine out of the picture and just look at the capitulation of Russia. I mean, I guess there's multiple ways you could do it, but I think you do have to step back away from like some kind of role America is playing and being, a benefactor in Ukraine. I don't think that that's an honest way to look at it at all. And I think if you're honest about the whole thing, even if you're saying that yes, this was all in service of America's best interests, which I may be okay with, you have to be honest and admit that Biden could have done a whole lot more, a whole lot earlier, and there would be more resources for Ukraine at this point to be able to take advantage of something.
I will agree with you that the U.S. should have done more for Ukraine, in my opinion, because the U.S. in a way instigated or exacerbated the position that Ukraine took against Russia. And so since it was in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to stand up to Russia like they did in the case of NATO, they should have gone full on with Ukraine, because what they did, as you're saying, is that they just instigated and then, Ukraine was fucked. Now, I also see the other argument that you're saying. I'm not sure whether the U.S. is winning more in the long term by getting more Russians in the greater. That could be one argument. But the other one, I think, is also kind of like the media war, because the longer this war lasts, the more they are demonizing Russia, which is the enemy. And in the end, what the U.S. strategically also wants, or at least in Biden's era, is that everybody was against Russia. They sanctioned Russia, whatever. Although I don't know how well that played, because Russia didn't necessarily become economically much weaker, but they just changed their alliances, and they are forming blocs with the enemies or the opposite side of the U.S. and creating another very strong economic bloc. So I don't know how well this is going to play in the long term economically for the U.S., but I do believe that, yeah, you're right. If they were instigating it, at least give support to Ukraine so that they would smash completely Russia, but they didn't. And now the ones suffering are the Ukrainians. They're killing their people, their land is destroyed, they're losing territory. It's a shit show. I believe that Russia has the right and they have the hegemony on that region.
Of course, everyone has the right to fight, to defend, whatever. Like, this is just a reality. Israel is a great example of how all of these, suppositions about what people should or shouldn't be doing aren't necessarily in their best interest. And it's great when you don't sign every treaty that comes in front of you. But I think that the point you just made about this is all damaging Ukraine, I think that's fair. I also think that the one thing that you can't really money right back is the extent to which more help could have been given that and how much it would have helped Ukraine. Like, it is true that even through Congress, Biden's not giving everything to Ukraine that he was supposed to. There were things held back. Like, it was obfuscated. It wasn't talked about, whatever. These were like numbers you had to sit and crunch to be able to appreciate that he was holding things back. But I also think it's fair to acknowledge the people that worry about going like full hog on a nation like Russia. I don't know if it would be nukes or what, but there is a risk there. So I'm not saying that you're wrong to say what you're saying, but I think you have to put that caveat in there. With Russia, I don't think there's any guarantee that they would have run home with the ball.
I agree, but that's the reason why there wasn't a need in the first place to start this war. Because in the end, the only thing it created is destabilizing the region, is fucking up a smaller country. And I think the better approach would have been having a diplomatic relationship with Russia and trying to, in a way, kind of balance the power, just like they did in Europe at some point when everybody was killing each other and they created balance of power. So I get it, Russia is an quote-unquote enemy of the U.S., but it could also be a frenemy, it can be someone that you are an adversary, but you can also compete in a healthy way. You don't need to start this shit. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, maybe they have nukes. Maybe it's not the most responsible thing to go and attack Russia, power like Russia, because you don't know what they're capable of doing. But it's more irresponsible, using a little guy like Ukraine to start this stuff. I mean,
yeah, but that's guys. America has said multiple times, if China tries to take Taiwan, they will be fully available. And China is a nuclear powerhouse.
Now you want to make us like China and Taiwan, dude?
No, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you're not scared of the nuclear thing because China can threaten you with nuclear, but you're willing to go to war with them. But you're not willing to go to war for Russia.
said, it's good to see you, by the way. How you doing? He said, it's good to see Kelly and Patty and Captain Caleb, Daniel, everyone on stage. The way I look at it too is, you see the strategic point here and what it's doing to the resources. What's going on between the Ukraine and Russia right now? Resources are being used. We're resupplying resources to Ukraine, right? Russia's using their resources. What happens when you keep using resources and spending money? Weakens that economy. And I feel like that's kind of one of the things, that's one of the first things I said to my girlfriend when September 11th hit us. I said, this is to get us to go elsewhere and spend lots of money, resources, and lives going to another country to expend our resources and put us in debt and greater debt. So what I see is a strategic point of using countries as chess pieces like Ukraine to Russia to tire the resources out. Similar to Israel and Iran, same thing, right? Are you seeing what I'm talking about? They're weakening, these countries are getting weakened. Russia's getting weakened. Iran's been weakened exponentially. Their resources are getting weakened, and I think what that's going to do is benefit what we want as Americans. Not that I feel like I want us to continue to be out there, but I think it's, well, I think Russia is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and it is at a certain point, if the war doesn't stop, we will see either Putin or Zelensky or both dead by the end of this. If it doesn't stop.
I mean, it's a very happy, slappy sort of thesis you have, but the fact is, the ruble is historically very strong right now. Russia's GDP is at an all-time high. Their foreign reserves are at an all-time high. They have more cash savings than ever before. Their military-industrial complex is stronger than ever. And, they are on the front foot as far as this war goes. So, I mean, these are really happy, slappy American theories you have, but the ground realities kind of point to something.
Do you think what we did to Iran, bombing the nuclear facility, was a sloppy maneuver? What do you think about what we did to Iran, S-500? I'm curious.
It's a very different
was that sloppy?
what you have with Iran and what you have.
I think what it did is it made a statement. I think what it did is made a statement that we can do things and you can't do anything to us. We need a statement. We don't play.
Hey, hold on. SP500 or you. Where did you get that photo from?
I stole it from someone, I don't know who. Regardless.
AI generated, probably.
Because I did that frog. So I'm just surprised that you have it because I
someone else did it for
I did it for time. FBI in the Bitcoin. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, 1 second. You were correct. SA 600. You were correct. 500. You were correct in. The ruble is strong. Russia is doing well. That was like a little bit over exaggeration of their depleting the resources. But to say the war is going well for them is grossly inaccurate. They went into a much smaller country. They were supposed to walk in and take it. They're having tremendous difficulties. They're bombing civilians and still not getting anywhere. They had a truck full of drones attack them in their place. The only reason why they didn't get worse hit was because Biden was afraid, and maybe justifiably so, to allow the weapons to be used, and they had to have only certain ranges. So they weren't allowed to attack. Once Ukraine started attacking with inside Russia, they are not doing well. They have exposed themselves to be a very incompetent country.
If I may respond, currently, Ukraine is getting pounded harder right now than at any point during the war. Okay, and I get it. Ukraine launched a successful sneak attack offensive a couple of months ago, right? They've been losing the war, but winning the media narrative for years now. And finally, they've managed to launch a successful operation through this sneak attack with the help of Western intelligence. And I will credit them for that. Russia did lose significant assets during the sneak attack, not to the extent that the media was portraying, but Russia did lose assets. However, the fact remains, the manner pounded right now, it's sad and pathetic, and like honestly, for the Ukrainian people, they are getting slaughtered.
That's fine. We couldn't hear the last paragraph you just said because you went into the matrix. You might want to repeat.
Was anyone else able to hear me?
No, you lost some, but you're not responding to what I said. I know that the Ukraine is being pounded. That's not the argument. The argument is comparatively, they should have been captured by now. There should be Russian flags flying over.
I mean, that's not conduct is right. You're just selling words at this point, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, well, at least they weren't able to do this and 20. Like, bro, they're dying. They're dying now.
Okay, that was about the dumbest take I ever heard.
Everything is the dumbest thing ever. So,
respond to
you just selling words. You think I'm the dumb one? The fuck?
Okay, you have to, I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to continue, you should respond to the actual argument. The argument there is that Russia should have been able to annex what they wanted years ago, like 2.5 years ago. They've been exposed as an incompetent country. Their army is not modernized. Their army cannot stand up to U.S. tech. They cannot even take Ukraine. So whatever level of dominance and homogeny they thought they had in the area, forget NATO, forget the U.S. They can't even take Ukraine.
I don't think that they have used their best weapons yet. I don't think they have used their best weapons.
No, I mean, deploy soldiers. If everything you're saying here is true and the Russians are so weak and whatever,
why would they deploy soldiers? You know what a non-sequitur is?
You say you were trying to speak and Kirsch didn't understand it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I don't think Russia has even made use of their greatest weapons yet. I don't think that they have felt the need to do that.
It comes down to that because Iran was a strategic partner for them for weapons. I mean, they both benefited each other in many ways, but they weren't even.
You're sounding very blonde right now.
Ignore people, please.
Hold on just a second. We need to do a thing. and then we can do this thing. So anyways, please, by all means, come back up, but since you need help shutting the fuck up, Russia wasn't even strong enough to help Iran.
But I don't think their intention was ever to help Iran. Like, they were not going to get in that mess. I don't think that they ever spoke or had the intention of getting into that conflict. I mean, they have a weapon relationship with Iran, but they have never really directly attacked Israel. I mean, and you can see, for example, when the whole Syria thing happened, they had the opportunity to attack Israel or whatever, because all of them, I mean, had certain administration or control of parts of Syria. And when the whole Syria, when Assad left Syria and the whole mess exploded, like, they even coordinated with Israel so that there was no misunderstanding and they were not going to attack each other.
Totally. I'm talking about something totally different. And listen, I don't know exactly what it tells us, but it tells us something important, and people have to accept that one of them is true. Russia and Iran were important to each other. Iran was supplying Russia with weapons, like important weapons, right? Obviously, Iran suffered greatly. I'm not sure, to what extent they could have continued supplying Russia, but if the argument is that what was going on with Iran was like not that big of a deal, right? Which, if you consider Iran, Russia, like China, if you consider these people kind of like this loose alliance of assholes, then these questions matter, not just about Russia, but about the other countries too. So if Iran was like, not really all that damaged, but maybe they couldn't keep supplying Russia with weapons, but they'd be able to get back up to it soon enough, Russia would be giving up a lot to turn its back on Iran at that moment, right? But if Iran was damaged and Iran's of no use to Russia anymore, that's important because that means that Russia is even weaker than they previously were.
Iran was just a territory for power projection. You know, the Middle East has been a territory where Russia and the U.S. have been competing for power projection. You know, there are times when Russia has been dominant in the last few years. There are times when now the U.S. is more dominant in this power projection. But you know, and then I'm talking about just in the last decade alone. You know, it's been a seesaw. But you know, to say that China is Russia's ally, you know, this is just a misnomer amongst Americans.
Well, I mean, maybe it's said English is a second language issue. I've said loose alliance.
Yeah.
Loose alliance.
And you're not responding to anything that Kelly said. So allow me just to address what she said, and then you can say whatever the hell you want to say. I agree with you that the whole thing that happened with Iran right now indirectly or directly affected the position that Russia has because of their weapons agreement or partnership or whatever. Now my question is, and I don't know what the answer is, but maybe you guys know because I just haven't looked into it. Is Iran, I mean, like maybe they had a good partnership because it was convenient, efficient, or cheap, or whatever with Iran. But aren't they able to get weapons from their other partners? For example, like North Korea or China or any other country producing weapons for Russia? I don't think that they're necessarily handicapped just because of what happened to Iran. It's like, for example, if you tell me that if right now the partnership between Israel and USA breaks in terms of weapons, Israel can still get weapons from other markets, right? I mean, they have a partnership with the U.S. where they're getting 70% of their weapons from the U.S. But what about the rest of the 30%?
So Lisa, again, like who knows what the fuck I know? Like these are just. I'm just telling you what I think, and that's probably about as valuable as like a pure bowl of shoes that I threw away. I mean, so just to start there. But like the reason I would never call these nations like quote unquote allies is because they're like in the service of themselves. Like they're not the same kinds of nations as the United States and some of the people that we consider allies, whether that's on paper or not.
They're more mercenary, right?
Well, Israel's a great example of like one of these people. Like we have the kinds of values or like things in common that are not nearly as transactional. And so I'm not trying to like place a value on it per se, but I mean I think depending on your look on the way you see like the Western world, etc., like you probably could assume one. But anyway, sorry, there's a whole other point I wanted to make.
We're talking about that, and now I forgot. Or was a different one?
No, it was in response to that. Like these alliances are loose, and what you can get from people is meaningful. And Russia's capital is Russia's strength that it's bringing to the table. Like Russia has been exposed. So sure, maybe they can get weapons from somewhere else, but what is that nation going to gain from doing business with Russia?
Yeah, I agree. But in the end, I mean, and again, I don't know much either. I'm just trying to kind of like think, what the picture would look like here. I don't know what the actual relationships are, but yeah, I mean, Russia, maybe they can get weapons from someone else, and I mean, they have shitloads of energy and oil and natural gas and all of this that they can trade, and they are trading with China. Like, again, this war, in the end, the big losers are Europe, and they were also enticing the whole Ukrainian thing of joining NATO. And I'm not saying that this is the only reason why Russia got retarded in terms of electric energy and sustainability and whatever. And now that we lost the energy from Russia, our energy is super expensive, like tripled or more, over the past couple of years. It's ridiculous. And so Russia is sending all of his energy, of their energy to China. So yeah, maybe their economy has been affected. Maybe the weapon stuff has been affected. But I don't think that they had all the eggs in one basket. And they have been able to still keep going, despite of all the sanctions and all the stuff. I don't know. So I just think that the narrative they give us in the West is that Russia is weak, Russia is evil, Russia is shit, but we don't realize that we're living in an interdependent world, and we get more from actually having good diplomatic relationships than actually entering into war with a big country like Russia that we all need in the end,
So if I can just add, provides literally nothing with Russia that Russia actually needs. Russia has zero dependence on Iran. Iran relied on Russia for this false sense of security, which obviously Russia has no reason to go out of its way.
You don't think that Russia needs all the Syrian soldiers? Russia doesn't need the drones, the missiles?
I very patiently listen.
No, you're right. Carry on.
So, Iran, what do they export? They export crude oil, natural gas, urea, fertilizers. They export some degree of missiles and drones that have been used in Ukraine, but such a minuscule. We're literally talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's such a small number, and it's not really even a talking point. Russia, so the things that Iran exports, China is primarily the main consumer because of the U.S. unilateral sanctions against Iran. China is the one who's almost has a monopoly on Iran's resources. Russia has absolutely nothing it needs or really wants from Iran. Russia has plenty of natural gas. Russia has every resource you can imagine. They don't need anything from Iran. So, that was not really Russia's battle to fight to go and defend Iran. These people saying Russia has been exposed, whatever, that's just false.
You do realize that Russia's still in a war with Ukraine, right? When they said it would be over in 2 weeks, like within the first push, they lost tanks because they couldn't even read a fucking weather.
Is that something you read on CNN? Like, what's this one? So yeah, there's all this Russia propaganda floating around the West. What did they say? Russia rigged the election in 2016. What did Russia gain? But regardless, look, there were internal documents leaked recently where Russian bureaucrats stated they consider China as a top enemy, as a threat. The Chinese are considered a threat, but because Russia is cut off economically, doing business with the West, doing trade with the West, Russia has to do trade with China, right? Russia does trade with India, but the difference is Russia only shares certain technologies with India, a distant country, that they don't share with China because they don't consider China as a friend. So when you said a loose alliance, that was an accurate term in that sense. But yeah, Iran was not some kind of strategic partner that was very vital to Russian interests. So to say as the U.S. went over bombed a weak country like Iran, suddenly Russia is exposed. That was
That's not okay. I'm gonna interrupt you. That's not what I said.
Not you. The shot said that.
Well, I just looked it up because I wanted to get a little bit of an idea of how important is the Iran partnership with Russia in terms of weapons. And just like Israel buys 70-75% of weapons from the U.S., Russia, the percentage that Russia gets from Iran in weaponry is 5%. So yes, in a way they could have been weakened because, I don't know, it's mostly like tactical weapons and stuff like drones and things, and a few missiles, but in the end, it's just only 5%. The rest of their weapons, I'm seeing where it comes from. I think that they have got a lot of production in Russia. But also it says that, sorry, I need to keep reading the rest, but it mentions North Korea and China as well for partnerships in this sense. But so Iran really doesn't represent a large portion of the weaponry of Russia.
Listen, I don't know what the true percentage is. I also don't know how we would know exactly like what that true percentage is, considering we're talking about Iran, North Korea, like you said, China.
You're in the matrix. I think she stopped talking, right? I don't know if she heard me. She was in the matrix. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Good. I thought I was in the matrix. Well, this thing says that unlike Israel, Russia is not heavily dependent on Iran for weapons. Russia is largely self-sufficient in conventional weapons. It's the second largest arms exporter globally. That said, Iran has supplied drones primarily. Estimates suggest hundreds to possibly thousands of drones have been delivered depending on the source. Let me see, the actual percentage of Russian arms coming from Iran is very small, likely well under 5%, and mostly limited to tactical and asymmetric weapons, like kamikaze drones. And then it says that the relationship, the nature of the partnership with Iran is mainly transactional and opportunistic, not deeply institutional like the U.S.-Israel, which is also more aligned in terms of values, and I agree 100% with Kelly with what she was saying there. So it's very transactional, it's very, So it says they have an anti-Western stance, sanctions pushing both to cooperate, and Iran's strong tech offering them. There is no formal treaty or alliance equivalent to NATO or U.S.-Israel frameworks. Some intelligence coordination, and so Iran has no leverage over Russia either in broader military terms. It says here Russia is superior power military, using Iran as a gap filler, of course, in the region, and also a gap filler during sanctions-induced shortages, like microchips and stuff like that. And it's a minimal strategic risk for Russia. I think this is very interesting. So Russia is mostly self-reliant.
Okay, so you go to the hypersonic talk from Iran. Remember when they were also concerned about Iran when that's the new technology trying to use? What a fucking joke. Let me just tell you that Banana 3, and I'm trying to remember the name of the equivalent that Israel has. It only take less than 30 minutes for us to send a nuclear warhead that they would have no response, no chance to respond to entire Iran or any other country. Talking about the Banana 3 intercontinental ballistic missile. We have things that you don't even know about. I'll leave it at that. And I can't go more on that. But I'm just saying. You want to stop something, we'll stop something. I'm talking now to Mikhail. Is it
not conversation. Sorry. Yeah, well, if Mikhail comes on stage, then you can have a conversation with him, but don't derail the whole conversation just because he is talking about something completely different in the chat.
He said Russia never declared war on Ukraine. Is that it? Do you agree or disagree on that? I'm curious.
Who cares? I don't care what you
Was it an attack on Ukraine, a declaration of war? That's what I'm asking. Was it the attack on Ukraine, a declaration of war?
Oh my God, John!
All right.
That's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Like,
just go to the chat and discuss with him.
I see.
Anyway,
idiots. Fucking idiots. That's all I can say. Just fucking idiots out here in club. I think it's time to do the thing.
Kelly, are you back? What thing?
If you can hear me, it's terrible.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You were saying something, but you went in the matrix and we couldn't hear you.
Isn't it?
Let me check it. I'm in Costco. My signal don't interrupt. Please.
About that.
So they don't have that loose alliance anymore.
One more up. It starts with the not just weapons and then the next.
Not just weapons, but soldiers via proxies. Also, the point is they are weakened enough that it's not in their interest to help Iran. I agree. So they don't have that loose alliance anymore, and given what they've gone through, aren't they a good investment?
The meaning is Russia a good investment for anyone else? What do they have to offer?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think also, and maybe I am wrong, and maybe I am completely naive, and I'm just a woman that doesn't understand war. But I refuse to think that all they have is what they have shown in the Ukrainian war. I don't think that they have used their most powerful weapons yet. I refuse to think that Russia is that weak. I mean, again, they are the second largest weapon producer and seller and whatever in the world. And so, I don't know. Maybe this is kind of like also psychological type of war, you know? Let them think they're winning, and once they are thinking that they are going to make it, just like slash them completely. I don't know. Also, Putin.
There's nothing appearance as a floater, so we want to think we're winning.
Putin to me doesn't come across necessarily as a warmonger or as a war guy. Like, he is interested in cooperating with the U.S. You know, like, he doesn't come across as like just a guy that wants to, that is thirsty for blood. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just because I think he's hot. I refuse to think that he is like that. I don't know. But again, I think it's in his best interest to just negotiate with the U.S. He doesn't want issues with the U.S.
Let him believe that.
Yes. I would let him clap his way. Anyway, I like to believe that all the weaponry of Russia is old and useless and they're weak or whatever. They wouldn't be the second exporter of weapons in the world, you know, and if their weapons were shit.
Yeah, but he said if these Americans believe what they say, they would have deployed soldiers. That's the thing. I mean, words are worthless in the game of war. If you are what you are, he's there, put on the ground, and you just talk a good game.
Words are not worthless in the game of war. So anyway, we would want to basically get them launch nukes. We would be doing business on it. Deploy the soldiers, they just completely overtake Russia.
It's a foreign, it's not like you're in Russia. You're just defending Ukraine. Why? How do you saying you're willing to attack Russia, even for Ukraine, just obviously on the absence of the thing. The thing is, you just don't care about Ukrainians. Which I don't know why you just want to be honest here and you don't care. And you, that's right, it's just
We've actually been saying that for the last hour. We don't care. That's true. But, and then you turn it into incapable, which is what makes it retarded.
That was the entire person's point I made. I don't know, maybe you took a nap or something, or maybe you're just
His brain is just asleep.
okay, look, I won't completely say they won't use those, but I'm saying, I'm giving that to say that you're too scared of the repercussion that a nuclear war would have. So
Everybody should we not care or are we too scared? Because you gotta pick one.
no, Mayor, we exist in a world.
He's contradicting himself.
Yeah, I'll go back to Tuscan, yeah. Like everybody else. Yes, you're too scared of them.
Well, everybody should be scared, dude. This is the reason why Trump is trying to get into an agreement of denuclearize the countries.
Let me just point one
No
thing
high
out.
risk for the humanity.
Yeah, let me just point one thing out and then we can have a real conversation. If the US would take over every country that they are capable of taking over, then it would just be the US left. So the fact that there's not global dominance just kind of proves that the US doesn't just invade countries willy-nilly. And it's not because we're scared, because we can literally march to Latin America and just they'll take 1,000 takes to drive.
Man, obviously the
Leave your hands off Latin America.
In Afghanistan, we lost the will to stay. We had a couple thousand soldiers that held that country steady for. They haven't been deaths in the country for 8 years before we left.
How many wars have they lost? How many wars?
No, we spent billions of dollars. We won the war, and then we got bored, and we went home. We didn't lose that war at all. It took a bit of time to put down the insurrection. For about 10 years before the Biden decided to withdraw, there were no more American soldiers dying. So no, we won Afghanistan. We won well, hardly not that country.
Zero people died.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. But
That's a win if Americans aren't dying.
You literally can't, because being in war doesn't mean that you lose every war that you're ever
True, that's why
if you conquer,
Hold on, Mayor, if you curse, I'm not a rule kind of person, but I'm gonna make a rule. Unless your next comment isn't stupid, I'm gonna keep you off the stage.
Kelly, I can save you some time. But if you conquer a territory and you hold it and people stop dying, you want that conflict. And what else is their definition of winning a war?
How is that winning? You spend billions and billions of dollars getting nothing out of it and replacing it with the Taliban winning.
Yeah, but that's not I get his point. I mean, but retiring voluntarily and allowing that to happen and having a planned strategy for leaving a country is not the same as losing a war. It's like, for example, if right now Israel would decide to retire from Gaza, for example, Gaza, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that Israel decided to take a step back. Now, if they did it in a poor way and half of the IDF was killed by Hamas while they're at it, that would be a bad strategy, but it doesn't mean that they lost the war. But I mean, I get it. It was not like a big win for the US because they could have done it better.
Or not at all.
Yeah. But I guess that the only country the US has ever done is the Philippines, right? The Philippines is the only country.
You can say the US lost Vietnam. It definitely failed to win Vietnam. But then the whole separate issue was it was just worthless ways. That doesn't counteract the point that it was a decisive win. Meaning the dialectic of Iran was you U.S. is incapable and scared. The U.S. is very, very capable, and we took Afghanistan and won that war. Now, should we have that whole conversation?
And I don't think that Gaza is the same situation. I mean, the U.S. can just leave Afghanistan and fuck it. This is different.
Yeah, but what I mean, I just was trying to make a comparison that if right now Israel decides to retire and in the process they get a strategy getting out and get the idea of killed by Hamas, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that
Even leaving is, I can already agree with this. Leaving Gaza, like basically just giving up in a way, meaning like also leaving the hostages, it is good news, I think.
Yeah, but if you would decide to leave Gaza, even after you got the hostages back, you get the hostages back, and then you decide to leave Gaza without taking possession of the territory, that's something that you guys
We don't need to take possession of the territory. We're not the objective of the war. If winning a war is winning, if you reach the objective that you set out to do, that is winning the war. It's not about conquering, it's not about killing anybody. It's about like one of the objectives that's like, for example, the war in Iran was to like harm them, like nuclear, like not like taking out the regime or destroying Iran or like for us, like it's a win. We came, we did exactly. We did what we wanted to do.
all you have to do. Can you make the claim that Afghanistan is better off now than it was 20 years ago?
No.
After the U.S. took control?
We put the mission accomplished banner. I mean, we won.
But, did you guys, and I'm honestly asking this question, like, I have no fucking clue, it's not rhetoric, but is Afghanistan, and regardless, taking aside the Al-Qaeda thing, like, is Afghanistan better, like, more, more developed or better?
No, actually the worst, because when you find something and you don't, like, destroy it, it actually kind of becomes in the way immune, like a disease, it kind of becomes stronger.
That's winning.
That's the thing, winning versus what? To me, winning versus being defeated, and the U.S. was not defeated. They retired voluntarily, they did very poorly, and they lost a lot of money in the 20 years, but they were not defeated. So that's what doesn't make them lose the war.
Actually, the loss, I said it wasn't win.
Yeah, it's not.
It was a tie. It wasn't. Okay. I don't know where this this is coming from.
Just from winning.
I don't understand how we won.
What was the objective? Okay. The question wasn't whether it was a good idea or you consider it winning to have a ridiculous pullout on the right to Taliban. The question was, is America strong enough to take the wars, including take Afghanistan? That's not true. America took Afghanistan, won in Afghanistan, held Afghanistan, and they got bored and left. Is that good from an American standpoint to say we won the war? No, obviously not. But you cannot say the American military is incapable of conquering Afghanistan. It's just not true.
Yeah, that is what we were addressing, because somebody was saying about something about the U.S. being scared of going to.
I was in the Matrix where I'm at,
And Maya was trying to make the point of no, the U.S. is not scared of it. They are choosing not to do it. And then I asked, okay, what war has the U.S. lost? And that's what got us into this winning or losing dilemma. Like, what is winning? Because what they did in Afghanistan is not necessarily a win, but it's not that they were defeated either. It was just very stupid. And there were a lot of lives lost, and money, and time. What was the objective of Afghanistan again?
To remove the Taliban from power because they gave safe harbor to Al-Qaeda.
Should focus in Iraq, should
is that the president announced they're going to go to war 2 weeks before they went to war, so they had plenty of time to move anything of any capabilities when it came to bombs, whatever natures, from the kind that put out disease, mustard gas, or even possible like kind of nuclear material. It gave it plenty of time to move it, and so then there's a lot of suspicion that it was moved to Syria or possibly Afghanistan, but Afghanistan was where we went to war in Iraq over September 11th, where the war should have been taken to Afghanistan, not Iraq, right? I mean, I'm just giving a generalization, a quick summary, without having to go so technical. I'm going to go very technical, and I just say with the bullet points on what I feel, and if I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong.
You do know that the U.S. invaded in Afghanistan like months before Iraq, right?
We do know that the weapons that were used in Afghanistan against American soldiers were the weapons that we supplied to them against the Afghan or Russian war.
Yes, but that's not relevant to
Yes.
anything that was just said.
Yes.
Yes, but that's not relevant to anything that was just said. To say that we should have gone into Afghanistan and not Iraq, we went to Afghanistan months before we went to Iraq.
See, Iraq was severely destabilized by going to war with them. The same with Syria. Most of the Christian Syrians that lived in my community actually said that getting rid of Assad would have been the worst thing that could have ever happened when Obama drew the red line. That's better to keep it there than to remove it. Same with I know that there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit, and everyone keeps forgetting about the shit that's happened in the past to where we are currently today.
Yeah, but Iraq is in a lot better shape than today than it was before we went. Afghanistan is not Iraq is.
Right. And that's Biden's fault. With what happened in Afghanistan, we lost a strategic base and billions of dollars of assets. But the thing a lot of people forget is that we do leave billions of dollars of assets when we go to war anywhere. Typically, we do dump a lot of stuff. So it's not just that one point that's happened over time. Just like, again, the Afghan-Russian war. You see where I'm connecting with?
No, I'm getting whiplash.
Okay. All right. That's cool. I'm just going to sit back again. Continue.
And then speak about that point specifically, Iraq, because I'm from Iraq.
So what's your take? Are you currently in Iraq or are you in the US?
I don't answer that.
No, I'm in Iraq. Yeah.
You are in Iraq?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm from Iraq and I live in Iraq.
What is your take on the war to Iraq that the US did?
Well, something.
First of all, what happened in case of Afghanistan? Afghanistan was under the control of extremism, which is
just like it is now.
The Islamists, the extreme Islamists were controlling the situation in Afghanistan. When America went in, and Al-Qaeda specifically, which is the responsible side of the problem, it was already in Afghanistan, and it was controlling the situation there. So that would give a good reason for the Americans to attack Afghanistan. But Iraq, specifically, Iraq was under Saddam Hussein, who was a dictator. Yes, that's right, and he was a criminal, and that's also right. But he was not Islamist. In fact, he was an anti-Islamist. He was more like a traditional Soviet dictator. He was non-religious, and he was non-Islamist, and he was more into having control of Iraq with his ideas of Ba'ath nationalism, which is more like a traditional Arab nationalism type of thinking. And he was not involved in September 11, by the way. And he was not also part of Al-Qaeda, something George W. Bush cabinet was trying to prove, but they could not. At the end of the day, CIA could not connect or prove any type of connection between the extremist Islamists in Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein's government. That's number one. Number two, what happened after removing Saddam Hussein and taking control, simply that Iraq now is under the control of Islamists. American destabilization of Iraq. Iraq is now under control of Islamists, and that's really bad news for people like me who do not believe in Islamic rule and they do not believe in Islamic government. Nowadays we have to live with it. We have to accept it the way it is, because simply America decided to bring every Islamist to Iraq. The time that before 2003, Iraq was under control of a non-Islamic type of dictator. It was more like a Soviet. It was more like a Soviet type of dictatorship. It was an anti-Islamic type of dictatorship, and not a single guy from Al Qaeda was living in Iraq. That's something America could not prove it, simply because Saddam was very anti-Islamist, and he knew that it is a bad choice to be an ally of an Islamist. And thirdly, what I want to talk about that point specifically, Iraqis cannot nowadays, be against Islamists. You cannot be in Iraq and stand and talk about how Islamists and Islamic militias are killing people because they're different opinion on their non-Islamic opinions. So what America did simply, that it decided to remove a secular type of dictator and bring an Islamic type of dictator. Now Islamists are controlling the situation. Go there and talk about Islamic symbols in a negative way and you will be killed, simply. So now we are living under dictatorship, but in a different way, which is an Islamic dictatorship. So America, and what I want to say here, and a lot of Iraqis believe that America is a country that's supporting Islamic type of rule. They are supporting that type of rule because wherever in the Muslim world America came in, always you can find Islamists controlling the situation. And an example of that, by the way, is Afghanistan. Because before American support to the people like Islamists in Afghanistan, Soviets were controlling the situation. They are dictators, they are killers, they are bad people. Yes, that's right. Soviets are bad, okay, but they are not Islamists. They do not support Islamists. Who supported Islamists? Who made Afghanistan Islamic? Who made Islamists as a fact in Afghanistan? It's America. And unfortunately, until this moment, Afghans cannot get rid of Islamists. But the most important point, who brought Islamists? Who made Islamist fact in Afghanistan? It's America. And unfortunately, nowadays Iraq is going the same way. Now Islamists are controlling the situation in Iraq, and you cannot do anything about it. If you were a liberal, if you were against Islamists, you have to keep silent or leave the country. Or otherwise, if you talk about it, you will be killed. And that's because of the American policy in Iraq. I'm sorry for taking too long to talk about that point, but I found a lot of American friends cannot have a lot of information about the situation here. They don't have a lot of information about this, and I tried to explain the situation the way it is from a guy who's living already in Iraq and who's suffering from the American choice in Iraq.
Ali, that was a great intervention. I actually think it's very interesting to get your perspective and understand how Americans are perceived, right, after their interventions in their countries. And as you were saying, it seems like after America intervenes in a country, the government or the regime that comes right after they leave is worse than the one that they were fighting at the beginning. And that's.
Well, this is a serious question. Like, who cares?
Simon, if you don't care, then shut the fuck up. We're having a conversation here. If you don't care and you don't want to talk about it, you're free to leave, dude.
Yeah, fucking.
Honestly, nobody cares that you don't care.
No, I asked. Did you hear my question, or did you just?
Yeah, you said, who cares?
Yeah. Well, there was a couple of other words after that.
Was there?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, well, who cares? Why is that the problem of Americans when they go into a country and then they get taken over by Islamists?
Well, because they shouldn't have gone there in the first place, dude. This is the reason why. I mean, it doesn't matter if you had a couple of wars later. I mean, if America, if who cares, then America shouldn't go there in the first place because they're just fucking up the countries and the lives of people that didn't give a shit about Americans before.
Yeah, what if America is? I mean, but Simon, there are people living there. I mean, the world is not starts and ends with America or the West. I mean, there are people there that now are forced to be living under Islamists.
Yeah.
They don't have any other choice. And it's just sharing and saying like, we are now paying a price for this thing.
You can say the exact same thing about what Israel's doing right now, though. You're like,
hold on, guys. Let me make a hold on. I need to say this on Simon's behalf. Listen, you guys, we can moralize this comment all day long, but anyone who takes the Russian position in this particular war, they have to prioritize Russia's interests, and so they essentially are saying that who cares too. I'm not saying it's all the same or it all looks the same, but regardless of how it makes people feel on the inside about what Simon said, it is at the end of the day the ultimate part of the calculus.
But when he said no one cares, it's like, but there are millions of people that live there, so some people do care.
He doesn't care. That's not what I said. I said, why is that the problem of Americans that they have to get? Like, the whole point is.
No, it's a problem of America. It's a problem of the Iraqis, actually.
Hold on, yeah, but I think
that's my point.
Daniel, he's trying to make a broader point. You guys stop responding with the emotional part, which I totally get. You give him a second. We all know that Simon.
Not emotional, it's not my thing. I'm just saying, there are people that.
I'm simply saying, if you, for example, we could just put this on Israel, if Hamas are a problem for you guys, and then you go into the Gaza Strip and you eliminate, Hamas, and then there's some other group that comes about, and then they come to, they stop attacking Israel, but they oppress their own people, why is that on Israel? If you guys had an objective, you did the objective that you sought out to do, and then it just so happens that there's even a more oppressive regime that doesn't go into Israel. Well, now you can say, oh, well, you should have just kept Hamas, even though Hamas was attacking you.
I'm not saying that this is. I'm not saying that because it's all not do anything. I'm just saying about that no one cares. No one cares. That is the black. I'm not blaming the Americans that it happened. No, they can't.
The Americans that it happened because the case that Simon is missing here.
What are you saying? You just feel bad.
The objective of USA going into Iraq was precisely a regime change. So if the US is taking upon themselves to change a regime because it's not convenient to them, and then they take the regime off, but what they leave for the Iraqi people is something worse. Yeah, you might say, who cares? Why should America care? Why did America care in the first place that they had the regime that they had?
If they were getting threatened. That's the whole point.
No, the whole point.
It has to do with our American interests, and when American interests are invaded, we take the stage and we interfere because we are the leader. You have the world, and if with our interests, we're going to vote with you. It's easy as that. It's a simple solution, simple answer. You want to understand? We spread democracy. We do what other countries do.
there's an entire regime change that's even more aggressive. I'm not saying people shouldn't care. I'm saying that's not up to the American military to just do like a soft how you stabilize the situation. So that's irrelevant though. That's my comment. Yeah, exactly relevant to the American population. Yeah, sorry. Well, I have to. It's simply if someone decided to destabilize any place, and make it more like uncontrolled area. Nowadays you don't have a strong type of government that could control the situation. I agree. What's the problem? We should have cared. First of all,
Well, then, Pepe, let him finish.
Jesus Christ, Kelly. Yeah, so.
But this is not about religion, Chevy. Just let him finish and you can jump.
Yeah, so the point here that the Americans, the American military, they came to Iraq and they, knocked out Saddam Hussein, which was a good news, by the way, for a lot of people believing in, being free and getting rid of a dictator. People like us who do not like the dictatorship, they want to live in a free situation. That was a good news. But the bad news that thereafter, when every single Islamist came to Iraq, America decided to leave Iraq the way it is. And now what happened to Iraq? Simply that we are under the control of Islamists. For the first time of the Iraqi history, and if you read the history of Iraq, you would find that Iraq as a modern country, it was never under Islamic rule. It was under the Kingdom of Iraq back to after the World War I.
I want to make sure that you're getting your finish. Hold up.
Kelly, let her finish.
But make sure they're like brief enough so people can consume them. That's just advice because your voice.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to finish. So Iraq now is under the control of the Islamists, and Islamists are controlling the situation the way it is. They like it because they were Canaan, and they for the first time they are controlling the situation in Iraq, and they knew that already. They have a good ally, which is the United States of America, by the way, that would support them. You can find, if you follow the formal the speech of any American cabinet, whether it be Democrats or Republicans, after any Iraqi election, and which would always end with an Islamic cabinet because you don't have any other choice. So only have Islamists. Any guy who's standing against the Islamists will be kicked out by the Islamists. And you'll find the American cabinet, whether being Republican, whether being Democratic, they would go and announce that they're supporting the Iraqi government. And even back to 2019, when Iraqis went in a big protest in Baghdad against the Islamists, those Iraqis were killed in front of all the cameras. And what America did simply that, unfortunately, decided to do nothing and let the Islamists get back the situation in 2020. And that's sorry, it's a little too much. Like, my only point was just to say that if the American military goes in for strategic purpose in a country and says we want regime change because this regime is threatening us or whatever, and they go and implement that.
People are saying the objective maybe should also include that you restabilize it. Disagree.
Why? Of course it does. Why is destabilizing the country up like to the area?
Maybe it would be an incentive. I mean, it's like why if it's destabilized, although this guy's saying that Islamists take over it, I don't know, does it not lead to potentially another fucking regime that will threaten the UN?
But it did lead to, and when you're fighting engagement again, and when you're fighting engagement, and it's even easier to go in and obliterate them, and it's the same thing over and over and over. But It's not as simple as just sending over a couple of B-2 bombers and like, you know, 4 days away and just bombing their facilities. It's not that easy.
Simon, okay, first of all, nobody, like ISIS would have never came into power and been able to do anything if it was not for Iraq being, basically destabilized. A lot of people, including myself, will say Saddam Hussein was a bad person, but he did rule with an iron fist. He did not allow Islamists to gain any kind of influence in his country. He did have to go. Why you say why should we have destabilized it? Well, we can look at the ISIS attacks that occurred primarily in Europe. We can look at
If you think that we shut the Constitution, if you shut the Constitution down Iraqi people's throats or whatever, do you think that they would have accepted that?
Well, I think that it would have been in our best interest not to have Islamists take over the country.
I disagree. I think Islamism is playing out the world, but that's a separate discussion. I'm simply saying my position was if America goes into a country, because someone mentioned every time America goes into a country, it gets taken over by an enemy, it gets taken over by slaves. So I'm saying that's not the problem of America. And if you want to say, no, it's an American created problem.
May I ask, I'm not taking a lot of contribution.
You guys are missing the point. Like this whole responsiveness, that's a construct. Yes, it makes sense to all of us. And so in that way, it's true. But Simon is speaking outside of that. He's talking about realities. And the blame game and what's righteous or what we think is moral, it really doesn't have a great mechanism for enforcing it. I interrupted Simon. I feel like you guys are trying to look at this through our
I think the bigger picture would be.
Hold on, I interrupted Simon first. There's no way. Yeah. Okay, so Simon, go ahead. First, Jesus Christ, just let Simon finish.
Just leave it out of this.
He could have fucking been.
That's what she said.
I don't know, I'm just my entire position is just because America goes into a country and destabilizes it, okay, again, that's not up to the American people to go and restabilize a country, but regardless of the things, if America says, listen, these guys are threatening us, whatever the justification they give, okay, regardless if it's a good or bad one, I'm just simply saying, if they go in and then leave and then something else happens, the principle is not, now this is up to the Americans to fix it. And they have to put this band-aid on and whatever.
I guess what I'm saying. I think it's just saying it's not in our interest. We're not obligated to. I understand that. But generally the reason the slogan you break it, you fix it is long been something that's.
No, that's just
Call a store manager. What are they going to do about it? That's the ultimate goal.
We get it. I just think we all understand that what you're trying to convey. I guess we're just telling you we disagree with it. I think it's stupid.
Well, from
the elites in here, it was really done to America. That's what the law hates us. But you won't know the rest of it. They're going to hate us regardless.
Well, they hate us because they hate Western civilization.
Well, I'm from the eastern side of the bay. Because they hate us. It's not that.
The dumbest things, like George W. Bush is saying, I hate us because of our freedoms. I get suck a fucking dick. They know they hate us because they look at us as constantly fucking with them. If it wasn't for that, what would they care?
How many people if you look in Syria, look at all of these places, they need you to tally. Is it America killing more, or is it your own regimes killing them?
They understand that we play a huge role in it, and I'm sure all of the Alawites and the Christians that were living in Syria absolutely fucking despise America for their role in lending support to the to the rebels that were fighting his side, and now the only man that protected them is out of power. Now they have in power people that want to kill them. So, yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to be upset because of our role.
I mean, this has been going on before even America's intervened in these countries. Like I just told that blaming America is, I mean, it's completely useless. It's a talking point for sure. But again, proceed.
But you're telling them how to feel. Like, they're going to
I'm just thinking this is a reality, and it's, I mean, I don't care how.
He's not telling anyone how to feel, and you guys are implying by telling him how you feel, which is fair. I think a lot of us feel that way. And I think Simon is just stating, okay.
Okay, that's a reality.
Sorry, I just want to explain this point. Simply, if you are going to take any child from his father, one of the people that's taking care of him, and then you throw him in a motorway full of cars already out of 100 kilometers per hour, then if that child is going to be killed, by road traffic accident, it's your responsibility. That's number one. So what happened by taking the dictator out, and the dictator was just like any other dictator type of government. The dictator always connecting all the power to him or to her in case of women. So the dictator is trying to control everything, even the policy, even the sometimes even the other way people are thinking. So when he's knocked out, everything will be out of control. And from ethical point of view, you have to take care of the community, arrange it the way it is, or at least do not let the criminals in. So if you knock out a dictator and then decide to call every Islamist to that country and let those Islamists control the situation, and then you say, I'm sorry, we are not going to, we cannot control the situation, we are leaving it the way it is. From ethical point of view, this is unacceptable. This is number one. From strategical point of view, those Islamists will never, ever be a real ally of the United States of America, because they cannot believe in democracy. And what America did simply, that it's brought its enemies to Iraq and let them control the whole situation. And it decided to kick the people that they can, think, negotiate, or accept, or at least respect the Western civilization. So if you bring in Islamists, for sure, you will not find people that respect or like the Western civilization. The time that you are kicking the liberalist and the non-religious type of people out of the country. So that's number two. This is from the strategical point of view.
Can you make sure that this last point is pretty brief, because people are going to get lost in this? And then when you're finished, Kirsch, go ahead and jump in, because I know get getting in your way. And try to keep it brief, because I want everybody to actually understand your perspective, because it's kind of the only one that is relevant or informed in here. And the more concise it is, the better it will be.
Okay, first of all, I'm sorry for taking too long explaining the point.
There's a lot to explain, so you're definitely forgiven.
But the problem that you had some points to talked about, some points that they have to. First of all, we cannot hate the Western civilization. We may not accept it the way it is. If we listen to people talking about how to destabilize a country, then leave it the way it is. Sure, we will not like that type of thinking. But we will not hate others. That's the point, number one. Number two,
don't start again with a number two. You were already in the number three, dude.
It was more about the ideas already people were talking about, so I had to illustrate your points.
Okay, can we, let Chris get in, and then you can finish your points, because Kim is right about the length.
Curse, you want to say? Curse, it's now or never. Usanda,
Yes.
it's now or never.
Why are we letting these guys speak?
What is it? What are you doing?
Curse. We want. You've been shut down a few times, so we wanted to give you a chance to. I feel like you were doing something. I don't know. Were you having a private moment? Curse adopting.
He doesn't get it. Jesus Christ, it's horrible. This is horrible.
Jesus Christ.
I just wanted to say, well, Curse decides to interrupt someone again because he didn't take advantage of his own space. Let me just say to Q, do you want to say something? Anyway, Ali, I agree with you what you're saying, and to Simon's point, to bring it back to like, oh, who gives a shit what these guys or the regime change or if it's worse. Well, strategically, as Ali is saying, like, it's not in the interest of the US that Islamic regimes take over these countries, because they are the ones that are trying to kill the Western civilization and the US people and the Europeans and everyone. You know, since 9/11, there have been over 14,000 terrorist attacks. Oh my God, Lou! Since 9/11, there have been over 14,000 terrorist attacks that have been funded and backed by the IRGC, the Islamic regimes. So I don't know if it's really a position to take of like, oh, who gives a shit? Why is America's responsibility of what happens after they invaded? Well, in a way it is, because they destabilized a country that turned worse, not only for the people of the country, and you can say, okay, who gives a shit about the people of the country, and maybe you're right, but ultimately, strategically, and in the long term, it's not being positive either for the interest of the US, unless that is exactly what they want, and they want more Islamic regime, maybe in order to try to justify more wars in that region. I don't know, but having IRGC and Islamic regimes doesn't play well for us in the West.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like a bunch of countries giving aid to like terrorists.
Yeah, but I mean, don't tell us something else. I mean, we're talking about the.
I mean, if you're going to talk about concretes, I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about a concrete in this case. So yeah, I know that there are a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing, but I'm talking about that your who cares, and I'm addressing the who cares.
Okay, fine. Okay, but the reality is that it's not up to the American government. It's not up to the American taxpayer to just be like, oh, well, just because we went into a regime, when we wanted to change a regime, well, we're gonna have to just, make sure that that's a separate discussion. Like,
So, but are you listening to what I'm saying? Because you're saying, okay, just because we went to change a regime doesn't mean that we should care. Well, guess what? The taxpayer is also going to be impacted, because when you have a shitty regime that is worse than the one that you took down, then yeah, it's going to be on the taxpayer as well to fight that terrorism that is being put in place there because of the actions that initially the Americans took.
So, that's another, but again, that's another thing. You have to take it one step at a time. If I go in, I eliminate the threat. You can, I'm not saying like just completely eyes closed, don't pay attention to the facts on the ground. I mean, I'm simply saying, if your position is that, well, America went in, changed it, now it's up to the Americans to fix it, it's like, no, it isn't. That was my only point.
Okay, so Simon, may I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me, please, what was the type of the government controlling Iraq before American decision to destabilize Iraq?
How is that relevant to the principle?
I'm just asking because government controlling the situation in Iraq before 2003. You don't know. So I think that America went in and it decided to take a good decision by, knocking out the government of Iraq, and that was a good decision. Do you think so?
So again, that has
Before nothing back to 2003.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I said.
What did you say?
Merely stating the principle of what's going on. That's why when Daniel was in the room, I also kicked it back to him. I said, I applied the same principle to Israel.
It's not about Israel and Israel. We are talking about American decision to destabilize
That's
Iraq.
what I said. And that's exactly my point. I said, I don't know the particulars of what happened in that conflict. I'm simply saying here the principle of what should. Oh, thank you for what?
Explain
You asked me a question that has nothing to do with what I've been saying for the last 20 minutes.
No, you said that America has the right, to go and remove the risk related to that type of governor, dictator in Iraq, and that if their country was destabilized, it's not the responsibility of America to re-stabilize the country.
I know, and I gave the example of Israel, and I can give the example of any other government that was threatened, and it has nothing to do with that particular concrete. I'm merely stating the principle of if I'm a taxpayer and my government says there's a legitimate threat in another nation, regardless if it's Iraq, regardless if it's Iran, regardless if it's Gaza, regardless if it's Israel, it doesn't matter. The principle remains the same. If it's China, fuck them. So the whole point is that you can go in, do what you need to do, and then you leave, and then whatever happens after, it is what it is. It's not up to me. It's up to you. Take control of your own lives and to make sure that you go and you fight for your own freedoms. If you don't, and there's another dictator that takes the place, that's on you.
Then we have to continually keep doing this over and over forever.
No, but hold on, you guys, here's the thing. Hold on, Simon, everyone's pretending like Simon hasn't made a point. It doesn't need to be a point that people are comfortable with, but literally the situation that exists today is a product of the point that Simon is making. I mean, for sure, there was this whole long period where America, existed in Afghanistan, but it still did not succeed at restabilizing the country. So regardless of what any moral structure or I don't know, any kind of righteous belief about how people or nation states should treat one another, beliefs do not dictate reality. The reality is that America destabilized the nation and did not pick the pieces up out of aisle 5, glue them back together, and hand them to the store manager. And there's nobody doing a goddamn thing about it. I mean, not that people can't do anything about it in the future, not that if America were a weakened state or from some other nation that something couldn't be done about it, but there is a way in which these rules that everyone wants to have faith in because it makes us feel better only go so far.
And we're all saying that it's not having a store in the first place.
Okay, well, that's a whole other argument.
I know, so let's talk about something else. This is kind of boring. This is how really boring all this shit.
I just wanted to say something, and last time I'm going to leave the room. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and that was really, thank you for, accepting my broken English. I'm 44. Yeah, I'm 44.
Okay, so you were younger when I was fucking see if there was you on the outside.
44. Yeah.
No, but you were a teenager when the US went in.
Okay, first of all, we did not have any Islamic type of dictator here in Iraq, and so nowadays we are having Islamic dictators, and
we haven't even more than dictators. We have a lot of militias killing people because of their ideas. If you look away different, maybe if you think away different, that's what we're facing for pistol and you will be killed. And simply that's because American invasion and decision to destabilize the area by removing Ezekiel, type of dictator, and who did not, stand against any American decision to the area because he was more like a big mouth speaking a lot but doing nothing when it comes to fighting against America. And he did not represent any threat, and he did not participate in September 11. In fact, he was very professional when it comes to killing extremists, and that's why Iraq was a clear country, had no extremists. From a strategical point of view, America just created an area of extremism that was free of any extremists by invading Iraq. I wish that people, when they say that why would we face a lot of extremists from Middle East, they should always remember that it's part of American previous bad decisions, like in case of Afghanistan back to the 1980s, and in case of Iraq back to the 2003. And then America should not, ask why we are facing a lot of people asking to have asylum, trying to be refugees in our country, because those people are the people that are trying to escape or run away from Islamists that were supported by America into their country. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and all the best for everybody. We do not hate any other civilizations. We respect all of the people in any other part of the world. We like it, and we try to communicate with people. One day, if Iraq was re-stabilized by other maybe country, I would invite you all to be in Iraq, and maybe we will go out for a drink or enjoy a good time in a cafe. And that time will not be responsible for what we are already facing because of American previous decision.
Thanks, Ali.
Thank you.
Anyway, no.
It's like Saddam had a stroke and died, though. It was stable enough to where, the Islamists wouldn't come in. I think his sons would have taken over.
You think the Islamists would have taken over anyway?
No, his son. It's super crazy, right? Yeah. I don't know. That was it.
Did you guys kill the sons as well?
Yes. He killed one of his sons, right?
Oh my god, just one. Did you guys kill all his sons?
Nobody answers. Yes, I'm so.
No, I thought all of you told at the same time.
No, I think you're in a delay or something.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe you should think about that before you actually go crazy. I have the answer.
No.
She's a woman.
I'm a woman and I'm allowed to lie about the way I want. I'm a Latina, so I get a pass for that too.
You know what? I'm for the Islamists. So, come on. Here's the answer. Saddam Hussein's sons Uday and Hussein Hussein were killed by U.S. forces on July 22nd, 2003.
So there are no descendants left.
Wait, no, he had a grandson, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Let's ask. Yeah, I'm sure it was so you have to say he's gonna die like a dog. No, you keep saying that, I don't get it. The truck or something. Yeah.
You haven't seen that video?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Princess Gay, Barack Obama died like a
Yeah, let me play it because it's amazing. Let me play it. Let me look where it is.
Ridiculous, man. I think that's like even funnier. Saddam has children at least 5 greater.
Here it is. I found it. Wait.
Those people will knock on doors and go in, but our soldiers know they're supposed to.
Daddy,
Osama bin Laden, Abu United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting. Going through the front door. They didn't go through the door. A normal person, you say knock knock.
They killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
It's not part of the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog.
Thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay.
May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
Yeah, it's a comparison of how Obama delivered the news and how Trump delivered the news.
Trump is funny. He died like a dog.
Wait, how did he die?
He died like a dog.
He loves that circus that happened. You actually believe that circus that happened?
Where is Lou? Ah, here it is.
Wasn't the bill that they passed while all that was happening and the distracted? Oh yeah, it's called the Genius Act. Maybe people need to go look with that.
What are you mumbling about?
The
last person there are major things that happened during this whole Iran thing. Genius Act was passed. Currency is now in Iran. Who's talking about Iran?
Oh, he is. Only he.
No, she is. You mentioned Iran.
No, that's how the Genius Act should be like
They're comparing the victory speeches of Trump and freaking Obama. They're kind of low.
Yeah, and the point just being the Genius Act.
I read you saying something, so I don't know why you always do this. You always ask me, like, what are we talking about?
Well,
She's trying to show a joke, and you're talking about policy. So as I'm trying to figure out things.
you also think it's
We do understand you.
Mikhail, if you were not the only hot Palestinian in staff, I would want you.
There's no reason for
I would let it clap.
Between me and Esau, what do you think would have been an debate?
anything to your boss.
Between who?
Between me and these.
I mean, in the Middle East, you could look at it. I like to show it in the Middle East.
You would destroy me?
Absolutely.
He knows a lot more about it than you do.
Yeah, that's fine, but I am not.
How did you wind up running the company? Very much good. And your market is very good. It's not still it sounds like something's missing. But you got here getting saved in the States. And I'd like to be the man to solve it. Don't possibly legal. Not today. But that's going to change. Is it so sensible? Well, America is a mighty vessel, so it's not easily turned. However, political capital will affect the change. However, your informed opinion. I don't recall precise. Of course you can. Speaking of bribing friends, countries ready. And that is an opportunity. Next time, I have a distribution network already in place. They repeal tassels. I have to be open in business legally. The thirstiest country on earth with Ricardo Robles, my most exclusive offer.
I'm not your whipping boy. I'm not here to get caught with someone else's brush. Whatever happens with us, whatever happens between us, I will make guarantees in the legislature. Nobody can hold anything from the ass.
But did you wind up running the company, Mr. Arnold?
Genetically, a common smokes and mirror than anything that did occur in Iran. Iran's on its way to get by a whole Air Force from China.
the nuclear program.
Yes, honey, you are gonna win the war. You're going to destroy Israel. That's gonna go back to you again.
That's practice. That's the best way to say that. See, to avoid the practice is a way that can be on. And I know you want to make people. Joe, you there?
Yes, thank you, Marshall. You're right. We may, or at least those of us who've spoken so far, be wrong. It could be that it was totally obliterated. By the way,
Say when it's gonna be big, and then it just isn't big, it's really little.
you'll see Netanyahu literally almost got the parliament almost dissolved the government. The Knesset dissolved the government.
I know, you know why it didn't? Because he was too busy dissolving your.
The next day, so Netanyahu can bring in another vote and he starts a war. Like,
Do you do this also
that's
in
just
your
a coincidence, I think.
Do you do this also in your personal life that you're going to promise that it's gonna be big and it's just a little small thing?
No one's promising anything big other than Israel. Israel's the one promising to regime change and destroy nuclear programs and
Do you think this really has anything big?
Iron Dome and all this stuff.
Miguel, if you guys are winning the war, why do you keep whining? Shouldn't you be very excited?
There's winning the war, just like how the Vietnam War. Yeah, there were a lot of villagers and people that were burned to death, but they still won.
But it was worth it, right? I mean, you won the war. You're winning the war, so it's worth it, right?
It's satanic to prevent inevitable results. Like, you're not gonna change the landscape.
Miguel, I'm just asking a very simple question.
That was so big.
Deaths worth it?
No deaths are worth it.
Like, is it where? Because I mean, you're
However, if you think you're gonna do the inevitable or something, you're gonna do the impossible, and you're gonna try to.
World, that's divided. Yes, we are. We'll have to go
America just looks like a paper that has been a paper tiger since World War II. And that's just, that's a more philosophical issue. World War II, the style of World War II is America is, the military is prepared for a total war. You go to war against China or Korea and you level everything to the ground. The American military is equipped for these long-term occupations and nation building and trying to mind apart the people. It's not exactly enough. But that's my point. And America is not willing to do that anymore. That's my whole point. You can't just do total war on any group, especially if it's not like a democracy.
Says who?
Says who? Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Of course you can. Yeah, if you legitimacy in the world, the United States has legitimacy in the world because they're supposed to guarantee open markets and trade routes and naval routes. That's what America's supposed to do. That's why people invest in America and they tie their currency with the dollar. It's supposed to be your stability and order in the world. They can't just go and nuke Afghanistan or carpet bomb all of Afghanistan and call it a day.
Why not? You disagree with that. People turn to the dollar because they don't trust each other, but they trust the US dollar because the markets are.
So when you go and you invade Iraq, well, guess what? Iran starts developing weapons in a program. Other nations. Because there's no more trust in the world. There's no more trust. You see what happens with this trust. Invading Iraq, so you
Ukraine, you see all this that's happening. This is what happens when you just go and commit these illegitimate wars.
How is an illegitimate war on an illegitimate regime illegitimate?
You have North Korea right there. If you think, every illegitimate
North Korea is North Korea trying to make this America? What makes a regime illegitimate? If it doesn't uphold individual rights. Individual rights and what's your sign? What is that? Like, what's your science? How many states in the world hold your ideal version of it's not about that. It's not about it's not about individual rights. I'm asking you what's your spreading American hegemony. And even now we're not spreading American hegemony. We're putting America in these useless wars that America doesn't
spreading American hegemony. Israel spread Iran shit.
Of this maniacal dream of some greater Israel where they hold some sort of hegemony in the Middle East. I don't know. They don't even have the population.
Are you saying that North Korea is a legitimate, government?
I mean, kinda. Let's say they're not. Are you gonna go and pay them? Should we go and pay them?
You should. Are you going to? I just asked you, do you think you personally think that
North Korea should invade a country? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I gave you my just you asked me a question. What makes a nation legitimate or a government legitimate? I said that if they uphold individual rights. Okay, and then I asked you what your standard was for legitimate government. You didn't answer me.
I think any government that can maintain the order and the standard of life or wouldn't, bring a better life or a better regime is a legitimate regime.
On the whole people's rights. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
They have it so great in the West Bank.
So, okay, so you're saying people don't flourish in Israel?
No, I'm talking about the West Bank.
All of what Israel considers its territory.
What's not considered Israel?
It puts it on its maps, considers it part of its territories. Netanyahu brags about that all the time.
I just read about what Christian Palestinians that live in the West Bank have to say about it. In fact, look at what the church is. There are a bunch of different denominations.
You want to treat them?
No, I mean, just he thinks that I'm just being biased or some shit. I mean, and just ChatGPT and why have Christians leaving and why are they what do they have to say about the Israeli occupation? When you talk about human rights, I mean.
Wasn't a pawn in America's hand. They didn't arm him. These chemical weapons just came out of nowhere. It's this army of this came out of nowhere. And they didn't back him up against Iran. Meanwhile, backing Iran against him. Just played games the whole time. America's not doing
Concrete and garbage politicians. I'm with you on all the
pulling seats and ensuring hegemony.
No, it's
If that was the strategy, the petrodollar, someone threatening the petrodollar, whatever, okay. But when you're engaging in these wars that literally don't benefit America or don't really, increase American hegemony, and we're doing it for the sake of this entity, and we're doing it because it's on this biblical fantasy of fulfilling some sort of Abrahamic covenant. You can bring them up.
Just another thing was why America doesn't want to have the Americans losing any power. I love that match the same financial. I mean, I keep getting the document. I don't think it's
just the rise of BRICS, just that initiative alone
showcases that the world is unhappy with how America is running things.
They want options.
They might not be fully accelerated
but like obviously I'm not saying America is like perfect country, like the way it's being led, but like don't contrast that and say some of the world's worst nations on the planet are unhappy with America. It's like I don't care what China or fucking South Africa thinks.
China is the worst country in the why I would say China is the hugest leaps. I think it's insane.
Huge leaps in terms of what?
Advancing their people and their technology and their sovereignty.
Well, I mean, I can talking about the Soviet Union, but like
China is much more successful.
But again, we're talking about individual rights flourishing, like human flourishing. You're talking about like, you know, like some,
I think the standard of life in China is increasing, and I don't think anybody can deny that.
Well, I mean, if you're comparing like in 1950 China to today, yeah, obviously, but like you can do the same thing with like Hong Kong and be like, well, you know,
I'm live streaming the room, but this is
China did absolutely like extraordinary job.
This would be a good place to get a cam. Can you find the room?
Probably, if I'm.
Let me see if I can.
They may come out probably if I'm not blocked.
Yeah, let me see if we can. Well, I can't copy and paste it here, but it's called.
What's the name of it? You do that? You can text it to me when I'm.
No, that phone, I'm blocked, so I can't see the room. But it's Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran, USA, Love, Entanglements, Issa, Sarah, Pepe, Kelly, and Simon.
Okay, hang on. Let me look.
Simon, Mikhail's in that mode where he's been talking for 20 minutes now, endlessly. It would be a great opportunity to go.
I don't see the room. You said only friends.
It's in the Itty Bitty Titty Committee house called Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran.
Hang on a second. Let me look for Itty Bitty. Russia, Israel, Iran? Okay, I'm going in.
Okay, great. I see something.
Think of it. The truth is, it's just a game of optics, I'd say. And it's just, the Arab nations are just playgrounds to just blow up. That's just how I see it, to be honest with you. Do you know that Muslim women are into North Korea in 2012? During the Christ days in North Korea? I'm presuming dollars. So I mean, when I hear people say this, they're just not feeling this. Yeah, it's like it's all internet. That's what I'm saying. People can think it's America. America's that's it. America is just an American. Like America just said, that's no shit. I don't think they're smart. So just no country can compare with architecture measure bricks. I don't know South Africa.
The whole world doesn't really have a problem with the United States. The world doesn't want Russia to be the sole power. They don't want China, but they don't want either the United States. The United States, you know, threatening the way the trajectory is going, this populist rise in America, this use of tariffs to, like, you know, maintain economic hegemony that people want options. It's
Negative outlook. That much will be needed. Not much will be needed.
You could basically say, like, well, you know, like before the Soviet Union, like Tsarist Russia was like really fucking poor, but like, you know, just basically slaves, trying to make the average person in China is poor, like.
That's not how we analyze the country.
The best president is not when your best president is middle class. I mean, come on, the Chinese are known as
average person in China is not middle class. This is not even a discussion. That's not even a discussion.
Increasing military spending, their economy is still growing, their standard of life is still going up. Don't see China's doing pretty well.
But again, those are arbitrary metrics. country will go up or down to the degree that you're a totalitarian state and you have individual rights. You are North Korea. North Korea just a dirt poor fucking nothing in the world. And then to the degree that you hold individual rights. So yeah, China now is North Korea.
Well, I know you're not serious, but this a different topic.
China is economic, they're very, like I would say, I think China economically are probably more free than America, to be honest with you. But that also, but I can't say that Chinese people Chinese people have these simple freedoms. So like you have like what real innovation.
Chinese people use the socialism and communism to orchestrate socially, but their objective is very, very capitalist commercially towards the rest of the world. And also internally, like they have built fucking Shanghai in 20 years. You know, they completely turn it around.
Because of capitalism.
Yeah, but the way they orchestrate the achievement of countries is socialism and communism. Yeah. But so the Chinese are very have 20 and 30-year plan and everybody sticks to it. But they are very capitalist objectives. But the way that they orchestrate it internally is very authoritarian.
Yeah, again, this is the whole this is the fascist regime. It's not like the communist name, but the reality is that China just dictates what people can do civilly, but they let people be free economically because they know okay, well listen, central planning doesn't actually work economically, but we'll centrally plan everything when it comes to social things. So
no, they don't have so they don't have a lot of economic freedom internally, Simon. I mean, people can I don't know, do their own transactions and whatever, but they're not really free. And also, it's not only about the authoritarian and centralized authorities. It's also the fact that culturally, Chinese are a collective society. Like when you meet Chinese people, they're always in groups. They don't necessarily have a leader that is the speaker or whatever. No, they have a leader of the group. But that leader of the group always saves face. They have another one that is the speaker that coordinates with the leader. But they work as a collective. They have a very collectivist mindset. It's not like us that we are individualistic. So when you try to implement these type of authoritarian models in China, they are all very they acquiesce, to the instructions because they believe in the greater good of the country.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Not like us. So the mentality of the culture is completely different than ours.
Collective.
They are the collective, but this comes from their own culture, the way they serve each other, the way that the way that their spirituality works, everything. I was very impressed when I was in China. The type of social dynamic that they have not been forced into it. They were just born into it, and they just the way that we appreciate individualism, they appreciate collectivism. They move in groups, even when they travel. You see them all the time moving in groups, and all the time having a united voice in that little group where they do tourism. They never speak on their own, and they're very silent and respectful to others, and so it's their culture.